He had 14 pounds, 8 ounces on day 1. He's got 5 in the bag. Oh yeah, 19 pounds, 6 ounces right there. Your new leader, Patrick Walters, with 33 pounds and 14 ounces. Wow, coming to the scales on day 2. Put your hands together, folks. How about that, Walters? How about that? 17-12 on day 1. He's got 5 in the bag. He needs 11-12 to take the lead. 15 pounds, 12 ounces for a 2-day total of 33 pounds and 8 ounces. Clap for him right there, Brandon Perkins. Put your hands together for Mike Corbishly. 17 pounds, 1 ounce on day 1. He needs 16-14 to take the lead. 16 pounds, 7 ounces, 33 pounds, 8 ounces over 2 days.
Hello friends and neighbors, and welcome to stop number 2 of the National Professional Fishing League and an upstate South Carolina Showdown Saturday. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm going to be joined by my man, Fat Cat Newton in studio, and James Worldwide Watson out on the water to bring you 6 hours of coverage and what we're calling our tightest event so far. Going into this second year, man, we could not have a better Showdown Saturday. The top 3 only divided by 6 ounces. We've got yet another tie up close to the top of the leaderboard there in second place. Patrick Walters vaulting yesterday with the tournament's biggest bag to take the lead. Of course, no surprises there. Veteran pro on a lake that he understands very well. Got some fireworks in store for Showdown Saturday, the $50,000 day right here, Lake Hartwell.
It's going to be exciting, man. These guys are chewing at the fat, ready to get out there. They're already smashing them up. It's going to be one of those days. It's going to be a different tournament today, I think, than the past 2 days. The weather's going to be a little bit different. We got wind coming in, and there's going to be some more bobbies out there riding around having a good time, taking full advantage of that beautiful Lake Hartwell.
Lake Hartwell full of bass. It's in a part of the country where fishermen, I think when you buy a house, it comes with a bass boat. Absolutely. I say that in the area I'm from too. Every house has a bass boat sitting in the garage. It's certainly like that at Lake Hartwell, Anderson County, South Carolina. Amazing area. So folks been watching it all week. The guys are out there smashing. We've seen, a leaderboard that has been so tight all week, tons of fish catches. And I think there are so many patterns going on, but let's take a look right now just at our top 10 coming into this Showdown Saturday right now. And as we mentioned, Patrick Walters. Oh, this is our unofficial top 10. It's already updated this morning. Ooh. Already updated. Drew 6, who started the day in 4th place, now up in the top spot. Mike Corbishly in 2nd. Patrick Walters, Brandon Perkins, Jesse Wise, Jesse Millsaps, Bryant Smith, Justin Kimmel, Richard Cooper, and Josh Ray. Already a shakeup in our top 10 from what we were expecting to see this morning. They're entering those weights into that Weigh Live app, and it's changing things fast. Of course, Justin Kimmel, a local there, he was in 6th place to start the day. Bryant Smith started the day in 4th place. Mike Corbishly in a tie with Brandon Perkins for 2nd. So already some shuffling going on early this morning. Absolutely. Here on Showdown Saturday. But the most important thing be somebody's going to take home a shield, and somebody's going to take home $50,000 for cracking the code. And we're kind of figuring out what the code to Lake Hartwell is here in the last couple of days, right? We're seeing a few things, but predominantly folks using their eyeballs.
Absolutely. Like we talked about it yesterday, sight fishing. Sight fishing is a big thing, but when you hear sight fishing, you're thinking strictly bed fishing. Not the case here in Hartwell this week. We were watching Brandon Perkins yesterday, sight fishing, not for bedding fish per se, but just big old fatties just cruising. It's been fun, man. Buck Mallory, a lot of guys doing the same thing, just using them eyeballs to get them big belly Kellys in that fully loaded live well.
And we weren't sure, and I think today we may see some electronics come into play a little bit. Patrick Walters, a forward-facing sonar master. He's great with live scope. We've seen it time and time again.
And he's right at home.
But primarily some of the, quote, offshore fishing we're seeing is still on some of these shallow shoals, shallow bars, shallow flats. Guys cruising around looking for these wolf packs of fish that are waiting on these herring. These fish are coming off the bed. They know the buffet is about to happen on these points, on these shoals, and from talking to a lot of anglers, the fish are actually beating the herring to these spots. That's kind of what we're seeing, right? And these fish are roaming around. These guys are picking them off.
That's exactly right. That's what some of the guys were talking about when I was there in Hartwell. The fish were staging, so when I first heard, they're staged up like for spawn, I was like, what? No, they're staged up, waiting for that herring spawn, and learning from the Williamsons. Dustin and Jason, plenty of experience.
That's right.
With those herring lakes, and they were saying that those bass like to get up there shallow. Well, you almost see the dorsal fins coming out the water. They get so shallow because when those herons go to spawn, they want to get shallow and then red clay banks and get up there and get dirty. And that's where they're waiting to get ambushed.
And we're seeing that a lot. So something else at Patrick Walters, I think you've got to have a mixed game plan in this, but mainly sight fishing, whether it be those wolf packs, throwing top waters. We're going to see Patrick Walters utilize a fluke a lot. We're going to see Brandon Perkins with a mag draft. Some of the footage we got yesterday was crazy. Mike Corbishly doing some bed fishing, Drew Six doing some bed fishing, Bryant Smith in our top 5 as well doing some bed fishing. But I think a guy's going to have to, today, the deciding factor, we saw it with Patrick yesterday with his big bag. He said he had an opportunity like that on day 1 because he was buried. 14 pounds. There were a lot of those bags the first day. He was down in the 30s, rockets up with that 19-pound stringer yesterday. But he told me, he said, man, I got 2 big bedfish bites yesterday. So those aren't there. He already weighed them in. Will there be more bedfish coming? I think and we saw we saw 612 yesterday.
Yes.
Some big fish coming across the scales. Today, the deciding factor is going to be those 5-pound plus bites, right?
Yeah, dude, from what we saw Brandon Perkins doing yesterday, where he's at, what he's around, he is definitely 1,000,000% around the fish to win. We saw them with our own eyeballs.
That's right.
So if he can capitalize on that mag draft bite, or I don't care what he has.
Figure out a way to put him in the boat.
He definitely, out of everybody that we've seen and covered, he has the most potential to win, I think, because he's around them.
And if you didn't watch TNPFL Live, first of all, shame on you. What were you doing? What is it
Get
you
your
like
life
to say?
right,
Get
Bobby.
your life right. Yesterday, Brandon Perkins, he's had his head on a swivel. He's up on these points on these banks. There's a 5-pounder. Oh, that's a gigantor. That's a 6-pounder. Look at the 4-pounder. And we saw these fish a lot. We saw him miss his mag draft. He was fortunate to get a couple in the boat. Nice fish, but those bigger 4-pound plus bites.
The one that came out from under the dock.
Yeah, so Brandon is around, and he told us that on the night of day 1. He said, look, guys, I'm seeing 25 pounds. It's swimming around. Patrick Walters told us the same thing. He said, dude, there's 20-pound stringers swimming around a lot of places right now. They're kind of in that post-spawn funk, some of them, though, and the spawners are late spawners. They're a little spookier at times. So it's going to be the guy that can get a couple of those 4-pound plus bites today, 5-pound plus, to close this thing out, take home the shield and 50 grand.
Dude, and Drew Six, man. How about that? We took the camera off him yesterday, had a really slow start to the morning.
Very slow.
Very slow start, took the camera off, put him with Jesse Wise, and Drew's like, okay, I got you. And just went to just cold straight jacking him. And again this morning, he's back on track this morning, straight to the top of the leaderboard. So Drew Six is around those good ones too, because he told you when you talked to him. How many waypoints did he say he had?
Over 400. Bedfish more.
Yes. So Drew Six, man, this could be his.
Yesterday, I want to apologize to Drew Six because I was like, well, the bed fishing deal's clearly going away. And then what does he do? Drops a good stringer and sitting in 4th place going into the final day here just makes us look like it. We don't know what we're talking about, right? We just get to watch it.
Obvious. That's
obvious,
why we're
right?
saying, yeah.
That's why we're here. That's why they're out on the
1,000,000%.
water. 6 ounces separating our top 3 right now. We've got another tie. We had a tie at the top of the leaderboard yesterday. We got Mike Corbishly and Brandon Perkins tied for 2nd right now. They're only 6 ounces. But if you look, in fact, only 4 pounds. That sounds like a lot. These weights are tight. 4 pounds separating 1st from 10th. We saw Walters vault way up there. Look, we could see somebody come out of the top 10 today, catch one of those 19, 20-pound stringers. Some of the guys up top struggle a little bit, have a slow day. I still think it's anybody's ballgame, truly.
Absolutely.
Going into Showdown Saturday.
And even that race for that 40th spot where that check line is.
Right.
You got guys tied down there for 42. Matt Massey, Blake Felix, Sheldon Collins. He had a
Caught him a 6-pounder yesterday.
Which moved him up 40 places. So now he went from 80-some all the way up to the 42nd right now. And if there's anybody that's Sheldon, I think you're going to see Sheldon make some moves. It sounds like he may have figured something out yesterday. But that's a race we have going on, too, for that 40 spot, that check line, and for the guys just trying to get those valuable progressive AOI points.
No doubt about it. And that's something we always want to stress. All MPFL events, we fish. Everybody fishes, no cuts. So there are 2 races going on. Yeah, we put a lot of focus on that top 5 and that big shield and $50,000 check, but 40 places will be paid. Everybody's out there duking it out. And look, with no cut, a guy in 70th can hop up there, get him a $9,000 check.
Just like Sheldon did yesterday.
That's right. Get valuable Progressive Angler of the Year points. So lots of things going on out there in Anderson, South Carolina, Lake Hartwell. It's been awesome. This is an event we've looked forward to all year. It's just our second event of the season, and fireworks all the way. You're going to want to tune in all day. I promise you, if you want to learn more about herring fishing, you want to learn more about sight fishing, we are going to have some things to show you this morning here on the National Professional Fishing League Live. But first, we're going to check in with our amazing sponsors that make all of this possible. And when we get back on the other side of this break, we're going to be on Lake Hartwell watching the guys catch them up and trying to win $50,000 on Showdown Saturday.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980. That's 42 years. ProGuide Lithium, power perfected. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Lake Hartwell. Our first look live at our leader headed into Showdown Saturday, Patrick Walters, South Carolina boy, a low country South Carolina boy, Santee Cooper. He is certainly a veteran for his young age in professional fishing. He stacked up a couple wins in Bassmaster Opens, Bassmaster Elite Series competition, just competed in the Bassmaster Classic over here not long ago. So not necessarily the guy, if you're in the field, that you want grabbing the lead going into Showdown Saturday, knows how to win.
Especially at Lake Hartwell.
On a herring lake.
Oh, my goodness.
He understands the program here. Went to the University of South Carolina, had a lot of success in college there, but we're looking forward to spending some time with Patrick today and learning some of this herring behavior. Of course, one thing that Patrick in his young tournament career, but veteran tournament career, that he's never had to deal with. Do you know what that is?
I got a good idea.
James Worldwide Watson. He probably never wanted to have to deal with James Worldwide Watson, but we got our man Watson on the water to catch up with P. Walt himself this morning there at Green Pond Landing.
Hey, here we are, day 2 leader, Patrick Walters. He's in the lead. You got a little bit of a cushion. Not much, but a little bit. How's it feel?
It feels pretty good, you know. Hey, made a little comeback on day 2, caught some good fish, you know. It just feels good to be in contention. And that's all you can ask for is a chance on Championship Saturday to go out there with a chance at the win. You know, we're just going to go fishing today, see what happens. Hey, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. You know, there's going to be a lot of boats on the water today, but we're going to go fishing, have fun, and just enjoy the day and see what happens.
Hey, don't forget, this is day 3, and it's the last day, so don't go out there thinking, oh, I'll just save that one till tomorrow. You're right. It is a 3-day tournament, but no, we're not going to leave anything out there. I got some spots I hadn't checked yet that I'm pretty excited about. So I've been saving a little bit. I don't know if they're going to bite. We'll just see what happens, though. Are you mixing it up? Are you shallow, you deep, you post spawners, you got some on beds? What's going on? You know, it's a mixture of both. I am fishing offshore a little bit, but it ain't deep. I'm catching everything 5 and less. All right, there you have it. We're going into day 3. This guy's got a chance to win.
There we go. Back out on the water live with Patrick Walters. And like he said there, he's mixing it up a little bit, but everything less than 5 feet. He's got some schoolers chasing some herring around. He's got some bedfish, doing some sight fishing, but certainly a favorite today. But like we said, Brandon Perkins, picture of consistency, put it together yesterday in a little bit different way than he did on day 1, but still hung in there. And Mike Corbishly, 17 pounds first day, 16 something yesterday, right there, consistency. And Mike's
dialed in.
Yeah, Mike's dialed.
Yeah, Mike's dialed in.
Those guys are going to have a lot to say about it. Patrick said yesterday he had 1 bass, Fat Cat, at 2 p.m. One bass.
What's going on this morning?
You know, it's pretty calm. We got a lot of boats on the water this morning. We got 5 though. We got 5 by 750, which is probably one of the fastest starts I've had so far in the last 2 days, which is good. We got 1 2-pounder or so. The rest are small spotted bass. We do have 5 spots currently. Been a little bit more schooling action. You know, the water temp was 69 degrees this morning when we dumped the boats in, the warmest day yet. That's why this schooling bite's only going to get better for us as the day goes on itself. I'm catching majority of my fish in the afternoon, so getting started quick is pretty nice. That's why we're just going to kind of nickel and dime, peck away, catch one here, catch one there. We're going to check some water. I actually hadn't checked this week. I found it in practice, some of my better stuff. Kind of been holding off, waiting on it for today. So good thing we got till today. Now it's time to see if we can stomp on them a little bit. We need to get us some big largemouth though. A lot of spotted bass are nice, but you need that head if you're gonna win on Hartwell.
That's right.
Dude knows what he's talking about right there.
Hog heads.
And they're mixed. They're on all these points. They're just, them largemouth are smart. They're educated. You got to time at the right time, whether it's they come up schooling or.
So Patrick already with a limit in the boat. Before we went live, the guys fished for about an hour before we kick on the NPFL live coverage. He's been getting after it there. Small limit in the boat already for our leader on Showdown Saturday, which is going to have him unofficially in the lead still, I'm going to say.
And it sounds like he's in a little bit better place mentally than what competition wants him, because he already has that limit that he thought he might not have. And
you can hear the confidence.
Oh, yeah.
And like I said, I alluded to it earlier. He just said.
That herring just swam underneath the boat. I saw the school with my eyes.
Yesterday afternoon was when he did his work, did his damage. He had 1 fish. He's already got 5 this morning. Things are changing. The high today is 82 degrees. They've had a couple warm nights in a row. The fish that are wrapping up their spawn are starting to join these other fish that are already out here on these herring spots. And I just think it's only going to get better for the guys focused on this right here. And from our leader, Patrick Walters, we're going to jump over to the California Kid, a guy that last year in our inaugural season, we had the pleasure of spending a lot of time in the boat with. He's a very talented young West Coast angler, California's Bryant Smith. Started the day in 5th place. I feel like at some point in our events last year, we had a camera on him at almost every single event. Top 10 in the Progressive Angler of the Year.
He was all up in the mix of things, man. All up in the mix. And just a cool cat. He just has that demeanor, that laid back, doesn't get shook.
I'll be very surprised if he doesn't get a win this year.
I agree.
In the league.
1,000,000%. And he's also one of the ones when a lot of folks found out he was coming to fish with us last year, our inaugural year. We got a lot of feedback about Bryant Smith, especially for the boys from out west, man. You better watch him. He's the one. And he has definitely been able to back
backed
that
it up for
Absolutely.
sure. Spent some time with him at Pickwick, spent some time with him at the Harris chain.
You know, I don't really have a plan. You know, just kind of a loose plan, I guess. You know, do some herring stuff in the morning, fish some flat points, hopefully get this fish to bite. It's not going to. That's like a 5-pounder. That sucks. That really sucks. That fish was hot on it too. I just ran out of, oh, there's a school of them. Do some herring stuff, try to catch one of those guys. That's not going so well. I got one 13-incher in the box. But I expected it to be tough, you know. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people out right now fishing, and a couple of my better points were covered up before I got to them, but just keep adjusting. That's the whole deal. Keep fishing fresh stuff. You know, I just keep trying to find new stuff every day, and kind of helps me for the next day. I found some bedfish yesterday we might go to in a little while once the sun gets up. Hopefully I can catch some of those. You know, continue to keep the points honest, keep these herring fish honest, and there should be a window where these fish bite. There has been every day so far. The first day, you could tell there was just activity at around 11 o'clock. You know, fish started busting, fish, you know, moving the bait, moving the herring up real shallow, and I started to catch them again, you know, from like 11:30 to 12:30. Yesterday I got a couple good bites around 12:30 again. So you gotta keep that herring stuff honest all day, because there's just little windows I've noticed where they bite. And if you're not fishing for them, you're not gonna catch them. I really want to catch that fish right there. It's like 5 pounds, and it would look really good in my live well. But unfortunately, if they know you're here, you're probably not gonna catch them. So we might have to come back to this one in a little bit. But yeah, just keep an open mind. That's the goal for the day. Keep an open mind and fish as hard as we can. We got a super long day, so hopefully we can put it together by the end of the day.
You must have a 5:30 check-in.
There's soft jerkbait. One more try out there.
If you're just joining us, welcome to NPFL Live, where we get to hear our guys basically refer to Lake Hartwell as SeaWorld all day long. Well, there's a 5, there's a 5, there's a 4, there's a 3. We've heard this from all of our guys.
And I've also learned too is that that shallow red clay is where the herring like to play.
No doubt about that.
That's what everybody seems to be targeting.
Bryant's going to make a move. We're going to see a lot of running gunning today, and we're going to do the same here in the NPFL Live. And we're going to jump over with day 1 leader, Brandon Perkins, currently in 2nd place, and a tie for 2nd with Mike Corbishly, Tennessee's Brandon Perkins.
We on. Copy. This morning has been a rough one. It's all good. I mean, I didn't get my starting deal, but I actually did get another one. There was a boat in a local tournament sitting on the 2nd spot I went to, and I went around the corner and they eventually left it. I caught 2 on top, 2 solid ones, but they were both hybrids. You know, kind that'll scare you to death, like you got a big one on. It's been a slow morning. I'm still good. I mean, I got till dang 5:30 this afternoon, so I'm good. Just you know, I talked about it on stage yesterday. It feels good to start out with 5. You know, even if they're not any that you really want to weigh in, then I'm only, you know, if I got 5 pound and a half, 2 pounders, and I catch 3 of those big ones later in the day, then all of a sudden I'm, you know, where I need to be. Day 1, I caught a lot of fish. Yesterday was a little bit slower. Quality was still solid, but you know, it's going to be a grind. There's local tournaments all over the place today. It's a Saturday, April, on a good fishery, so it is what it is. Everybody's going to have to deal with it, and I'm used to it. We fish pretty crowded at Pickwick, so I just got to make the right decisions, try to figure out what the deal is going to be today. It's been a little bit different each day, but we're good. I'm optimistic still. I mean, like I said, I don't know that I weighed in a bass that I caught early yesterday, so I'm not overly concerned right now. So we're going to keep grinding away and see what we can come up with.
Talking about the wind picking up maybe this afternoon, is that going to be an advantage for you, Phil?
Man, I really think so. The wind was my friend in practice. Not had it the first 2 days, and it's kind of made me change. It's kind of made me fish a little bit different, different techniques. I know I'm around some big ones. Found some decent stuff in practice. It's just, I hope that wind turns them on. Typically, you know, I've never fished Hartwell, but typically when it starts blowing, them fish will get active. I mean, they want to feed. They'll get the hair in their shad or something pushed up on top of these deals, and then they can't see as well. This water's so clean. My opinion, the wind just kind of breaks it up, hides you a little bit from them. Like, I've seen most of the big fish I've caught this week, I've seen before I caught them, and in practice I didn't see anything before I caught it because it was chopped up. So I don't know what's happening out here this morning. I did finally get, this is where I started yesterday, and I finally got it. Competitor left, so I got it, and they're not up top here, so I'm going to fire this Carolina rig around and see if I can't trick a 3 or 4 pound spot.
Perkins kind of working a 3-pronged approach. He's got a Carolina rig that's paid off for him. He weighed a big 4 pound spot on it on day 1. He's been sight fishing, not necessarily bedding fish, but using that mag draft, and he's been throwing a topwater some too. We've seen all 3 play for him the last couple of days. But one thing that, like a lot like Patrick Walters, he's had to put up with today. He ran into Worldwide Watson this morning there at the boat ramp at Green Pond, and we're going to check in with Worldwide and see what he got out of Mr. Perkins this morning at Green Pond Landing.
All right, we're going in day number 3, today's championship day. Brandon Perkins, imagine this. You're in contention again for the win. How's it feel?
Man, I'm, you know, thrilled to be in this situation. First time I've ever fished Lake Hartwell. Awesome fishery. I've been blessed this week. The good Lord's blessed me. I was able, the first morning we had a fog, serious fog, and I put in at a ramp just across the lake over here. Couldn't run, so I just sat down and started fishing, and I figured them out pretty quickly. Like, I think I just landed on top of some accidentally, but I've just rolled with it. I've been unfortunate. I had a fish care penalty yesterday that kind of cost me the lead going into today. I lost a big one on day 1. I feel good about today. I know there's some tournaments going out. There's a lot of pressure on some of the spots I'm fishing. I feel like I got enough stuff that if I keep an open mind and just fish loose, I've got till 5:30 this afternoon. We'll see how it goes.
All right, there you have it. Brandon's in the, look, you could have 3 trophies at the end of this day, correct? 3?
Nah, so I lost AOY last year. Heading into Grand Lake, that would have been the big gold shield. I won at Pickwick, came in second at Winnebago last year, so this will be trophy number 2, which would be fire. I know there's some hammers up in front of me and just behind me, so I'm gonna have to catch the biggest bag of the week, and it's definitely doable, and that's what we're shooting for today.
All right, we're gonna crown the champion tonight.
Of course, Brandon Perkins, our winner of stop number 4, and then came in really barely got beat at Lake Winnebago on stop number 5. Almost went back to back. Brandon Perkins certainly can get it done. And another guy we saw getting it done yesterday, Drew 6. That's a winning Ooh. Gonna hear a lot of this, guys.
That's a winning fish right there. I want to see it.
She's so big. Oh, she's coming back. Come on. Come on, baby. Oh my gosh, that's such a big fish.
If you enjoy sight fishing, you will enjoy watching Drew 6 today. Also,
spin.
Makes you feel like it's like the Masters a little bit.
Oh, we're gonna have fun today, boys.
That's what I want to hear.
Ohio angler Drew 6. Makes me feel like I'm at church. Showdown Saturday.
Hallelujah.
Told us after day one he's using a real finesse approach to bed fishing. Light line,
Really
6-pound line.
Think about a 6-pound line.
Like he's out here crappie fishing.
Man. But like I say, he is Ohio. If you're anywhere around Ohio River, you could do anything you can do to catch a fish.
Let me ask you this.
I'm listening.
Because we kind of talked down on the bed fishing yesterday.
She's gonna eat it.
Drew's obviously a great sight fisherman.
Oh my gosh.
Made a comeback yesterday.
So stressful.
With all the traffic on the lake today.
I will literally sit here all day for this fish. I don't care.
Live coverage, showing what's going on out there on those points. Does somebody like Drew sneak around and catch him 18 pounds off the bed today and take this thing home? While those herring guys are all out there tripping up over it. We've already heard tell of a couple of the leaders on top of each other this morning. Everybody's sharing water, even though if they didn't realize they were yesterday, maybe. A timing deal.
Dude, he told you he had 400 waypoints of bass on bids. He could probably.
And we heard yesterday after a guy saying new ones moving up.
We doubted him yesterday. Let's be honest. He was having a slow start. And we saw the quality he was catching, so rightfully so, we should be a little skeptical, but he proved us wrong. You know what I mean? He went out the second half of yesterday and cold straight cracked him, and that's why he's back on here today, man.
I believe we caught up with Drew right before he took off to go chase these sight fish down on Lake Hartwell. Let's check in with Drew 6.
NPFL angler Drew 6. Yesterday did some sight fishing again. Slow and steady, that's the name of the game. Today we're going to do probably fast and steady. We're going to do a lot of running, gunning. We're going to try it out and go double our bag size. If not, hey, third day, Championship Saturday, right? Let's go get it done.
See, right there, his plan was to go run a gun until he stumbled on this thing.
He said he'd sit here all day.
Hoghead, yeah, he's ready to.
Drew 1 pound, 10 ounces out of the lead. That's it, super tight. And yesterday, you know, we've got 5 cameras out on Lake Hartwell, and we had some anglers really making some noise on the leaderboard. And Drew was having a slow day. That's sight fishing. You're only going to get 5 or 6 bites. It's like going to the grocery store. We kept mentioning that. You go pick out what you want. That's the one you fish for. Sometimes it takes an hour. Sometimes it takes 5 minutes. You never know.
And Hartwell's a busy grocery store.
That's right. They're everywhere.
That's right.
They're everywhere. So,
and there's a lot of other people shopping the same stuff you're shopping.
That's exactly right. So at lunch yesterday, we made a decision. We moved the camera to another angler, Jesse Wise, that was just catching a lot of fish. And Drew in the afternoon said, yeah, you guys shouldn't have moved that camera because he got busy.
What's up, Chad?
So,
no, but these ones just moved in overnight, so.
Freshies.
Oh. Male picked it up. We don't want that male eating that fish.
Drew using a little Z-Man Streaks 3.75 inch little soft plastic jerk bait, floats, using it on a drop shot and on a swing head, wobble head style.
Oh. She's gonna eat it. We're gonna get this fish in.
And it's going to be a rodeo.
Oh boy.
Man, it sucks I gotta sit out in this deep freaking water. You want to see an angler get frustrated, this is the time to do it. I mean, she is just locked on, man. This should be an easy hit. Should be an easy, I mean, this will be my kicker. This will be my kicker fish today. And I'll sit here as long as it takes to get it. I don't know how big it is, but it's a big fish and she is just locked on, man. She's staring right at me. Just eat it. Come on, baby. I mean, that fish is so fresh.
How many people at home right now are saying, man, throw this or throw that or do this or do that?
This is the most locked on fish I've had all week.
When you can bump them like that and they're not moving, things are about to get sideways. Most of the time.
Oh my gosh!
Composure.
Repeat of yesterday.
You got this, Drew.
Again. I mean, look how big that fish is.
I'm not saying we don't trust you. We just want to see it.
And we know the big ones grow here. We saw a 612 weighed in yesterday by Chris Wisenat, leading that big bite challenge. That is one thing about us here at NPFL. We have that big bite challenge. So NPFL pays $1,000 for big fish, but if the anglers enter that big bite challenge,
Get a little closer to that bed because they're just.
that pays an extra $5.
Locked, man. That was a terrible move. Now I can't see shit.
Hey, it's a kid show.
Oh! She come off the bed and hit it, man. Her bed's in the back. She's fiddling with me.
I think he's throwing a little wobble head this morning, not a drop
bed.
shot.
Her bed's back here. God. Come on, baby. Now I'm getting frustrated and nervous and I got her to eat. Come on. Got her. Oh my gosh. Stay on, baby. Come on. Stay on.
Drew 6. Hooked up.
Giant.
Stay on.
Singing.
Please stay on.
6 pound test.
Please stay on. Oh my gosh. Come on, baby.
Boom!
Boom goes a dynamite.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we came here for. Watch the trim. That's what we came here for. That's what we needed, baby. Woo!
Go
6 on one of those.
You go, boy.
That's what we needed.
One of those big cat boom goes the dynamite.
Dude.
Big bite challenge contenders right there. Drew 6.
I got no freaking scale. Now I'm shaking.
Shook up like a maraca.
Woo! Boom.
Good job, Drew.
They get that? I hope they got that.
We got it, buddy. We got it.
We're
Don't
happy
worry.
for you, man.
We were waiting patiently. Drew 6, the Ohio Angler.
I got to put my fish in because I'll get summoned if I don't.
Yes, we will be on you, Drew.
A beat down Mount Way Live Tracker. We appreciate you, brother. And do the folks at home as well.
Well, we're going to let Drew get it sorted out. We're going to let him get it entered in the Way Live app, gather his composure, and we're going to check in with second place pro Mike Corbishly, who put on a show yesterday. First year angler here at the NPFL. North Carolina's Mike Corbishly.
Dude, my heart's still beating. 6-pound test. Have mercy.
Working a topwater program. We've seen him working some bed fish.
Yeah, Mike's a jack of all trades,
Yes,
right?
running and gunning.
He can do it.
Similar program to what Patrick Walters is utilizing.
Both Mike and Patrick phenomenal with their electronics, but it seems like electronics not playing a big role in this tournament. And they're still excelling.
About the only thing they're using them for
paddle
most of the
sticks.
time is waypoints.
Waypoints.
Marking where these big ones are swimming around.
Yeah, Mike had a friend of his riding around with him yesterday for half the day. A friend named Gary picked him up halfway through the day, caught him off the bed.
Yeah, we hope Mike gets to sight fish some spawning fish today because he tends to name them, gives all of them a friendly pet name, and we had a good time with that yesterday on
we did.
NPFL Live.
Great on camera, man. Great fisherman.
No action for you. Four of my first 5 stops had a local boat or a competitor on them that haven't had boats on them all week.
Going to hear a lot of that today.
'Tis the season.
So we just came over here.
The good thing about Lake Hartwell, it's big enough to get away from that. Right. Ooh, there he goes, hooked up. I was going to say Hartwell's got almost 1,000 miles of shoreline. Where Bobby's on your hole, you can go
Lots of
somewhere
nooks and crannies to get in
Yes, sir.
on Hartwell. Obviously hooked up. Small spotted bass looks like. One of those limit fillers.
That's right.
Number 2. Not very big, but it is number 2. Oh, I'm all wrapped up. Oh, feller.
Raise them up, baby.
That's right.
Raise them up. Hey, when you've got one in the box, every one of them over 12 inches looks good, right?
That's right.
On Showdown Saturday. We were able to catch up with Mike right before takeoff this morning, get his thoughts on his first Showdown Saturday in the top 5. Mike Corbishly.
What's it gonna take? What's it gonna take? Man, honestly, I think you'll be in the top 2 still if you catch 17 again today. But if you want to seal the deal, I think you need to catch 18, 19. I mean, at least it might have to catch 20. I mean, these guys are hammers. There's no doubt. So if you don't, I wouldn't feel good about myself unless if I have upper teens. And even then, I mean, anybody can come from behind. You know, a low 20s bag is possible. We haven't seen a 22-pound bag yet this week, and it's absolutely possible out here. So we will see. I think, like I said, I mean, I've been doing a little bit of practicing, so I'm gonna stick with my guns all day with my top water bite, and we're gonna give it all we got all day long. So hopefully it's enough.
It's pretty calm to be in the position he's in. First time here, NPFL, got a live camera for the second day in a row with a chance to win $50,000 in that shield. Mike Corbishly. It's going to be a fun day out there on Lake Hartwell. We'll be back right after these messages from our amazing sponsors that make all this possible. The National Professional Fishing League with more live action from Anderson, South Carolina.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to Anderson, South Carolina. Amazing Lake Hartwell on the Seneca Tougaloo Rivers. And Mike Corbishly. That appears to be Watson on the water. And imagine that, Fat Cat. He is sitting in the seat, not doing anything.
In the driver's seat. I'm sure he's got a can of Vienna's down there. He's slurping the can right now.
Probably on Tinder. Let's just be honest. He likes South Carolina ladies.
Like them Southern
a little behind the
belles.
scenes for you guys.
Well, I do declare, Mr. Watson, how do you do?
All right, give me a game plan from here on.
Game plan is we're gonna stick with this for a little while longer. I mean, like I said, I got till 5:30 to catch bass, so we're gonna keep throwing some top water and a hard swim bait. I just feel like if I'm gonna win, that's gonna be what it's on. I mean, like, yeah, I could probably, you know, like the first day I weighed a key fish on a big swim bait, and you know, yesterday I didn't weigh any on it, but I still think that'll play, like, no doubt. But if there is a way, you know, I feel like I can catch a 15+ pound bag doing what I'm doing with a hard swim bait in the top water. I could pick up that Senko and probably still catch 15 pounds too around some of this stuff, but I'm not gonna do that just yet. I feel like, again, I just feel like this is the way to win, you know. But I'm gonna stick with the points all day. I mean, what I'm hoping is that, like, the local pressure has been real bad today, but if I can work my way around that and everybody stops fishing it in the mornings after they think the topwater bite's over, and I mean, the fish aren't leaving, they're still there. I'll just keep fishing the same stuff and eventually should run into them. Like I said, yesterday I culled several times later in the day on some of this stuff, so I know it'll be good.
Long day for our top five. They get to weigh in last today. 5:30 p.m. check-in. So we slide up on that 9 o'clock hour. It is a lot of fishing time left on Lake Hartwell for our guys duking it out for the Shield today.
And for quite a few of our guys, that latter part of the day is where they capitalize. Patrick Walters being one of them.
I said I wasn't going to pick this Senko up, and here I am picking it up. But basically, I'm rotating between three things.
Second place tied up angler Mike Corbishly. Back over to our leader, Patrick Walters.
I was about to say, that's perfect timing.
I was like what?
Imagine that. Patrick Walters setting the hook on something on Lake Hartwell.
Familiar look if you've seen Patrick compete in the last couple of years. He visits the chiropractor a lot because he tends to stare at his forward-facing sonar more than anybody.
Definitely one of the most dialed in when it comes to electronics, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
I've noticed something about Walters compared to the other guys. Walters seems like he's concentrating more on shade.
Without a doubt.
Than the other guys. And one thing I learned about the heron bite. There we go.
Patrick Walters. Off to an early start.
There's a bunch of them down there. I was worried they were hybrids.
Good way to go to the hospital, Pat. Made me nervous.
One thing I learned it from Dustin Williamson. I think Walters may even touched on the round table, that the heron, the shaddock spawn at night.
That's right.
That's when you get the most activity. The darker it is, better off. That's why the early morning bite, that hour window, try to capitalize on.
On a bright sunny day like today with boats running around, yeah, they got a small window of time. That's why I think you see him in that shade trying to prolong it. A lot of guys the first day said it lasted almost 9 o'clock in the morning though, that actual herring spawn. And we're not in a full-blown herring spawn situation though. A lot of, talking to Patrick, talking to Justin Kimmel, talking to Brandon Perkins, they're seeing a few, but not the volume of herring that you normally see when it's just full bore herring spawn schooling going on. Just starting. And earlier in the week, that was something that everybody was really like, man, by Saturday, this deal's fixing to get hot.
And I still think we're going to see by the end of today. I don't know, man. It could be different conditions. The wind, the temperature.
You're Patrick Walters. These aren't the fish, obviously, that he brought to the scales yesterday, size-wise, but he had one fish at 2 o'clock yesterday. So to already be having to beam some early on Showdown Saturday, when you're a closer already.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm just thinking about, being behind him. Like, man, it's a good thing nobody else knows what he's doing right now, because it would really get in their head.
I'll say he's got 7 or 8 pounds so far this morning. I think he said he had 1 2-pounder, so we'll give him 7 this morning for 5, maybe a little more. Those spots are thick most of the time. There we go.
Do what? They just kind of moved across this little inlet. We're just kind of running some spots. Fishing a little slow right now. Waiting on that wind to kick up. The afternoon's been when I'm catching all my weight, so really just trying to get lucky. Catch a couple good ones early. Get as much weight built up in the kitty as we can. Because in the afternoon, I'm telling you, it's just, when that wind starts blowing, them suckers just start biting. And that's really what we're waiting on. So we're gonna run a couple more things down here, check some stuff. I'm actually gonna run some new water. Hadn't hit since practice. That I'm hoping is gonna pan out, because if they're there, whew. Just trying to nickel and dime right now. Get as much weight as we can. That first light schooling bite's kind of slowed down a little bit. So we'll pick the plug up. Actually, I haven't been catching them jerking lately, but they're down there on the bottom today for some reason.
All of you watching at home, you notice the cadence on that jerkbait. It changes a little bit on these herring legs, and it changes in this post-spawn. Not necessarily the cadence you would see in a early March, late February tournament. He's bringing it to the house, and these herring are real erratic. They never stop swimming.
Man, there's a lot of fish down there. Like, I'm telling you, I am surprised at how many glued on the bottom right there. I just had one smoke it. Oh, missed him again.
I'm nervous, big cat.
Dude, I'm watching. Dang. But listening to the guys there, you can't move your bait fast enough for those herring, as far as on a herring lake, because those fish, the bass are so dialed into those herring, like you said, being non-stop and darting.
They were coming unglued on that thing.
I said it yesterday, speed kills.
Yep, there it is.
Faster the better.
There it is.
He's a master at this.
My forearm and back hurt just watching.
And neck from looking at the live.
No. There's going to be a lot of action today between when we go off air until weigh-in. You figure weigh-in starts at 3:30. These boys will still be fishing until 5:30. I just think when the Weigh Live tracker cuts off today at 2 o'clock, that don't hold that to nothing, because I think
lots of fireworks that happen
mercy.
after we go off there.
And that weigh-in goes live at 3:30 at Green Pond Landing with Big Al McCullough. You're going to want to tune in and watch them boys bring them big bags of meat across that stage.
Fat Cat, we're getting word that we have our very first Watson on the Water update this morning. Of course, he caught up with the leaders there, but he is out on the lake. We saw him being lazy just a little bit ago over the shoulder there with Mike Corbishly. Let's check in with the skinny dog, James Worldwide Watson.
All right, day number 3, championship. We're going to crown a winner today. Look, the conditions haven't changed one bit on Lake Hartwell this week. Well, at least during the competition. It's calm as slick as glass out here. Look, the water temperature's still pushing about 69. We don't expect any much of a breeze at all. It will be a great day for those that are sight fishing. Easy to see fish, are super, super shallow. Man, somebody's going to catch a big one. It's going to really separate the field today. It's so tight up there in the top 10. Who knows who's going to win this thing, but the guy that manages and is fortunate enough to get that one extra big bite that he hasn't gotten the last couple of days probably could win this thing.
Could that be Drew 6? We saw Drew 6 kick us off with a bang.
It definitely could be Drew 6. Brandon Perkins has been quiet this morning, but Brandon Perkins is around those big ones.
You know, something to think about. We keep talking about the local pressure and the boat traffic. A lot of our guys have talked about it this morning, locals on their spots or other competitors on their spots. Well, as we get into those later hours, in my opinion, typically, you know, your local traffic, you'll start dying off about 1 or 2 o'clock. They got out there early, they're gonna get sunburnt, they're gonna get tired, wanna go get a sandwich. So these guys are gonna have the run of some of these spots later in the afternoon, maybe when those fish fire a little better than they are right now. So things are gonna go down before we wrap it up.
Right there, chasing a herring, right there, next to the boat.
Come on, man. Kadoosh.
We are off to a absolutely fantastic start here at Lake Hartwell Showdown Saturday, and it's been a fun morning. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights so far in our first hour of live coverage here. Anderson, South Carolina, Lake Hartwell. Stop number 2, the National Professional Fishing League. See a lot of this on Hartwell, a lot of walking baits.
Oh, no, we're not.
Mike Corbishly.
Got a fantastic tournament, been very informative. Great on camera, look.
Frogfish Saturday. Get that guy.
Been a lot of that going on this week. Everybody trying to get a piece of them herring and shad.
Locals trying to get in on the herring bite right there. Did you see him sneaking in there? I think Eddie Carper saved that guy this week. Right there. Got him back out there.
He's definitely doing some
Mike
time
Corbishly. And the story of the morning so far, Drew, I'm going to sight fish all day 6. Getting it started with a big this morning for us on NPFL Live off the bed. Said it was a new fish, and that was, you know, yesterday you and I were like, hey, the bedfish deal's going away. It's going away. What do we know? We don't know anything. Drew 6, hey, this is a new pair that just moved up, just caught a big one right there. Could be a difference maker down the stretch.
For me, man, it's me going down there. Like I said, I was at Hartwell for a few days this week before the tournament started for practice, and talking to a lot of the guys, a majority of the guys were saying the spawn was over. Only a few guys were saying, one more wave's coming in, one more wave's coming in. Brandon Perkins was one of those guys, and we see where he's sitting at. And Drew 6 has said it, and so they knew what they were talking about.
Yeah, we're clueless. They know what they're talking about.
And then you were thinking, like you were saying earlier, the herring spawn would have played a bigger role than what it actually has, but it hasn't fully started yet.
That's right. It's not full board. Next week, you know, could be
Isn't
incredible.
that the story of tournament bass fishing?
Yeah, should have been here yesterday. Should be here next week. But these fish on Lake Hartwell, if you keep up at all with what's going on, of course, Bassmaster Classic was here a month ago. There were fish on the bed during that event that Jason Christie won. Guys were sight fishing in that tournament. We're here over a month later. The spring's kind of been delayed, but there are still tons of bedding fish. We're just coming off the full moon in April. So it is a surprise for me, though, because it's so late in the spawn cycle that there are still big ones sliding up there. Just shows you that we don't know as much about the spawn as we think we do. So we saw a 612 yesterday that was caught sight fishing. We saw several in that upper 5 to lower 6 pound class yesterday come across the stage that guys were like, man, they just moved up. So no telling what could happen with a guy like Drew Six, who is dialed on the sight by 400 waypoints is what he told us. He's committed. He's not going to run around out there on those points. He's not worried about that at all. Patrick Walters weighed 2 big ones sight fishing yesterday. So I don't think Drew Six is out of this deal at all. And
catching that quality, around that quality, like you said, over 400 waypoints of bass on beds. Yeah, he's one you got to watch for.
Called a Fat Cat Newton game changer.
Absolutely, and rightfully so.
No doubt about it. We're going to take a look at our unofficial standings. We like to encourage strongly with headlocks our anglers to enter their estimated weights into our Weigh Live tracker presented by Beatdown Mounts. And we're going to get a look at that right now, unofficially official. And they will become officially official this afternoon in Green Pond. But Drew Six, the man we're talking about there, the sight fishing guru this week.
6 pound test.
Just
6 pound test.
Living dangerous out there on Lake Hartwell, but it's working for him. 3rd place coming into today. Top 5 the entire event. Now he's up on top unofficially. Patrick Walters right there in 2nd. Robbie Frazier, a new name to the top 10. Jumping up there this morning with a quick start. Wonder if he got on one of those herring bites. It certainly sounds like that could be possible. Josh Teed, a name we saw in the top 10.
Georgia boy.
That's right, shuffling in and out yesterday as well. Mike Corbishly. I don't think you're going to look at this at one time today and not see him in the top 10.
I agree.
Super dialed in. Jesse Wise, a name that jumped up in the top 10 yesterday, running a similar pattern as Walters, Perkins. We saw him doing some damage on a wacky worm, but sight fishing for fish that were just cruising wolfpack fish. So Jesse's certainly dangerous today. He jumped up 30 places yesterday to be right outside of our top 10 going into Showdown Saturday. Brandon Perkins, Richard Cooper, Bryant Smith, and the Crappie King,
Kevin Rogers.
your guy.
My guy.
Kevin Rogers.
He's my pick every year.
We've talked about him. Had a slower day yesterday. Fell out of our top 10. But Kevin, 12th place at Cumberland, off to a great start in that Progressive Angler of the Year race. Only one event in, but we're going to take a look at that right now. $25,000 going to the guy that puts this together, wins it after 6 events. This is our 2nd tournament, so things will start to take shape after this event. And, of course, the next event, we're halfway through the season, so we'll start to really know who's in the hunt after Watts Bar. But Taylor Watkins, of course, on top. He dropped a bomb on that Showdown Saturday. $50,000 shootout. Weather shortened event there. Only 1 day of fishing. So guys like Brandon Perkins laid an egg.
Dude.
Goose egg blank. We had several blanks there. So the year started off crazy.
Killed it. Killed him by 8 pounds. Cole Strait wrecked him. Yeah, he was. And that was his 2nd in a row. So Watkins is having a great year, and then AOI points, like it's
no doubt about it. Josh McDermott in 2nd, Jeff Dobson, Todd Go, Jesse Wise, a name we just talked about in our top 10 right now. Dale Prinky, Ryan Davidson, Craig Burwell, Jeff Barth, and Taylor Umlin. One thing I can assure you about this Progressive Angler of the Year, it's going to look a little different after this tournament.
Absolutely.
There are a lot of those names that have struggled this week. So even Taylor, Taylor had an uncharacteristic, it's been tough on him. He had a little bit better day yesterday, but Progressive AOI going to Watts Bar is going to look a lot different than that, to say the least.
I agree. No doubt about it. We're going to see some new faces in general to the NPFL. We're talking about names we're pronouncing and learning for the first time, honestly,
right.
on camera.
And we'll never get them right.
Never.
If there's anything we proved in our inaugural season,
Chapin,
we can ruin a name.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Not
quick.
on purpose, so don't get mad at us, but yeah, we're not very literate.
And there's one thing I can promise you right now, too, Fat Cat, is that people are tired of looking at our ugly mugs. They want to see more Lake Hartwell bass fishing action out there from Anderson, South Carolina. Let's jump back out to Drew Six, our unofficial leader. Drew working that sight fishing program.
out of everyone we've covered, he's the only one that we haven't seen do anything different. He has stuck to that spinning rod, throwing that little Z-Man streets.
He's got one program.
That's it, man. And it's working for him. Why break it?
Oh, he's getting a little irritated. He might know that we're fake, so we might have to back off for a little bit.
We mentioned this yesterday, but if you've kept up with professional bass fishing this year, it has been the year of weather delays, cancellations, wind, rain, flood, cold, and we're almost to May, and we're still dealing with that. Our own Worldwide Watson had gloves on yesterday out on the water. In the morning. Drew 6 this morning. Chamber of Commerce weather, birds singing. We're glad to see it finally.
Fish are pretty
in professional fishing.
I heard Drew getting a little cocky. He said, "Are we rolling?" He said, "Good, because it's about to go down."
He started his day with a big bite challenge contender. He's not worried about holding anything back today.
See, he would have ate that, but I picked up, I mean, these fish are so smart. Like, even if you got like a little piece of algae on them, they're just like, nah, I'm good. That's like, it's like.
Hooked up.
Got him.
Ooh,
there he
is. Drew 6.
Nice male. Nice strong fish too. Boom. In the mouth. There's an upgrade.
Already with a limit.
Boom, baby.
Man.
Drew started on some spotted bass, caught a fast limit.
Boat flipping with 6-pound test, giving me anxiety up in the studio.
So we got 2, we got 4 in there. Well, now we gotta start making some decisions, huh? I don't have a scale, so. Wasn't there one?
Get a good look at how clear this Lake Hartwell water is and that live well there. Little fella.
Yeah, he's about to self-call.
I don't know if he's in the side with that hog head that Drew caught earlier. He just wants out of there before he gets eaten.
Ain't no doubt.
You know, everyone's probably wondering why I don't use call tags. I think they add a lot of stress to the fish. And I'm not, man, such pretty fish.
Drew likes his fish stress-free. There's no doubt about that.
You know,
we're going to jump over to Brandon Perkins right now and let Drew play hide and seek with these fish a little bit more. Get back over to second place angler, the Tennessee pro, Brandon Perkins.
I got the bait humping going on.
Guy that knows how to win out here. I feel like this is going to be a familiar scene most of the day. See the boats in the background.
Absolutely.
Up for this morning, eh, Brandon?
Most definitely. I got one tiny one in the box. I just had them come up firing on me back there off that point, and I had a good one, missed my top water, I had a pretty good one pull off, like, 2 something. And then I caught that little bitty one. And I thought they were gonna get going for a minute. Not the case. We still got, 4 or 5 pounders wins. That's what we're rolling with. Mate, I can go back out here and possibly catch some 1, maybe 2 pound spots, but, and it's tempting to do, but in order for me to be able to win today, I don't, those can't be in my bag, so. We're on the prowl right now. I just found I say found, it's been there for a couple days, a big one that's just cruising. And there's another one. That one won't no part of it. That's a 4, but right up here, there's a 5 or 6 pounder that, look at that big one, that's a 4. But we're fixing to try to catch this big one. If not, we're gonna make a run down the lake. I just, I'm not liking what I'm seeing right now. There's a lot of pressure on all this stuff. And even though people may not be doing the exact deal that I'm doing, I know that they're getting pressured. Oh my gosh. Stay up there, please. Stay up there. Don't leave.
Maybe come back.
I know. Yeah.
I can change.
I don't want that. That's a great old
Let me holler at you, girl. Come on.
How you doing?
I didn't weigh anything in that big either day. I just rolled through there and she was not there. I really feel like they're just swimming around. Like I thought at the beginning they were like fry garters, bedders possibly. I don't know.
You're still seeing them just like yesterday, the day before. You're still seeing plenty of fish.
So the time's not quite right to get to where I can see. I mean, the sun's getting up higher now and we can see a little bit. I've not seen as many. Like right up here where the 6 pounder is. Yesterday there was like a school of them. That's one. No, that ain't a fish. There was definitely a school of them on this little point yesterday and the day before. And I just saw one a minute ago. To me, one's a little more difficult to trick. There's no competition there. If there's a couple of them, I can get them, I guess, kind of hyped up a little bit, maybe make them react to it. One, very difficult. So I'm still seeing some, but I'm not amped up about it right now. And I don't know what needs to happen. I really think it's the pressure. I mean, there's boats all over this stuff, and they're not necessarily doing the same exact deal, but they could spook them, push them off. No way. But I want this great old big one right here. Pretty serious. And I don't see it yet. What was that at? Okay, I hear you.
Good look at that mag draft swim bait. It's done so much of
Come on, man.
Perkins damage.
That's right.
And a couple big ones chased that
Big
thing
baby,
down
baby,
for us
big
yesterday.
Oh yeah, he put on a show with it yesterday.
We're going to take a quick break, check in with our amazing sponsors, and we'll see you back with more live action from Lake Hartwell in just a few minutes.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning, winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit themasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980. That's 42 years. ProGuide Lithium, power perfected. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Anderson, South Carolina, and Lake Hartwell. Brandon Perkins, Tennessee pro.
I pulled the plug on that.
Somebody that we know knows how to win
shallow
on the National Professional Fishing League. Want him.
Okay.
Perkins has really worked 2 or 3 different strategies, but he's throwing a Carolina rig, something we've seen him do a lot, especially on the Tennessee River. He's also throwing a topwater like we see here for fish that come up on herring. Keeps his head on a swivel, but then he's been sight fishing for cruising fish with a mag draft swim bait a lot of the week. Said he lost one and he estimated to be around 7 pounds the first day on his mag draft. Actually wrapped him up in a bush, broke his line, and his only mag draft swim bait that he had. Luckily the fish threw it and he saw it on the bottom. He was able to go up there and get the swim bait back. And that's what he's done most of his damage on, that one magic swim bait. And it's been beat up.
Yeah, it's had his guts beat out, literally. Busted the magnet out of it yesterday. And he's also doing something like when you hear about sight fishing, I'm sight fishing, you're just thinking strictly bait and fish, but a lot of these guys are just using their eyeballs to find them. He's fishing. What is the logic behind those big ones up there on shore? If they're not bedding, are they cruising? Like, break that down. Like, why do you think those big ones are so shallow right now?
I think they're waiting on those herring to get up there. You know, they know they do this for a living, right? have to eat to survive, and they're like, hey, when we get finished spawning, these herring are going to come swimming through here any day. So I think they're just recuperating. A lot of these fish he sees up there super shallow, I think they feel safe up there around some of that super shallow cover. Not necessarily a bunch of people up there casting at them a lot of times, so they're just, it's like a big buck after the rut. He wants to rest. These big females do the same thing, but you also, when that herring spawn's going on, you start to get bluegill spawning as well. They get up there shallow. So a lot of those post-spawn females, they like to get up there and hunt those bluegill as well. So I think they're definitely up there to eat, recuperate, and then slide back out to some deep water later as the summer starts to get here.
He's definitely around the right quality, without a doubt. What we saw yesterday was, have mercy.
There'll be a lot of that today.
Oh boy. And that's only going to, as the day progresses, we're going to see more of that.
Absolutely. From Perkins, we're going to check in with a little bit of Watson on the water. James, worldwide, he caught up with our unofficial leader, Drew 6, out on Lake Hartwell.
If that don't stir
Drew 6. Drew is full-blown search mode. I asked him, Drew, you got him found? No, he doesn't. He's got the troll motor high. He's fishing for him as he comes to him. He's found a few already this morning. He's just looking, and that's all you can do. He's got perfect, ideal conditions for it today. Slick, calm, back here in a protected pocket. It is blowing just a little bit today, more than it has been. So we'll see how he does the rest of the morning.
All right, appreciate James Worldwide Watson joining the team this week again.
I think I had to eat some more chocolate.
Being out there on the water, chasing these guys down, getting us the story. And there's back live with Drew 6. Looks like he's perched up on another one here.
Be a familiar sight.
Bait caster, you know. I think that light line is. Oh man. Yeah, he just turned. I mean, as soon as I went in there, I saw the mouth. I'm looking. I can't really see right now. The algae. It's starting to algae up a little bit. I'm looking. You know, if you cast behind it and he spins, typically he swatted it. And it. Oh man!
So listening to Watson, it sounds like
Did you get that on camera?
Sounds like Drew may have abandoned those or already run those waypoints and now is just taking it.
It's weird, man. I think
a lot of those fish left too. You know, we alluded to that yesterday. There are a few hooked up.
6 pound test.
This will help him. Drew having a morning.
That's all I think about. 6 pound test.
He's going to call her nice foul hook. Gosh darn it.
There you go.
Of course, all bedfish have to be hooked in the mouth, so that one's going to have to go back.
Well, Drew, man, teaching us a lesson, right?
That's right.
Take the camera off me, I'll show you.
The dude had it in his mouth, but what happens, they spit it so fast, is by the time you react to that fish, there's a female right there, so I'm going to try to go ahead and go after her and not foul hook it. That male's already back up there. You know,
if they bite once,
I'm kind of stupid. I need to back out because most time you can cast back in there and they'll eat it again.
If they ever bite once, their goose is cooked sometimes. I mean, you know, they come up and look at you eye to eye. You got to unhook them when you snag one, but Mike make him, he's like, oh, that's Drew again. Get that out of here. You might have to change.
I mean, it wasn't a huge upgrade, but I got one in there, man. It's got to go.
Looking at those fish he was chasing around in the back of the boat earlier, that fish would definitely have been an upgrade.
Absolutely.
I think we got the skinny dog there with him still.
Yeah.
The
What it sounds
background.
like. He's probably asking
That'll
for
mess your
snacks.
morning all up. Yeah. Hey, man, you got any potato chips? It's like Watson.
I was wondering, I was like, man, it's not a very big fish, but he's strong.
9:30, buddy. Why do you need Pop-Tarts again?
I didn't even hook him in the chin, man. I hooked him in the stomach. It's all right. He'll eat again.
We get them.
The wombat cam, boat to boat.
We're getting fancy up in here now.
Eric
We're going
Hands.
multi-angles. Yeah, wombat.
I'm only having to, I mean, I'm not having to work them that long, so I'm just waiting for them to roll back up on there.
That's an
Just sitting
athletic
right there.
stance with Drew 6 right there, isn't it?
It is.
He's ready to pounce.
He's cautious. He's
Cock
providing.
block.
He's slowly proceeding with caution this time.
Proceeding with caution. He knows that bait is poison to him there, you know.
That's it. That's all I've used, man. I mean, 8th. Yeah. I haven't, you know, I kind of told myself like, okay, do I need to adjust the weight a little bit? And then I'll catch the fish. It's like, maybe not. Now I have put the Jerk Z on a drop shot a couple times. If I'm on a deeper bed, I'll put a drop shot because the fish tend to suspend up a little bit to protect them beds. I do need that female though, right there. That would be a nicer call, but I wanted to get both of them.
From Drew 6 over to California's Bryant Smith, talented young angler. And we got to cover a lot last year. He's working a herring spawn. Looks like a little school in action this morning.
Oh, be a bass.
Okay.
Be a bass. Don't be a striper. It's a striper. Hybrid, whatever the heck they are.
It's not a bass, that's all he knows.
Dang it.
Well, not the right one.
It was
Trip to
too
the
good
hospital,
to be true.
the Anderson County Regional ER if you're not careful with those tribs.
Way too good to be true.
That is one thing, when you're fishing that herring spawn, a lot of competition out there, and I ain't talking about other anglers.
Well, we saw it with Mike Corbishly yesterday.
Be a hybrid.
Striper, 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 5-pound largemouth in the middle of them. So, got to keep them honest. You got to throw at them.
Well, that was exciting at least.
One of those Lake Hartwell shoal markers.
Rudely interrupted.
I think he was talking about us talking over him just now.
Probably. There's probably a lot of people talking about that.
It's not my fault.
These guys with their references, what are they doing? What are they talking about?
Really?
Call that look blue steel right there, buddy.
Yeah.
You don't want that. You don't want those
Not from Bryant
daggers.
Smith. There it is.
How do you come off? Are you kidding me?
Hooked up.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. Relax, relax, relax. Number 3.
3 for Bryant Smith.
Gladly take him.
He's got some bedfish stuff working, some dock fish, and then these offshore fish as well.
On a spinning rod. I want them to blow up on a topwater. Way cooler.
Yeah, I'd rather see it too, bud.
Like that one right there. That one. Just saying hi, I guess. Huh? Oh, hey, Bryant. Yep. Yeah, we're still here. Don't worry about it. Big jerks.
Tell them how you really feel, bud.
Giving you the fin.
Oh, you're just checking in. Just making sure you're still here, not biting your stuff. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That's when it gets
Oh,
personal.
you get a bite on a worm? Ha! Yeah, it's going to be the smallest one of us. We've been the youngest to bite. Oh, that's big one.
Really is how it works. They just taught us, you know?
Hunting too.
That's exactly right. All these critters out in the wild just showing us they're smarter than us with their tiny brains.
What do you think he's doing? You think he's entering his
He's
way
getting that
live?
way
tracker?
live. He says, hey, either that or he's texting you. We saw that a lot
Give me a
yesterday as
shout
well.
out. Them old beat down mounts, man, they're incentivizing that way live tracker.
That's right.
Which one of our anglers comes the closest to entering their weights at the end of the tournament, they're going to win a beat down mount. If you guys aren't familiar with beat down mounts, they are legit. Very unique. They're a pedestal mount, telescopic. And if you're a guy that uses your electronics a lot, beat down mount, you need to check it out. It's a good plug right there. I ought to get a pat on the back. They ought to send me a beat down mount for that.
I'd like to say you beat it down.
Thanks, buddy. You're probably going to catch a beat down for.
Got it going on, buddy. Glad to have you in studio this year. We're having a good time up here, living the life of luxury.
I'm surprised I haven't been kicked out yet. It's fun, man. Getting back to sit and watch these guys from this point of view.
Oh my God, look at the size of you.
Not about it. I sound like a broken record, but if you are just joining us, you hear these guys like, what are they talking about? There's just bass swimming everywhere. The water is so clear, they can see what's going on.
And it's shallow. It's deceiving too if you don't know like where they're fishing, what they're doing. If you're just looking, you see a bunch of open water, you're like, oh, they're fishing deep. Most of these guys are fishing flats, right? 5, 6 foot of water. 6 foot probably deep. Yeah, exactly. Most of the time you're seeing the bottom.
Those bass are out there waiting on the herring, and the herring aren't necessarily there on some of these spots, but they know their internal clock's telling them, hey, this is going to happen.
I cannot throw a smaller worm if I tried.
As the day progresses, the wind's going to pick up. Boat traffic's going to pick up. It's Saturday on beautiful Lake Hartwell there in Anderson, South Carolina. Everyone else is going to take full advantage of it. And it seems like, slower bite this morning.
All right.
Look, get mad, Brian.
We're not friends. It's not cool. Oh, boy, here we go again.
And then they came up school. They're ADD.
That's what he wants. He wants that top water.
Guarantee you it's not a spot.
Bryant came into the day 2.5 pounds back from Patrick Walters. We're going to get back over to Patty Walt. Check in with our leader here on Showdown Saturday. Got off to a quick start this morning, a small limit. Looks like he's moved to the bank. Caught a couple big betters yesterday. Said he's going to run some new water.
We've been on him a couple times already this morning. First time this morning, we're actually seeing the sunshine hit him.
That's right.
Hey, Patrick, give us an update. Tell us what's going on.
Do what now?
Give me an update. Tell me what's going on.
We finally got some sun, got a little breeze. I'm currently looking for some spawning fish. There's one right here as we speak. Just looking for some big fish. Try to get some kickers in the boat. There's another one back there. That's what I'm trying to find, some fish on bed. Running some main lake stuff. I hadn't even hit the stretch before. Just trying to get lucky, honestly. I mean, only way to find a big one is you just kind of cover new water, look every day. And if we run across one, we run across one.
One just blew up right there.
Chasing a brim. Really just kind of burning some bank right now looking. My bite's not going to get good till 12 or 1 o'clock. And so that's why we're just fishing right now. Just looking. A big 4 or 5 pounder on bed would be really nice. And it would go a long way, especially today. There's a lot of pressure on the water. A lot of these point fish are gonna kind of get broke up. So we're just mixing in everything today. We're gonna run upriver in a minute, go check some of that stuff, and then run back down. Just kind of, we're gonna go all the way down lake. It's just do some running and gunning, just try to burn some gas today. See if we can run into them.
You can definitely burn some gas on Lake Hartwell.
That's a fact. Plenty of water.
Almost 1,000 miles of shoreline, 50 miles from one end to the other.
Uh-oh.
Dang, I hit the freaking tree. Dang it. Doesn't look big. It's just chilling up there. Here's a little guy. He didn't move, that's for sure. That's one thing, in this clear water, they do look big from a distance. I'm gonna make one little pass. I saw a good one, about 3.5 pounds over there. Check that fish, run that point, and then we're gonna run up. Or check some of those points towards broils. Just kind of keep them honest today. That's the biggest thing. We've got a better start than we've had the last 2 days, which sounds crazy. So, and we might not catch them this afternoon, but hey, that's fishing. That's what we're just gonna try some new things.
Yeah, if I'm in second, third, fourth, fifth behind this guy, I'm glad I don't get to watch the live coverage and just hear how calm he is. Regardless of how the day shakes out, he's just confident, man.
Unbelievable. Until you spook him.
I mean, he's kind of flying by the seat of his pants. Like, I'm up here looking for some new batters. Need to find a couple big ones in my afternoon. Yeah, about 12 o'clock, it's going to get good.
Yeah, he's good. He's in the zone. Like I say, man, it's that composure. You see, it's the composure of champions. Most of the time, you see these guys, it takes a lot for them to get spun out.
That bush, I just got to find where he's sitting at.
At this point, Walters has no reason to get spun out. Final day Showdown Saturday. Got 5 in the live well already. Like you said, even if it doesn't upgrade, it's fishing. But we seriously doubt that's going to be an issue.
He's got a lot of juice on this lake. A lot of experience, different times of year. He'll make the right moves to keep himself in it.
And I think it seems like this time of the year is one of the most important times where that actually comes into play. Your knowledge of knowing how the herring work, what they're about to do, realizing what stage of spawn we're in. Just having that knowledge, very valuable. Knowing where to be at, expecting that next wave to come in.
But also, I will say, like, and Justin Kimmel, a local who started the day in 6th place, he was saying with the way this tournament worked out with so many fish being up and catchable, we saw that in the first day weights especially, he's like, man, the fishing's almost too good for my local knowledge to really benefit me. He's like, because everybody's going to catch them. And we're seeing that with Drew. He's never been here, Ohio angler. He's toe-to-toe with Patrick Walters and Justin Kimmel and Brandon Perkins that are throwing it out there, you know. So I think had we been here a week later with the herring spawn full board, man, these guys would have really, really put on a show with, okay, well, they do it on this point, this point, this point, this point, this point, because it just cuts down that learning curve so much.
And we saw what you're talking about as far as what Kimmel was talking about, how you could catch him anyway. The first day of the event, we had 112 limits.
Out of 116. That's just insane.
Incredible.
What we're trying to tell you is if you want to go catch a lot of bass in April,
go to Lake Hartwell, Anderson County, out of that Green Pond Landing one time. If you guys want any information about Lake Hartwell, Anderson County, go to visitanderson.com. You figure out anything you want to know about fishing around Lake Hartwell. Where to stay, where to eat, who to talk to, fishing guides, things of that nature. Might even get lucky and see our buddy Neil Paul
That's
Right
right.
down there around Green Pond Landing.
Looks like he's got
How
one
subtle he
located.
is, look. He's a big boy too. To be that agile, ease on down like that.
Patrick Short's give him a lot of range of movement. I've told him that a
He
lot.
can drop down and get the eagle on. Very flexible. That man's full grown too. He's wall to wall, treetop tall. When I stand beside Patrick Walters, I'm like, he's stout.
So typical Lake Hartwell. Hey, there's one on the bed. Hey, there might be one schooling on that point. Like, I mean, we've seen this so much this week. They came up right there in front of him while he was working one. He was sight fishing. We'll let Patrick figure it out there on that point, and we're going to figure it out with some sponsors here that make this all possible at the National Professional Fishing League. We'd like to thank each and every one of you for tuning in on Showdown Saturday. We got a long ways to go. And we will see you on the other side for more NPFL live action from Lake Hartwell.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to Anderson, South Carolina. Stop number 2, the National Professional Fishing League here. Second place angler, Mike Corbishly. Sharon, second place, coming into Showdown Saturday with Brandon Perkins.
Mike, what you working on?
Right now we're just mixing it up a little bit. I mean, slinging a mag draft around some of these laydowns, just to see if I can't catch a kicker real quick or just see something different. I had a bite on the first one I fished, so that's a good sign. There's still fish on those points. I just have not been able to get one to commit / put it in the boat. So still sitting with 2. But I got a long day today. I know I'm not the only one doing this. I mean, you know, Brandon's one of my buddies. We talked during practice at one point and both said, yeah, we're catching some fish on a mag draft. So, I mean, it's not too out of the question, you know. I mean, I talked to him this morning. He's like, yep, that's what I'm gonna do. And then I agreed with him. I mean, I caught several good ones doing this in practice, so I'm gonna probably mix it up a little bit. Throw this around, and I'll keep sticking with the points too. I mean, the fish are there. I just saw 2 4-pounders on the last one I fished. So, honestly, I wonder. I really think it's got a lot to do with the wind today. So I just need to figure out what bait I can catch them on. I'm hoping that the pressure dies. There's another boat. Hoping that the pressure dies down some on some of these places, because, and you know, I can go back to them and catch them here in a little bit. We're getting some clouds to set in, so that's really good. If we get a little chop on the water somewhere, I might go run around just to see if I can't find a little bit more wind. Go to a different area of the lake. But it looks pretty calm everywhere. So I don't know how much chasing is gonna do. So.
Mike Corbishly mixing it up on Showdown Saturday. We saw him do that on
But look at these
day
clouds.
2.
These clouds are saying, hey, you should be throwing topwater. That's what got you this far. And I'm with you. I need a sign. Need to get a real big one in the boat, because I mean, honestly, I just need to get some momentum going at this point. I mean, I know what to do. My coworker Jason Ranke called me last night. He said, just remember today, your own worst enemy is going to be you on that final day, and that's 100% true. I need to just get some momentum rolling and stick with it, and I know I'm going to catch them. It's just a matter of when and how. But look at this beautiful cloud cover. That is what you want to see, because it's slick calm and the fish are so shallow. They're getting way too good of a look at my bait. Way too good. This feels good right here though. I feel like I'm gonna catch one.
Mike Corbishly hoping for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch one.
Cloud cover to.
I've decided.
Make that topwater bite go for him a little bit this morning. We saw him get to work with that early yesterday with a 5-pounder right off the jump.
I was just playing around all morning, not trying.
Certainly eased his mind a little bit yesterday, made him fish more comfortable the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And the conditions we're seeing now, like the wind is definitely picking up, and we have cloud cover, more cloud cover today than we had all day yesterday, it seems like. Wasn't he singing again?
Eat the spook, please.
I don't know that he needs to sing. I'm going to be honest, Mike.
Really?
Yeah, he might. I don't know if he needs to bring it. I don't know.
Because you're a singer yourself, and it's more competition for you.
Oh, should just get crushed. Should get smoked. Could get smoked. I'm actually fishing all new water right now.
What if?
I just figured I'd try this. It looks about the same. So I'm fishing some new water, and first point I pulled up to, I see good ones on, and I'm like, okay, so it's still going on every point. Just a matter of how do I catch you, bass? And maybe it's a numbers game. Maybe I just run 472 points today and catch 5 bass.
Definitely got all day to do it, but a guy that's been...
But I did fill up my
shooting
gas
those-
tank today, so I can do that.
At
least that's positive.
He's been shooting fireworks all morning so far. Drew 6. And
Yes,
we're going to
sir.
catch back up with Drew. He's our unofficial leader. Jump back out to the Ohio angler. Doing his work on
I gotta
6 pound
get home
test.
and get some casting skill classes or something. All right, let's make her happen. She's got a big wobble. She might be an upgrade.
A big wobble. Maybe that's what we start calling big ones here. Wobblers.
Wobblers.
TNPFL. Everybody makes up their own
They
name.
waddle. Wobblers, waddlers.
You know, everybody's got to come up with a name for a bass.
Gonna be a big female.
It was hoghead yesterday for you.
Big
That
Belly
was-
Kelly, Hoghead, Guts Houlihan.
Shit.
Have we seen him do anything else other than throw that spinning rod out of bed? There he is.
Yep.
Well, 6 pound
Okay.
test, Bobby. Oh, it didn't break. It just come unbuttoned.
A small upgrade maybe for Drew.
Yeah, not a big loss. He'll be able to recoup.
We'll come back to that one.
Held his composure, took a deep breath. We went to the next one. Now, if that would have been as big as the other one, probably would have been a different story, right?
For sure.
Caught one earlier, folks. 5'10" off of a bid. Awesome fish catch.
That is not a good thing. It's not how I wanted this to go.
It's tense when you're fishing like this because you got to downsize your line. That's how he's getting his bites he feels from downsizing that line, being sneaky. But
This pocket is full.
it's that gamble too, right?
High risk, high reward.
There it is. Did you just make that up? That's pretty good. High risk, high reward. I have to remember that. That was good, man.
I read it in a meme
Yeah.
last night in a Watson post. That's how he lives his life. High risk, high reward.
Man.
High roller.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Available at fatcat.com.
Right.
Drew 6 had so many bass marked coming out of practice, but most of those have left. He's on the hunt for new fish.
You say, I want the number. The number was 400.
That's what he said. It's a lot.
That's a lot. And he told Watson this morning, not worried about him anymore. Like you said, they moved out, they're not there, or he's just found a different
Seems like the
concentration.
little area he's in, yeah, there's lots of betters. We've seen him set up on several. He got off to a quick limit with some spotted bass and got to work.
Man, I cannot
on the
believe
sight
that.
fish.
I mean, it was a pound upgrade. I mean, a pound's a pound. But jeez.
Got a fish over 5 pounds off the bed. Followed it up with the male. Nice fish. He's been calling some spotted bass. We've been saying it. I mean, when you get to sight fish, especially when they're on the bed, it's like an Easter egg hunt. Go around, try to pick out the one you like, go into the grocery store, and you just hope that you can find those 3+ pounders.
I mean, there's just so many fish in here
that make a difference. Drew found several of those on day one, had over 17 pounds. Yesterday came in a little lighter than that, but still very consistent to just be 1 pound and 10 ounces off the lead headed into Showdown Saturday with all sight fish, all on the same technique, same bait.
It was cool how we did it too, man. Had a slow start yesterday morning. And then we took the camera off the boat, put it on Jesse Wise's boat, and Drew 6 said, that's just what I needed.
That's right. Get a look back at some of our highlights here. Showdown Saturday, of course, Drew 6 shooting Roman candles this morning with these big bedding fish. Let's take a look now. Anderson, South Carolina, live action as these guys try to chase down that shield and $50,000. South Carolina fishery. Got it. Drew 6 right here, that one we're talking about.
Boom. Awesome fish catch. Awesome coverage.
Got him.
Boom.
Drew off to a great start. Bryant Smith.
He was out there sweet talking them this morning.
He was trying to. He's been having some conversations with us, Hartwell bass. Kind of like we saw Mike Corbishly do yesterday, but Corbishly hasn't been able to find any to talk to so far this morning. Off to a slow start. California's Bryant Smith mixing in some finesse, mixing in some topwater out on those offshore shoals.
Buddy.
Lake Hartwell. And in fact, it's a little slower this morning than we were expecting. A lot of our leaders already got limits in the box, not the meat that we've seen them bring across, but we want to point out that if you're just tuning in, you want to stick with us because this afternoon, these guys are predicting that's going to go down.
Yeah, and it's not just anybody. It's guys that actually know Hartwell, that have experience on Hartwell, that know why it's going to fire up. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can back that up. And when Patrick Walters is calm, cool, and collect and says, I'm not worried about it, he's like, the bite's coming later today, I believe him because, like we talked about, looking at the forecast, it's the proof's in the pudding. It's going to change. The wind yesterday was nice, calm, and slick. Starting out that way this morning. By noon, it's supposed to pick up to 6, 7, 8 miles an hour.
A little bit of a breeze. Not crazy, but enough.
Yeah, I guess it depends on where you're fishing, how you're fishing. But if wind does affect you in a bad way, this is a body of water. You can get out of that wind. But the wind's going to pick up. The boat pressure is going to pick up. And I don't know what the cloud cover's doing. It was supposed to be sunny and bright.
We saw 82 and sunny, and now we got a little haze in the air over there. We saw Mike Corbishly. He got kind of excited. I'm like, hey, buddy, I think that's going to burn off. It's a Chamber of Commerce weather day in Anderson County, South Carolina, to say the least. Patrick Walters already with a limit in the boat. Yesterday, 1 bass at 2 p.m. Then he did all of his damage. I mean, is he in the driver's seat? I mean, we got Drew 6 unofficial in the lead.
But what we're watching right now, 1,000,000%, Patrick Walters is in the driver's seat. Because Perkins' pattern, there wasn't that flurry this morning. He didn't get him in the box early. And we're seeing a different Perkins today. His tone's a little different.
He's frustrated.
More concerned. Absolutely. He's still around those fish, but just triggering that bite.
Sharing water with competitors, sharing water with local anglers. And we can't blame the local anglers for being out there today. Beautiful day, Lake Hartwell. Going to get out and try to get on some of those Hartwell spotted bass and largemouth bass. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Everything will become official when Big Al McCullough puts them on the scales at Green Pond starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time this afternoon. But right now, Drew 6 is the man of the morning, using that sight fishing program to hold on to that unofficial lead as we head into this 10 o'clock hour. Patrick Walters in second place. Jesse Millsaps. Somebody on stage yesterday that said, they're coming to me. I've got it figured out. He is a sight fishing hammer. We saw it last year. He thinks he found the fish to win. He mentioned that. He was right outside of our top 10 coming into Showdown Saturday. There you see him unofficially, already with a good limit. He's dangerous today.
Very dangerous.
George angler, familiar with Hartwell.
Dude, when I saw his confidence on stage yesterday, I was like, oh boy.
Because Jesse keeps to himself. He's not a, I wouldn't call him overly confident, kind of just
always the same demeanor, great human being.
Absolutely.
And yesterday's like, he had a little pep in his step.
Yes, he did.
I'm
He
like,
was tickled.
You better watch it, you know. And right there, we see it. Third place, Jesse Millsaps. Robbie Frazier off to a great start. Stays with Jesse Millsaps.
How about that?
Maybe they figured something out together yesterday. Robbie Frazier, Bryant Smith, Timmy Ream, somebody we spent a lot of time with last year in our first 6 events in that inaugural season. Mike Corbishly has dropped down there to 7th place. Josh Teat, Jesse Wise, and another Millsaps, Logan Millsaps, Jesse's son, rounding out that top 10. Do you think that Robbie, Jesse, and Logan are all doing the same thing?
Buddy, networking is key, right?
I guess so.
Have mercy. We've heard guys talk about it. We heard Corbishly talk about it. You know, him and Perkins are staying together. Look where they started at. We talked about Justin Kimmel, Patrick Walters. Kimmel just barely missed that top 5 today, sitting right out there in spot 6. So networking, huge key.
Well, and our guys aren't allowed to talk. They're not allowed to get local information. It's a no information trail, but you can talk to the other competitors. So you get a house full of buddies. You all work it out. As long as you can trust each other, it works out great. And it is so far for a lot of our guys in the top 10. We're going to jump back out on the lake right now with more live action from Lake Hartwell. And somebody's going to take home $50,000 in that amazing NPFL Shield this afternoon at Green Pond. Little boat to boat. Jesse Millsaps looks like.
There he is.
This is Jesse's wheelhouse, man. As we mentioned, we saw him, you follow last year, fishing for giants on the bed.
Also, Texarkana, right, Patman? He was a contention to win at Wright Patman, had a big wind shift and messed his spot up.
Little one.
No, it's a different one.
I'm curious to see how he's catching them, though. We covered him quite a bit last year. I did on the water, and watching him throw that swim jig. I'm not sure what he's doing here. Probably not a swim jig, but just watching him. You can tell a caliber of an angler by lure placement. When he can cast, he puts it where he wants it. You don't see him mess up when it comes to casting. Like we talked about earlier, mechanics. He's just that guy you got to watch out for.
Right, Jesse's cold up. He's got a balance beam on. He's that close on that fish. Not a real big help if it helps him at all. But over to the right-hand side of that dock, he's got a male and a female, and he thinks he can get that female fired up, and it'll be a huge upgrade. No gain for Jesse on that fish.
Proud to see Watson putting in some work.
That's right.
Earning those free packs of worms we give him here at the NPFL.
Don't do what I did one time, throw both of them back. I did.
I bet James got upset when he did that, you think?
Oh, yeah.
He tends to hold his composure, though.
Oh, very well, yeah. He's cold as ice.
He's got the story off camera right now. I'm sure it's really interesting. Probably want to talk over it because who knows where he's going to go with it. Probably doesn't realize the mic is still hot. He's going to say some things. He's probably going to get us all shut down and canceled. So
sometimes I don't know when I'm live.
James Watson, everybody. Jesse Millsaps working some betters, and we're going to get back out to the California kid, Bryant Smith. Still working the main lake program. Still working the community program as well. You can see in the background lots of
He's about to get out.
And he said, hey, what, live? You guys want to go live? I'm gonna run and gun a little bit.
Was that a different side of him we saw this morning? Because he's always real stoic, calm, but he was joking around, talking.
Oh, the times we've gotten to cover, and we've spent several hours in the boat, he's funny. Yeah, he likes to come when he gets relaxed a little bit. Bryant Smith gonna make a little move. These guys tend to not let any moss grow in between their feet and the hot foot in these bass boats this week in Lake Hartwell. It's just the name of the game with the herring. Back over to Perkins. Well, Bryant runs down the lake.
The biggest spot or the biggest largemouth on this ball right here should come up and eat this.
It's interesting to me some of the difference we see in where Jesse Millsaps is at. It looks like it's bright, sunny, and get Perkins. You got that broken cloud cover.
Get right. Let's go.
That just shows how big this lake is, right?
Yeah, these guys are spread out.
No questions asked. Should happen. First clouds of the day, they start swimming and eating.
Brandon Perkins, our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, to the last minute of the final event last year. Had a mechanical issue on the way in that cost him the Golden Shield. Keith Carson was able to catch him on that final day and take that lead and win the Progressive Angler of the Year.
And that was a tournament, too. We had that bad thunderstorm roll through.
I'm packing it up. Unless something crazy starts going on.
It was a roller coaster of emotions for him last year. You know, winning at home, on Pickwick, phenomenal weigh-in, huge crowd, everybody there cheering him on. I mean, it was ups and downs, and like you say, thought he was going to win Progressive AOY and had those issues.
Loses in the last second at Winnebago, holds the lead all the way through the weigh-in.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Buck Mallory bumped him right there at the end.
What the crap is happening here?
And unfortunately for Brandon, you can tell he's frustrated this morning. It's not going like he wants it to on the final day. So far, a lot of fishing time left.
All right, let's roll.
Here we go.
Just going to make a little run, and we're going to take a little run. Check out these fine sponsors that make it all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in. We'll see you on the other side with more live action from Anderson, South Carolina.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning, through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980. That's 42 years. Pro Guide Lithium, power perfected. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local Pro Guide dealer.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Lake Hartwell. Patrick Walters, our leader coming into Showdown Saturday.
Ooh. That'll stop your heart. It's a decent one. Come up.
Patrick made a huge charge to take over the lead yesterday, the biggest bag of the event. 19 pounds, 6 ounces. After weighing 14.8 on day 1.
Little guy just chased it.
And said he had the opportunities for that size bag on day 1. Just
they were hard to get to bite, but
some of the post-spawn fish not taking the bait as good as he wanted them to.
He might winch the fluke today now. I'd not be against that.
Patrick weighed 2 big bed fish yesterday. We've seen him kind of bounce in and out of some pockets this morning looking for some new spawners, but mainly working the herring program and waiting on the afternoon. After lunch is really when he's done his damage both days. Had a huge opportunity the first day to maybe slam the door on it. But I feel like so many of our guys have that we've talked to. There's been a lot of lost fish. That's just typical post-spawn.
Here's the deal, you have to capitalize, and he even said himself he didn't capitalize day 1, so the same thing could happen day 3. Just because he's around him doesn't mean you'll get him in the boat.
We saw that with Brandon Perkins yesterday.
Absolutely.
Loud. Giants around.
You know, but I've heard you say, we've talked a bunch about this with Walters coming into this over the past few days. He's a closer. You said that's what he does. He's known to be a closer. Knowing what he has to do, not getting rattled, staying with it. Started off great. He's got his limit already, which is unlike yesterday.
Trying to chase down his first ever NPFL Shield. He joined us in year 2. something we are accustomed to seeing Patrick doing. You're seeing him do it here, using his forward-facing sonar, stares at it all day. You can see him right there. And some folks that we work with, we're very fortunate to get to work with here at the National Professional Fishing League, are forward-facing sonar experts, and that's the Bass Tank. And John Hookup Soakup, one of the owners, is a 2-time winner out here with the league. And we're going to check in with Hookup Soakup himself and let him tell you a little bit about the Bass Tank.
Hey
everyone, John Soakup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing, is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Thank the folks from the Bass Tank for being a part of the league. Back out to the leader coming into Showdown Saturday, Mr. Patrick Walters.
There's a big one right there. She's on this stick right here. I'm gonna see if she's gonna come back to it.
It's like a little bit of wind right there where he's at, maybe.
It's coming, man.
She's just sitting right there.
It's 10:30 on Lake Hartwell right now. Like I said, by noon, the wind is supposed to be up to 8 miles an hour. Looks like that cloud cover's there to stay, too. At least where Walters is at.
Walter's our leader coming into today, but not by much. Only 6 ounces over Tennessee Pro Brandon Perkins and North Carolina Pro Mike Corbishly. But we're going to check back in with Brandon Perkins, right now winner of stop number 4 last year on the league, Pickwick Lake. Having a slower morning.
Absolutely.
Than what he's had the last 2 days.
Spots here, but I caught a 3-pounder in practice, and I caught 3-pounder on day 1.
Back on his Carolina rig game, looks like.
3 minutes.
That's when he caught his 4-pound spot on day 1. It was that Carolina rig.
crap am I hitting? Should be able to catch a few spots here anyway.
This is something we haven't seen much of. Not a lot of guys out there dragging, maybe flipping into a bid or something like that, but
Perkins with a solid spotted bass right there.
that rod bowed up. I was like, oh no.
Big hammers today. I don't know how it weighed 1.5, but it did. No clue. I would have guessed 4 ounces, but man, them spots fight. Fight. When I first stuck it, I didn't think it was gonna be that little.
Them spot there, they hit it like a freight train, don't they?
Hi, hooking my finger.
Let's not do that Showdown Saturday, okay?
Yeah. Hi. Karate singing there.
Makes you hit the falsetto right there.
Love some Prince, I think, maybe. That falsetto.
It did sound like a little red Corvette right there for a second.
Get us started up in here.
Yeah, these out here on the Carolina rig, they've all been babies. But up there with that top water, we might can catch a good one. I'm sure they've already been beat on pretty good.
Perkins started the day in second. A little slow morning for him so far, but somebody that's not having a slow morning at all, Ohio's Drew 6. We're going to jump back over to Drew, who's working that sight fish program to perfection so far to keep himself in contention here on Showdown Saturday.
He's definitely been fun to watch this morning. We've seen some action out of him. We said it earlier and watched him catch a 5'10" off a bid.
So wide. Are you live?
He's bed fishing with a finesse spinning setup, a 6-pound test.
And this will be a solid upgrade for us. Man.
Drew 6 using a Z-Man Streaks 375. Little soft plastic jerk bait. Floats. Using on a wobble head. Interesting setup. He was telling me about it after day one. I said, well, we won't talk about it on live until day 3. He goes, you can tell everybody about it. Nobody's going to use this.
Well, you
unique
guys
setup.
You see how well it's working. If you guys want to check them out, if you guys don't already have any Z-Man Streaks, you can get them at fishermancentral.com, along with any other high-quality bass fishing products. Fishermancentral.com is where you go.
Is that where they go to get Fat Cat Newton Amish
made swim baits from Japan?
Is that where that happens?
That is.
Okay, Fisherman Central. We appreciate the folks from Fisherman Central supporting the league. And for carrying that Fat Cat Newton Signature Series tackle up there.
We're going to get a good taste of them because we're going to go up and
that Z-Man streaks showing out.
Yes. Good job, Drew. I guarantee you that's where he bought his from. He's a Fisherman Central.
We'll give it a try.
Aficionado.
Little upgrade for him, looks like.
Yeah, man.
We got another one in there.
He's just having a morning, man.
He is, man. He's dialed in.
Calm, cool, collected, easing around. There's one, throws over there, catches it, loses it, whatever. Like we've seen him lose a couple, catch several.
Like I said, he's been fun to watch this morning. No call tags. Had a good conversation about that earlier.
Likes chasing them down every time.
He just
everybody's got their system.
He pulled a socket set out, had to take the passenger seat out, and he's got him putting that back in before he caught that one. Back in action though.
Small.
He's on it though, man. Like I say, you said, I'm gonna keep saying it, I'm being redundant. It is what it is, but 400 waypoints. Told Watson this morning he scratched him. He's on to something else. He's in a.
And I think he had to make that adjustment yesterday because so many of those fish were gone after day one.
Sun's peeking out. That's what you want when you're sight fishing, right?
You know, you've got 116
that female, man.
NPFL anglers out here on the water, so I don't care how many of them you mark. We saw a ton of fish get weighed in. You're sharing fish with a lot of different anglers. They're taking them to Green Pond.
Day one, 116 anglers fished. 112 of those anglers had 5 fish limits. So yeah.
Drew's working a pair. Looks like he caught the male first, and he's going to work on the female. While he does that, we're going to work our way over to Watson on the water. James Worldwide Watson for a little update from out there on Lake Hartwell. Check in with Worldwide.
Hey, guys, back there in the studio, Puke and Tiny Feline.
I've
got a tad bit of history about Lake Hartwell. Hartwell, the name Hartwell, is derived from the medieval times, and it stood for many shoals. And not many like Tiny Feline, but many like multiple shoals in one lake, and that's where they got the word Hartwell from. Check this out. Look at all them shoals. Lots and lots of them. So there you go. Hartwell stands for many shoals.
Look at that.
Here's the
Watson
thing.
bringing the nuggets.
That's an A+.
Here's the thing. Back to Mike Corbishly.
That's a big one.
I'm going to have to Google that.
Medieval times.
He's going to medieval times on us.
Be funny.
James Watson, everybody.
Hey, man.
Bringing the heat. There are lots of shoals on Hartwell.
Well, you figure if you look at it, it's 1,000 miles of shoreline. It's known for its shoals. But the whole the whole name calling thing, me and Worldwide are going to have
Tiny
to talk.
Feline.
Yeah. I'm going to get him a hat made. Instead of saying Worldwide, the hat's going to say Wide Load. All right?
Yeah, as you go from being Fat Cat to Skinny Cat, Watson.
Update. We've
Wide
changed
Load Watson.
gears. For a little bit anyways. I'm slinging a little swim bait around, some bridge pilings, just trying to catch a limit, try to fill a limit. And if I haven't been kicked in the teeth yet today, just had a guy show me about an 8-pounder on a stringer off the bank. So,
oh no,
love that.
It's you know, there's a couple around, I guess. I know there's fish here. It's just yeah, I'm trying to fill my limit. I'll fish a lot better with a lot cleaner with a clear head with a 5 in the boat. Always do. So I'll try to catch a few real quick. I'm only gonna do this for a minute. And then
Bobby.
Bobby! And then
that's a party.
We'll go back to what we were doing. I've been seeing fish all day, so I know I'm still around them. I'm just hoping, it's just a matter of timing, I think.
You know there's some Cheez-Its on that boat.
boat pressure's been pretty tough on me. But that's not an excuse. I guarantee you guys are catching them right now. Guarantee it. No doubt in my mind. They're always biting somewhere on a spotted bass lake. And I've seen the fish. So I just got to make the adjustments, and I just haven't figured out what that is just yet. I call it a spotted bass lake. I mean, there's big largemouth in here too, but they're always biting somewhere.
Luke, you agree with that?
Yes. And not just spotted bass lakes in general. Every tournament day, no matter how it's going in your boat, unless you're just blowing it away, most likely, when you feel like it's tough, still, somebody's getting bit. Somebody's figuring it out. Too many great anglers out there out of 116 guys. Somebody's going to be figuring it out. 20 of them are going to, it's the law of averages at some point, right? Like a lake this good, yes, it feels like the world's falling apart around you. There's a lot of boat traffic, but you see a guy like Drew 60, he's like, hey, I hadn't seen a boat all day. He's having a great day. So it happens at all. And, you know, we're fortunate to get to stare at so many different cameras. We see all the behind the scenes going on. And it is different depending on the part of the lake you're in. And these guys are in one of the more popular areas of the lake, so a lot more local fishermen, a lot more pleasure boating.
Well, you got guys that have access to the shoreline. They can catch 8-pounders and put them on a stringer.
That's right. So. Interesting. So hate it for Mike that it's going that way this morning. He did a lot of his damage in the afternoon yesterday as well, just like Perkins. So
we will get there. What's probably going to happen is right about 2 o'clock when y'all stop the live feed, that's when I'll catch them, which is all right. I like to add some suspense for the weigh-in, you know, catch them all late in the day.
I mean, we'd like for you to catch a few, Mike.
At home in tournaments for literally not catching fish till the last hour. Anybody who I've ever fished with will tell you that. I usually don't catch fish in the morning, so we'll just pretend like we're at home today and catch them in the afternoons. I don't know though, because that morning bite's been so good to me, man. I just don't know. I'm not spinning out yet. I'm just trying to put the pieces together still. Got a little bit of work to do.
You're not singing to Gary yet. You gotta go find him another Gary.
That's right.
Seeing some herring, seeing some fish on these pilings.
But what he's talking about is true. That late bite is going to play a huge role today.
Not like they were.
Steadily changing.
I mean, there was a bunch of fish on these pilings the other day. They're not really that many today, but there's a few.
From Corbishly, who started the day tied for second, to a man that's sliding up that unofficial leaderboard, Jesse Millsaps, the Georgia pro. Got a little boat-to-boat action from Worldwide himself and the Wombat out there.
He's perched up there.
You want to talk at all, James? But if you want to, we're going to be live in a second.
You're live, Worldwide. Come on, don't let us down. Jesse definitely.
Watching that rod tip, he's just trying to agitate it. Oh, that was a good one. Ooh. My goodness. How big was that, Luke?
It's 3+.
That one hurt.
3+, a long ways away from the camera.
It was stretched out. When it came out of the water, it was stretched.
Was a good fish.
It wasn't no dink. But Jesse's that guy that keeps his composure.
And you know, we were just with Jesse not long ago. He didn't spend a lot of time on that fish.
No.
It's not like
more time than people think.
I would run James out of there. He'll most likely catch it. Might take him a little while.
Man, Last year at Eufaula, watching them work that one.
Oh, yeah.
Just sitting up high out here.
Jesse Millsaps. Climbing the leaderboard here early on Showdown Saturday.
This whole crew is climbing the leaderboard.
That's
Dude,
right.
Him, his
Jesse
son, Logan
been
Millsap.
planted on this fish for a good 10 minutes or so. Finally got her to snap. He had to change colors. It wasn't reacting to his white bait. He changed to look like a green pumpkin. Got her to bite. Had her in. She jumps, throws the stuff. Heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. All you can hope for is that fish goes right back up there, settles down for a moment, turns around, looks the other direction, and you flip it at her again and see if she'll eat. It's not impossible to catch that fish after you lose them, but it's heartbreaking to put that effort in and to lose that fish.
Bass tank breakdown right there from Watson, and any of you at home, if you're a sight fisherman, you know what he's talking about. They bite once. Most of the time they will bite again. There are exceptions to the rule, but once you get them fired up and you can see that attitude of the fish shows you they are actually willing to bite a bait. I've actually broken my line and came back a little bit later, able to catch the fish and get my hook back and everything. You know, it definitely happens. They get so protective when they're up on the nest. Good stuff from Watson there. Jesse Millsaps, a bass tank breakdown.
All right.
A lot of sight fishing
Jesse
going on.
posted up on this nice fish and couldn't get it to react to his white bait. He changed colors and immediately got that fish to eat. He says it's in a dark spot in that green, mossy looking grass. Can't really see it real super good. Had it hooked, had her to the top. She comes up, she jumps, she throws it. That is heartbreaking nonetheless. But there is a chance he can catch that fish again and actually catch this fish if she goes back up there and plants.
That's something I think people, if they don't sight fish a lot, don't realize in these sight fishing tournaments. Like, oh, that's easy. You see social media comments, right? Oh, it's bed and fish tournament. That's not hard. I think it takes an enormous amount of skill.
And there are many different techniques these guys use to catch these spawners. We all have, like you say, Jesse started out throwing that white. That's something we've seen a lot, just so you know where your bait is on that bed, trying to get it in that sweet spot. It's easier for the angler, but that fish normally wants more of that natural forage, especially if they're a little finicky. Sometimes they're just in the mood. They want the smoke. They're going to eat whatever comes to that bed. But them big girls, they might be a little bit pickier sometimes, like we just saw with Millsap. But most anglers would have kept throwing that white one. You know, you learn the hard way sometimes. Jesse's a veteran, so he knew if he changed up from that white over to that more of a natural forage color, he would get that reaction that he wanted. He got it, just wasn't able to capitalize.
I like to have a sandwich.
Listen, me too,
How many more sandwiches do we got?
I don't know, I want a sandwich too. James Watson, like myself, always thinking about food. Jesse's just staying right back on her. Seems like she moved back up. That's one thing he's dealing with differently today than probably the rest of the week, that cloud cover. Yesterday it was sunny, high bluebird skies. Those clouds have moved in, and those guys that were really whacking them sight fishing, other than Drew 6, might have good, those windows today, right? Because we've seen that sun come in, come out.
I don't mind an overcast day for sight fishing,
well,
especially in water this clear.
Yeah.
Just from the, like, sometimes the glare can really, on a real bright day, can actually hurt you a little bit. I mean, perfect conditions are slick, sunny, right? But I don't mind overcast because you don't have to worry about your shadow as much. You know, getting illuminated by the fish. You know, they'll spot you up there sometimes. Get the sun at your back, you get in a bad spot, cast a shadow on the bed. Get a little spooky sometimes.
Ah, there you go. I like to go bed fishing right 11, 12 o'clock at night. I like to get out there when it's pitch black, no moon. I'm just ready to see Jesse just get some redemption. But Jesse's one of those guys that has moved up. They found it out. Himself, Robbie Frazier, his son, Logan Millsaps. They've all creeped their way up to that top 10. Curious to know if Robbie and Logan are doing similar things. Concentrating on these bedding fish. Coming into the event, we thought the bedding phase was dying out. When you talk to some of the anglers this week, they said, nah, we got one more phase coming in. Brandon Perkins being one of those guys. And I think that's what made Jesse Millsaps so tickled yesterday on stage. He said he had found this yesterday.
While Jesse's fish settles down that he just lost, hopefully we get to see him catch that here in a little bit. We're going to take a look at these fine sponsors that we have that make all this possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. And when we come back, we'll catch up with Jesse and the rest of the crew here on Showdown Saturday.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Oh, is that a brush ball? That's them. Look at this stump.
Tell me what's going on here, Patrick.
We're just beating away, running, gunning some points real quick. Just trying to get some aggressive bites before we're gonna head up first and go check some stuff up the Seneca River, and then we're gonna run back down towards Lightwood and stuff. Just kind of, we're out of the boats right now. We're on some points they really hadn't been on, but you know they're gonna show up on, because those first couple fish that show up on these herring spawn points are typically the good ones, and there's just been a lot of fish. The other ones have been getting beat up pretty good. Here it comes. Come on, commit to it.
Some good stuff from Walters there, breaking down the herring spawn, the points. He's saying when these fish first get up here, only the bigger ones, and they tend to be more aggressive.
Yeah, that's the limit, so we don't have to worry about catching them. We really just got to catch big ones now. So that's where we're gonna run some different stuff and just really kind of try to target the bigger fish and not fish with, here they come. Oh God, they're going for it.
Patrick is a master with this forward-facing sonar.
I was getting tense right there when he said, oh, they're coming for it.
I feel like when he tells you one's coming for it, fixing a bite, normally he sets the hook.
Oh yeah, I'm listening. When he talks, I listen. When it comes to electronics and catching fish in general.
Of course, Patrick, our day 2 leader, headed into Showdown Saturday. We'll take a look at the guy that's the unofficial leader so far here on this final day. Ohio's Drew 6. Drew has worked an all sight fish program, all bedding fish program to make it this far, stay in the mix. Came into today pound and 10 ounces behind Patrick Walters.
For me, it gives me anxiety out there bed fishing for good bedders with a 6-pound test.
Drew kicked off the show this morning with a fish over 5 pounds.
In that Way Live tracker, he put it in as 5'10".
That's twice now that I've had it. I'm gonna work a drop shot on her bed, get above her eggs.
I like that.
I gotta find her again. I lost her. I can't see without. There she is.
Hooked up.
There we go. Easy does it, baby. Easy does it. Easy does it. Easy does it. There we go. In the mouth, thank you. We worked for it for a while, but we got her in, baby.
Big upgrade for Drew.
Oh boy.
Yet another upgrade.
Man.
Drew caught a limit of spotted bass quick this morning. He is steadily upgrading with these sight fish.
Don't worry, you can go. Easy does it. That's what we're talking about, baby.
Good upgrade.
Whew. I don't know if I want to go in there, huh? We need to check our fish. 1, 2.
Of course, 5 bass all of these guys are allowed to bring in to Green Pond.
Shoot. I don't know if that's my smallest fish.
You're not allowed to make a cast until you cull. Can't ride around with 6 in the box.
What do we got going on here? Crack. Oh, don't you do that.
Drew doesn't like using cull tags. He likes chasing his fish down in the boat there. We've seen that.
Whatever he's doing is
good,
working.
That's right.
He's on top
it's
of
a
that
good problem
leaderboard.
to have.
That's right.
For Drew this morning. Back over to Brandon Perkins, the Tennessee Pro.
Tom Green up there. He's trying to get some of them herring and shad himself.
See Perkins, he's in a little different area. He's changing things up.
Yeah.
Trying to make some adjustments for
A
sure.
little more traffic out there today.
What you call it? I seen pure water.
Is Perkins out there dropping bars?
I don't know what he's doing right now.
Like a little,
trying to get his head right.
trying to not get ran over by the flotilla right now.
Just run on over my line.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
I mean, everybody's trying to see what's going on with the NPFL anglers.
Man.
Must be one of his high school ex-girlfriends.
I want an autograph.
I got a brush pile out here if I can stay still enough to find it on the active target.
It's one of those where you just want to say, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate that. You guys are having a great morning. Fishing for 50,000.
And having a great one. Probably completely oblivious. Doesn't
Oblivious.
know, has no idea.
Yeah, no ill intent behind
Absolutely,
it. Just
yeah.
don't know any better. Just put the boat in the water for the first time this year.
Making memories.
Big drip, what you call it?
Took all 7 of them to launch the boat. The plug, the kill switch.
yeah.
Got the life jackets.
Yep. Memories, baby.
First
Memories.
pretty Saturday of the year in South Carolina.
But you know, going into an event like this on this kind of body of water, you already know that's going to play a role in your. Yeah. It's coming.
Most of our anglers would probably rather it be windy and raining, keep some of that local traffic.
What would Fat Cat do in this situation?
I feel like Fat Cat would go grab a cold beer or something. You know?
Think you throw like a tarantula on there and see what
Yeah.
I probably.
What is this?
I know I live my life by WWFCD. What would a fat cat do?
On my graph.
Eat good, live right.
Nobody,
I definitely
never
wouldn't.
seen such as what is here. I mean, I know it's a brush pile, but how it is.
Let's be honest. Right now, Perkins is not interested in any fat cat shenanigans.
Stinking.
No.
He got $50,000 on the line. Last name he's trying to hear is mine. Or Patrick Walters. But he's trying to catch him right now.
No doubt about it.
We'll have a cold beer afterwards.
It's having a slow morning so far, frustrating morning, dealing with some traffic and some other competitors kind of sharing water with him that I don't think he's seen the first 2 days. But we've got a few of our anglers we're covering this morning that haven't had a frustrating start. We're going to take a look back at some of those catches, some of the highlights from Lake Hartwell, Anderson County, South Carolina. We are glad to be here with the league this week. Lots of fish catching going on. Lake Hartwell.
Like a cane pile?
Bryant Smith. Team Bryant working those Lake Hartwell shoals that Worldwide told us about.
What are those mini shoals that Hartwell is named after?
Bryant Smith.
He's been busy since we saw him last.
He has been. Brandon Perkins, we saw this fish live a little earlier. Up to the bottom. Boat-to-boat action with Jesse Millsaps, who has steadily climbed up that unofficial leaderboard today.
Our boy Drew 6, man, doing what he does.
The man of the hour. Couple near misses, but we've also seen him connect.
I said do what he does before I realized he was losing a fish. He actually catches them. There you go.
You got another one.
Caught one today over 5.5 pounds.
Drew 6.
Look at this. Another good one.
Living on the edge. 6-pound line. Catching those clear water spawners, and Drew 6 has certainly been the story of Showdown Saturday, entering that 11 o'clock hour. And we're getting closer, though, to that Patrick Walters, Brandon Perkins, Mike Corbishly, the witching hour. 12 and later. That's what these guys are predicting. Absolutely. So we're fixing to see some fireworks?
Dude, I've been saying it all morning. I want to keep saying it. Yes, we're seeing the weather change. It's different. The wind's coming in, cloud cover. I think it's going to fish a little different, and we're seeing that right now, right? Some of the guys I've caught them the past couple of days are getting off to a slower start, and then guys that had slower starts got off to a faster start. So it's just that bebopping and flip-flopping.
For sure, and with the weather change, with the boat traffic out there, I wonder on these shallow shoals, shallow points. I mean, we just saw that Brandon Perkins, a pontoon basically all but ran over him. Those fish hear that. They hear that sound. They hear those motors running in this clear water, and you wonder if it makes them a little gun shy.
Let me ask you a question. I'm not familiar with Hartwell. I'm not familiar with these red clay lakes. So when we have all this boat traffic and we're seeing all this wash hit that shore, is it going to stir the shore up and we're not going to see those shallow cruisers so much?
Potentially get that little mud line going up there and make it harder for these guys to lay their eyes on these fish they've been catching. Like Perkins, he's been fishing a lot of that flat red clay, and now we're seeing him. He's fishing brush piles. He's certainly got off of a lot of his stuff. We saw him on yesterday where he was seeing 5-pounder, 6-pounder, 4-pounder, 3. They were everywhere. We're not seeing that from Perkins today, and I don't know if that's the water's changed as far as just clarity like you're talking about, or if he's got a lot more pressure around him today. But certainly things moving and shaking. Like our unofficial leaderboard, all of our anglers are required put in a headlock. We ask them, please enter your weights in the Weigh Live tracker, brought to you by Beat Down Mounts. And we're going to take a look at that right now, the unofficial leaderboard here at an 11 o'clock hour. Drew 6, not a lot's changed up there with Drew. He is catching them, making small upgrades. Caught a limit of spotted bass early, but has slowly thrown them back with big bedding largemouth. Drew 6, the Ohio angler, on top. Bryant Smith from California. We just saw that highlight piece. Been getting busy since we saw him last. Just an hour or so ago, making upgrades unofficially, second place. Patrick Walters, our leader, coming into Showdown Saturday with a limit in the box, a few small upgrades, but not the huge home runs we're expecting from Patrick.
But he's full of confidence. You can hear it. He's excited. He wasn't expecting to have the limit he already has.
Nickel and diamond so far. Didn't even have a limit at 2 o'clock yesterday. Had one bass, and he said, man, I was running around crazy thinking about, well, he's might jump off that bridge.
He's Dale Earnhardt in it right now. Dale Earnhardt, he'd always want to be in second to the final lap. And then he'd come around, pull that slingshot, and it was going. That's what he's going to do. After that 2 o'clock hour, I think his bite's really going to warm up, and we're going to see him bring in another mega bag.
And our last flight of anglers, our top 10, they weigh in at 5:30 this afternoon, check-in. So lots can happen between now and that 5:30 when they're due back in at Green Pond, and Big Al McCullough gets on the mic and makes all these weights officially official. Jesse Millsaps creeping up into that top 5. Jesse Wise, Timmy Reams, Robbie Frazier, Brandon Perkins, our day 1 co-leader, still hanging in that top 10. Logan Millsaps and Mike Corbishly, who started out the day in second, tied with Perkins. It's a little slower day for Mike so far.
I'm not scared for that guy. He's dialed. He's going to find him. I say that later days where the bite's coming in.
We saw it yesterday, upgraded with some bed fish, caught some sight fish, caught some topwater fish late in the day. He's another guy. He's like Patrick. He knows what's coming.
Right. And he's versatile, right? He knows how to adapt. He can change it up. And he's not spun out. We saw him at that bridge a second ago with all the boat traffic, and he talked us through it, said he expected that. He knew that was going to be an issue. He said, yeah, other guys are probably catching them, but it wasn't spinning his wheels.
He's dialed in.
He is.
He's dialed in, and we are fortunate to get to be dialed in with these guys on Lake Hartwell. And earlier this week, you got to go down to Hartwell before you joined me in the studio. And
I'm looking for real estate.
And sample some of that local fare. I think we're going to get to see a piece right now that tell us a little bit about where you were running around down there in Anderson County.
Dude, so we went to JC's restaurant. Awesome place. JC's has been around, I think they said for at least right around 20 years. So JC's is unique. You walk in there, it's a wide open spot, and they have this thing called a bird dog. All right. Yeah, so the owner of JC started this a long time ago somewhere else, opened up his own place, and the bird dog is what everybody comes there for. It is a split top steamed hot dog bun with chicken fingers, bacon. They have a different variation of these bird dogs, but people come from all around to get the bird dogs at JC's restaurant, along with a lot of other homemade fixings.
Well, as we get close to lunch, this is ridiculous that I have to hear all this, but let's take a look at JC's with the big cat snooping around Lake Hartwell.
All right, folks, here we are. Remember, Lake Hartwell is where we're at, Anderson County. We're at JC's Restaurant, home of the bird dog. This place has been in business for over 20 years. They have a team of staff in the back making everything from scratch. 20 pounds of chicken salad every day out the front door. You want it, they got it, but the biggest deal here, this place is the home of the bird dog. And if you've never heard of a bird dog, you don't know what a bird dog is, Bobby, come with me, and you're about to find out.
So basically, when the food's done, it's sit on the counter right here. These girls right here go through a ticket. They have a name on it. They're going to go out and call their name. You have the 2 grill girls that work. There's 2 girls that work every day on the station out here. She's the executor. She drops everything. They kind of put it all together and send it out. She's a one-person team until she gets on backup because it gets crazy. She steams the bird dogs, reads her tickets, puts them in a box, whatever needs to be on them. Send it down, then we have the salad lady right here.
I want to try that bird dog.
All these buns are stuffed with bacon. She's going to put chicken inside of it, put it in here. She's going to put cheese on it, steam it, put it on the plate, and send it out.
I definitely want that cheeseburger chowder, and then I'm going to do the grilled pimento cheese sandwich.
Apparently it doesn't have a hot dog on it.
So the hot dog is actually the chicken tender. So maybe it is the hot dog. There is no hot dog.
There is no hot dog. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. If you come here to Fish Lake Hartwell, you need to come by JC's Restaurant. Get your life right and come to JC's Restaurant. Yeah, definitely thought a bird dog was some sort of a hot dog. And so when they brought it out and it was just chicken fingers on there, I thought they had forgotten my hot dog. Much better without the hot dog. JC's Restaurant,
they knew what they were doing.
They got the bird dog dialed in, son, along with everything else they have. Like I say, almost everything there is made right in the back from scratch. I'm
starting to see a pattern here. You and Big Al tend to go scope out all the eateries in the areas. I don't.
Yeah, it's the perks.
I know why I'm getting left out on that, but okay. All right.
Good living. But yeah, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
It's a party.
Back to Bryant Smith. Trying to bird dog one of those bedding bass.
Ain't no doubt.
Couple 2-pounders.
Seeing Bryant slowly make some calls today. Will we see him get his first shield today? He's a guy that we certainly expect big things from out here. We saw it last year, some near misses.
Let's see what we got here.
Wouldn't shock us at all to see him come from 5th to take a win today here at Lake Hartwell. I think while we were looking at you feeding your face down there at Lake Hartwell, Bryant was out here doing work on the water, so we're going to get to see a replay right now of Bryant Smith. A little upgrade, I believe, out on Lake Hartwell.
You're jealous you didn't get a bird dog.
I'm mad, really. Oh, bird dog. Bird dog is right. Bryant Smith.
How clear that water is.
Another upgrade for Bryant. Back out to live. Bryant Smith.
I like that little bubblegum trickworm action.
And when they're doing their dance, it's hard to, if not impossible, to get to bite. Check it and about longer than I thought it was, but it seemed 10 minutes. And it took about 10. I got about.
Bryant's having some audio issues there with his mic pack, maybe out on the water, but sounds like he's committed to the sight fishing game. I believe I heard him say, seeing some pairs moving up, actually rolling and spawning. They're really hard to catch when they're doing that. And I think he said he's seen a couple pairs. Looks like he's posted up on another one here. California angler. Certainly a great sight fisherman. Kind of seeing this tournament, this Showdown Saturday, at least till now, be dominated by bedfish.
True story.
Something that yesterday we were like, it's over, John.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I don't. Hooked up.
Hooked up. Bryant Smith.
Dang it, dang it, dang it.
Caught the male.
But she's up there. So we got a shot here.
He didn't mean to do that. Try to keep him up there to keep mama happy. Try to agitate that male and get that female to bite. I heard him say she's still up there though. Bryant Smith. Live. Lake Hartwell, Anderson, South Carolina.
No.
Bed fishing for them big ones. He's rushing. He's trying to get back in there for the buck gets back up there.
Distracted there. And now, that was good. Come on, baby. Now we're looking at what looks to be about 3-pounder. She's in a very difficult spot.
We're going to let Bryant do work on this bed and fish and check back in with him on the other side of a small word from our sponsors here. And we'll see you back on Lake Hartwell for more sight fishing action in South Carolina.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Back to Bryant Smith. Out here trying to sweet talk one on the bed. Got some audio issues with Bryant. We're going to try our best to hear him break it down.
Under catch.
Before we went to break, he said he was looking at one of was about 3 pounds, he said?
You know, we get out here, we try to cover this live action the best of our abilities. I want to apologize for any audio issues, but you know what doesn't mix sometimes? Electrical equipment and boat rides, water, humidity. Just never know what you're going to get in live action. That's for sure. We should narrate it like it's an old kung fu film back then. I'll let you start.
I'm good. That's your idea. That's all you, bud. I'm good on that one. I am good.
That fish must, when he caught that male, must have started acting different. He's moving around a little bit. He's not as locked down. Got somebody trying to bring him a snack right there behind him, looks like.
Probably Watson trying to see if he has a snack.
I actually think that could be little Travie. Little Travis Lyons right there. One of twin visuals.
Look.
Yeah, there he is. There's a good look at that mustachioed twin.
Bobby, what's going on, man?
Scott, all good out there doing it for us, boat driving. It's a good fella right
Part
there.
of the dream team, man.
That's right. We appreciate all the work they're putting in this week.
It takes a lot to make this happen. It
takes a village.
And a village of the right people, right?
Especially with three village
people.
idiots.
Here we go. Yeah, village idiots, no doubt. Me, you, and Watson. We got that part covered.
Let's get a look at Mike Corbishly. We haven't checked in on Mike in a little bit. I'll let Bryant get settled back in here on another sight fish. Corbishly came into the day tied for that second place spot, only 6 ounces off the lead. Had a fantastic day yesterday and a great day one as well. North Carolina's Mike Corbishly.
He's back in a familiar setting. We saw him get out around some bridge pylons, a little bit of boat traffic earlier.
Tell me about this location and your thoughts up to this point.
Oh gosh. My thoughts are that I still can't catch bass. They're schooling in front of me, so this could get nasty here. It just started happening as soon as oh, got him.
Corbishly hooked up. It's a spot we saw him do some damage in yesterday.
This might be the area where he met Gary.
Oh God! Broke my rod. And lost a fish. That was 100% my fault. The rod breaking, I mean, the bait just absolutely slapped into it.
Love the composure. Set it down, picked another one up.
I mean, it wasn't a big one, but it would have kept. I could appreciate another keeper right now for sure. But it's a very good sign. I mean, we just pulled up here. Haven't had a topwater bite in a while.
Not what you want to see on
And they
the
just
final
started
day.
schooling right in front of us.
Obviously.
I changed it over to a fluke for a little while there, and I wasn't doing any good. It's mind blowing to me how you can't get bit on a fluke. Had one bite of hard swim bait. So I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm hoping that I might just sit here for a second and see if they come back up. Frustrating. They're clearly still here.
Man, having a slow morning too for that to happen.
This is the same spot that this morning when I went to go pull up, and my guy was sitting here since 5:45 catching them. But I mean, we've had the clouds set back in, a little bit of wind picked up, so I mean, it feels right, you know. This is the weather I've been looking for all day. And as soon as we come on live, apparently they bite.
You just leave him and come back about 5 more
I don't know what
times.
the deal is. I mean, I'm having a very difficult time, but I still got hope because, like I said, that's the first bite I've had in a while.
Man, after a slow start this morning, and
I'm gonna sit here for a second. I've had a really hard time getting on a lot of my stuff today. Oh man, I need to sit and just think about this for a second.
here we go. I was about to say it's hard to not get spun out, right? Especially
Tell
in the
it's frustrating.
situation he's in. Yeah.
Him and Perkins.
It's all how you handle it, though, right? As a
I have
professional.
a different bait, maybe.
And look, Mike told us after day one, he's not that familiar with this lake. He hasn't fished it a ton of times. He doesn't have the experience that a guy like Walters does.
Sure.
Same goes for Perkins. This is his first time here, so they know, what they've discovered this week. So to break from that, what got you here and make an adjustment on Showdown Saturday, knowing you're trying to keep up with a guy like Walters, has got to be mentally frustrating.
Has to be.
Because you don't want to just pull the trolling motor up and go running crazy new water. You know areas where you've seen big schools, where you've seen big fish, like Perkins and Mike have. But you're starting to see them just get a little frustrated. He's handling it well, keeping his composure, but you can tell the wheels are turning for Brandon and Mike for sure. Now, Bryant Smith, a little different. Jesse Millsaps, a little different.
True story.
True 6, totally different. Patrick, hey, it's a good day.
That's the truth too, though, man.
Patrick's got that small limit.
Okay, it bit in the sun yesterday.
Wasn't expecting to have it.
On the water.
Not at all.
Good to see the herring still active up here. I mean, that's...
See that cloud cover starting to break up a little bit.
We like that. But yeah, no, still laying with the points. We went and fished that bridge for a little bit, fished another point, watched some fish school up, sat down, retied a fluke. Now I'm throwing a spook again, just a little different flavor. That bite was actually on a wake bait. Probably gonna tie that back on. Just figured if the fish are active, I probably can get them to bite whatever. Apparently not.
Man.
Corbishly trying to fight his way back into that top 5.
I don't know.
Unofficially, he slipped out of our top 10 right now.
I was moving that pretty fast, so.
Certainly seen him do damage the first 2 days at Lake Hartwell, but a guy that did the most damage yesterday, weighing in the biggest bag of the tournament, South Carolina's Patrick Walters. We're going to catch back up with our day 2 leader. It's like he's trying to locate some with the old peepers.
Been talking about that a lot this tournament, how important them polarized sunglasses are to these anglers, especially this time of year, this kind of fishing.
I'm chasing some wolfpack fish right now. I had a wolfpack up here. I'm looking for some big largemouth, honestly. That's what we need to win. And I'm just sampling it. We're not gonna stay long. My bite's not good down the lake until midday, so that's why we've got time to kind of play around. Sample some things. That's really all we're doing, is just taking a little taste test, seeing what it looks like. It's not bright enough for these yet.
Talk about that, Luke. He just changed his polarized glasses. Said it's not dark enough for these yet, or bright enough for these yet.
I'll be able to see them and catch them.
Good sight fisherman. How many different shades of polarized?
I've got 2.
Okay.
I got 2 that I like. Different
amber,
lenses.
blue chrome?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely. You want to have that brighter lens when it's not as bright out. And several companies make some. I like some. I use silver sunrise lenses. They actually look yellow. I will wear them even when the sun gets out a lot. It really makes things jump out to me. But I'm also a green mirror guy, like a mirrored lens when the sun's really, really bright and brutal. But yeah, it's important to have.
It's probably one of the most valuable tools, though, isn't it?
It's better, absolutely. But it's if you're not gonna have if you don't have a pair of glasses, make sure you at least have one. But it's certainly, man, all these companies make a lot of different styles of lenses, whether it be glass, plastic. There's so many things, and I tell people a lot. Find what suits you. Take them out and A and B them in different, everybody's eyes are different. A lens that works for me might not work for you, might not work for Patrick Walters, but so many different sunglass companies, they truly do make different colors that you can utilize on different days. I know people that love a blue mirrored lens. Sight fish, I hate it. It doesn't work for me. I can't see them as good. Green mirror has always been a way I've gone, amber, and then that silver sunrise lens that I wear a lot now.
You can get it prescribed, and you can get them.
Yeah, you can do tons of different things. But all these companies, there's so many quality polarized glasses out there now. There weren't many options several years ago, but now, man, we're overran in this industry.
And even if you're a young gun, or even if your budget is at the bottom, you got $10, $15, just try. If you haven't fished with polarized glasses, slide in somewhere and buy you a $15, $20 pair. But You're going to want to spend some money to get a good pair of polarized glasses if you're going to take bed fishing, sight fishing serious.
And for me, besides just looking at the fish, I said this yesterday, looking at cover, seeing a stump before you get to it to be able to make a cast to it, seeing submerged grass later in the year, seeing a grass clump out ahead of you, shad spawn, watching the shad follow your bait in, you know you're around them. Like man, the second the light starts hitting in the morning before the sun gets, I've got some form of glasses on. I just always believe in that. That's a pro move right there, though, with Patrick Walters. That's just a little subtle stuff that does make a difference, man.
That's a big one. He went by and looked at it.
And he's talking about these wolf pack fish.
Get your heart racing.
These fish are up here, not necessarily on the bed. They're leaving the bedding areas, starting to try to chase down bluegill, herring, and they'll group up. He's talking about a wolf pack. It's going to be, 2, 3, 4, 5 fish together. Not necessarily a big school, but just a bunch of bullies running around trying to pick on some bait fish. He's hoping that they'll pick on his wacky worm. Take a ride to see the boom.
It is, that's right.
Kyle McCullough.
3:30 today, Eastern time. Big Gallery bringing the boom at Green Pond Landing with that live weigh-in. Listen, Weigh Live tracker goes off at 2 o'clock, but them boys are fishing until 5:30, some of them. And then later flights have been catching those bigger bags. So make sure you tune in for that 3:30 weigh-in and see what happens.
Patrick made all the noise yesterday. The man that's been making the most on Showdown Saturday, Ohio's Drew 6. We're going to check back up with Drew out here sight fishing on Lake Hartwell. Saw Drew catch about a 5-pound class. Drew started our day off with a 5-pounder shot across the bow of all of our anglers here on Showdown Saturday. Drew started the day little shy of 2 pounds back from Patrick Walters.
He's just sitting back scoping the situation out right now. Yeah, that fish catch this morning was outstanding. Caught a 5+ off a bid with that setup he has now. 6-pound test. He's hooked up again.
Another upgrade for Drew.
Oh, yes. In the mouth, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Drew causing me heartburn in the studio, grabbing the line.
Dudes, he's doing, man. Golly.
Last night in my interview with Drew, he's like, 6-pound line, man, 6-pound line, 6-pound line. And he's just snatching that 6-pound line.
Buddy.
Eagle clawing those suckers, just grabbing them.
I don't even care.
Goodness.
Don't even care.
Good fish for Drew.
Yes,
Another
sir,
upgrade.
man.
It's going to keep steadily
Oh, my gosh.
holding on to that lead unofficially.
Right direction.
The story is, can he hold off an afternoon attack from Patrick Walters if those fish get going out there on that lake, that lower end of the lake, like Patrick's talking about?
Another solid call, baby.
Great call for Drew.
We're just gonna put the beat down on him today, boys, because we got some big girls to go chase now.
He's feeling it. Drew 6.
Huh. We're like brothers. Give me here, buddy.
Nicely done. The story of the day.
Oh. Let's move.
Ohio's Drew 6.
That's what we've been doing all day, ain't it? That's what,
Pumped
man.
up, son.
Catching and moving.
I like seeing it.
Let me put my weight in for Brad Fuller.
That's right.
I'll film you do it so they see it.
Gonna update that Way Live app. It's so
Protocol.
important to us.
Brought to you by
ain't
Beat
happening
Down
back here.
Mounts.
No
We're
service.
dead back here. We don't got nothing.
True, unofficially right now around 15 pounds.
What a
for the
day, man. What a day, you know?
It's the mark.
What a day. All new water. Never even been back here a day in my life. All new water.
Drew dropped 17.7 on day one, 14.13 yesterday. Unofficially over 15 pounds today.
300.
300. That's a lot of stuff.
Drew 6. Gonna make a move, and we're gonna make a move over to
my travel
worldwide, a little boat.
Danny Weems. We tried to work together on this event. It's not, I mean, it worked for one of us.
Yep.
Drew 6, good stuff. And back
Real
to,
good stuff.
Yeah, another sight fisherman making noise today. Georgia's Jesse Millsaps.
Sight fishing. It's the best. So much fun. It's exhilarating. I'm out of sandwiches. He's got it.
Jesse Millsaps hooked up.
Yeah!
Boat, baby.
He caught that bass.
Awesome stuff from Watson.
Nice fish.
Watson bringing us all the details.
Somebody get that boy some food. He's got to keep chasing these sight fishermen around. Hey, sight fishing is not fast and furious.
True story.
We keep saying you go to the grocery store, you pick out what you want. That's what these guys are doing. They're burning those Pro Guide batteries into the dirt, looking around up shallow, using their eyes. They pick out one they want to fish for, they power pole down, try to catch that bass. Jesse lost this fish earlier. I believe it's the same fish. We've seen him set up right here. Watson has been sitting there eating all his snacks, waiting on Jesse to swing. Good stuff right there from Worldwide.
Good fish too, man. Looks like a good upgrade for Jesse.
That's going to move Jesse up. I'm not sure what he's calling out here. We haven't seen all of Jesse's catches, but Jesse's going to call out, and we're going to jump over to the second place angler right now, unofficially, Bryant Smith. Just big surprise is also sight fishing, bedding fish. If you tuned in yesterday, ignore Fat Cat and I. We said the bed fishermen were not going to play, and so far today, that's Showdown Saturday in a nutshell. Sight fishing Showdown Saturday. Say that. Yeah. It's like a Dr. Seuss book right there, buddy.
I'm not even going to try it.
Don't try it. An upstate South Carolina sight fishing Showdown Saturday. Say that. Say that, buddy. Go ahead.
That's some Tommy Sanders stuff right there. I can't touch that.
Oh, no, he's the GOAT. That's the GOAT.
We all know that.
He is the GOAT.
All right, let's see some action.
Bryant Smith. He's fired up today, too.
Oh, yeah. He was all bubbly earlier. He's feeling himself.
Having a few audio issues with Bryant. But what we're not going to have an issue with is when he sets the hook, catches this big
Thanks,
bass.
guys.
Bobby.
The dynamic duo leaving here, Scott Allgood. Okay, so a little fun fact. I've known Scott Allgood, driving that boat for many years now. He's a veteran in the marine industry. Great human being. He calls Lake Hartwell home. He's known James Watson for over 20 years and actually worked with James Watson in Missouri on a lawn crew.
Really?
Believe it or not, James Watson actually cut grass at some point in his life. I know he seems far too advanced for that. And he might have been telling people where to mow. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
He's super bossy. He's got that drill sergeant mentality.
Absolutely. You've got to taste
But
that
he's been
before.
knowing Mr. Allgood for a long time.
That's cool, man.
James was
I'm
texting me
surprised
that.
Watson's
Little
been able to
nugget.
keep a friend that long.
Very shocking. The only thing I'm worried about right now with Brian is I don't want him to bite his cheek.
Oh, yeah.
Cheek bites are the worst, right? You know?
He's amped up.
Look out.
He is, and I say it, speed kills. You got to get right back in there. Get that fish firing. Those cables will also scratch fiberglass. Trolling motors, electronics. You don't want to.
Coming back here with you for a second.
Oh, up close and personal. As fast as he's firing back in there, this fish has got to be getting close.
That's a good way to mess up a rod.
You said it. Kind of what I was thinking.
That's it.
Seems like a really good way. I like it.
Hey, man, this is my style right here. It's all paid for. I'm trying to catch fish. If it was me, I would tightrope. I would get up there and I'm so agile. Yeah, I'd get up there and tightrope.
Just get right over it. Just
keep
walk
one
right
foot on the boat and one foot on the
Yeah.
tightrope.
Just walk right down to him. I'll be honest, I need James Watson on a cable before it's all said and done.
Dude, watching Bryant's mechanics, watching him just pitch that back over there, just how subtle the presentation is and how accurate.
Yeah, man, you want minimal splash on these bedders. I mean, he's got it dialed up.
Yeah, you
Going
can
past the bed.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's obviously not going far.
Well, and so Jesse Millsaps was in this situation earlier with one that wouldn't eat a bright colored lure. It makes you wonder if Bryant were to change it up to something more natural, would he get that bite?
What if he would have set the hook right there?
Yeah, right.
That's normally how it goes.
I would eat crow like
This
I do every
sight fishing
time
deal's
I'm at
not
one of
working.
these.
Whack!
I would, yeah. Whenever I come to one of these, I'm just eating crow the whole time.
Let the pundits throw out their points.
Yoga.
It's a little too shady for us to see the fish on camera. We had some great visuals yesterday. Some of these bedding Hartwell bass. See Bryant's bait a little bit right there.
Yeah.
You can tell he thinks this fish is close. Let that one sit a little bit.
It's got to be spinning, and he's got to fire it up.
So spooky.
Okay. We're going to leave Bryant with this fish for a few moments and check out the people that support the National Professional Fishing League and make all this possible. Like you at home that are watching, keeping up with the league, we appreciate each and every one of you, and we will see you on the other side for more live action from Anderson, South Carolina and Lake Hartwell.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Why do you have to hang yourself?
Welcome back to Lake Hartwell. Bryant Smith.
What is the deal? Why do you keep... Stop. Stop.
And Bryant mix in a offshore approach, some top water, some sight fishing out on some shoals for some wolf pack fish, and now back up here, sight fishing, some bedding fish here on Lake Hartwell, which has become the theme today. Herring fish have not played so far for any of our leaders, not in a big way like they have, but Patrick Walters was saying earlier he believes after lunch, 1 o'clock, that bite gets stronger for him. So a lot of our guys fill their live wells with bedfish. Speaking of Patrick Walters, we're going to get caught up with our day 2 leader right now. Biggest bag of the tournament yesterday, South Carolina's Patrick Walters.
That's probably not a surprise to a lot of the guys, especially local people. They knew Patrick was going to be one of the ones. Definitely one of the favorites coming into this event. Rightfully so, plenty of experience here.
Well, Patrick's one of those guys, he's a favorite in any event.
Good point.
In the last couple of years, like
Still
you just gotta watch him, and he's the last guy you want to see show up. You're at the boat ramp on Saturday morning, you unhook, and hey, I just paid my entry fee, and he shows up, you're like, all right, kids, back in the truck, we're going to the house. He's a money taker.
Oh my God, somebody pulled up on us. Dang. Not gonna waste time if they're not gonna bite on it.
He's chasing spawners a little bit.
Just looking for some shallow spawning fish, looking for some wolf packs. Up to Seneca currently. We're gonna check 2 or 3 schooling holes up here, and then we're gonna run all the way down. and go throw top water and a fluke and stuff the rest of the day. And a worm a little bit, once we can see them. I'm not gonna worm unless I can physically see the fish. It's just a good thing for catching them roamers that aren't really feeding, but I think they're gonna be actively feeding, so might not have to throw the worm much.
Seeing that sun pop out, that cloud cover broke up.
Patrick ran up the Seneca a little bit, but he's going to head back to the lower end of Lake Hartwell. Try to get on some of those herring chasers that did him right yesterday afternoon late. There's a small limit of spotted bass in the box.
One thing I do like, I'm telling you, is going out first and checking in last. The bite hadn't been good till 4 o'clock anyways. I mean, that afternoon bite, the herring been kicking up. But to really check in at 5:30 today, that's got me pretty fired up. It gives you the opportunity to do what we're doing right now. I hadn't fished this all tournament, but we're kind of swinging for it right now. We're just looking, but it allows you to do that freely. It doesn't allow you to, like, you're pin up on time. You know, if we're doing it at 3 o'clock, we'd have to be getting rolling. But it allows you just to kind of feel the fish out and go from there. It's one thing I really do like. And it's Championship Saturday. I mean, the most important day to swing at it. I think it makes for better TV. Because guys do different stuff, and there's a lot of times, it doesn't work. But listen, it ain't never gonna work if you don't ever try it. And that's why we're looking for big largemouth right now. Largemouth only.
Only. Patrick Walters bringing the juice, talking the truth
This is the
though.
spot.
Patrick has a lot of big league experience, obviously. Elite Series champion. He's fished in the college ranks. He's been a national champion there. He's been a Bassmaster Open champion. Looking to add that National Professional Fishing League champ and shield to his resume.
I saw one.
But in a lot of these events, he fishes.
I just want to see if he's back. A lot of times they'll go back to.
They have a day 4 cut.
That's a little guy.
Day 3 cut.
These are
Full
all little
field
guys.
out here. I wonder how that's playing into his
Little
game
guys.
plan. It's all anglers fish all 3 days here in the league. And I'm sure it does have to change your strategy, right?
Absolutely.
Still have to be sneaky even on day 3.
You even talked about his strategy of being on camera, on a body of water. He's so well out. People, the bent rod syndrome.
Right.
You got folks that could be watching the live stream in the morning, knowing where he's at, and go out, because if Patrick Walters is there, that's where you want to be too.
That's
if
right.
you're a local watching. So the depth of strategy runs deep, especially when you're a local angler.
When you know you got sharp hooks when you're hanging rocks. This is what I want. Sunny like this. Oof.
And I know we're not seeing a lot of fireworks with Walters right now, but every time he mentions the conditions and he gets more and more excited, I just think, unfortunately for us, we go off the air at 2 p.m. He keeps saying, 4 p.m. Stop that. Let's get it going before 2 o'clock, Patrick. But I think we've got big things to come as we inch closer to that lunchtime hour.
And not just from Patrick, right? It's going to be a lot of guys are fishing this way, waiting for what
about it.
Patrick's waiting for.
Waiting for what's to come. I mean, we've seen Bryant Smith, he's up there sight fishing, but he's not 100% sold on just doing that. He's also doing the same thing Patrick's doing out on the shoals, chasing those herring fish. Drew 6 is a guy, though, all in on the sight bite, all in. It'll get better as it gets, as long as a few more fish start moving up, he can see them a lot better. And look, guys like Patrick, they're up here looking for bedders, wolf packers. When they start running that offshore stuff even more in the afternoon, that's just going to open up more water for a guy like Drew 6, right? Could stumble onto another 5-pound plus fish and close this deal out.
Do you think the bluebird skies could hinder the bed fishermen?
No, I think it'll help. But man, hearing Patrick all but get giddy over those bluebird skies, he's like, looked up, Patrick Walters.
That's not as big as I thought. She pulled up there, like she's supposed to, though. God, there's 5 or 6 of them with her. Oh, crazy. Largemouth too. I don't think he's gonna call. He's definitely not gonna call.
He may have a little more weight than we think. If that was not going to help him. I mean, it's obviously not a huge upgrade fish, not even 2 pounds, but we've got him unofficially around.
When I hook that one, that's
8
what
pounds.
kind of they're doing. They're up there wolf packing, and you just kind of really got to see them to get that cast in there to them. I know there's a lot of big ones around here. Just you got to find where they're sitting at each day.
For those of you at home, you may be thinking, why is this guy not
Or just on a
casting that
wacky worm right
worm
this second.
around?
Just a 5
Why does he
inch.
have to see 'em?
I'm doing a number 2 VMC Nico hook. You can see that little hook. Just a simple. I actually downsize. I usually throw a number 1 with a what Cinco. Oh, the stick bait. But what we're doing is I'm basically sight fishing them, waiting to see them cruising up there, and then you just pick them off one by one if you can't call them up. A lot of times those big fish get real finicky if they're not eating, so you got to improvise and just pick them off and put a little bait fuel on there.
It's been a big hit here lately.
No doubt about it. Did your bird dog you have bait fuel on? I feel like everything
That
has bait
stuff
fuel
is
on it now.
I do. I'm a fan of bait fuel.
Where's another one at? There's one right there.
Well, I was saying right before Patrick gave us that great breakdown.
Oh, good stuff.
People may be saying, why is he not just throwing his wacky worm out there and just blind casting around? Well, these fish aren't holding really on anything specific. So it's not like a log or rock pile. They're roaming these flats. They're roaming these points. So he's having to wait. He's not trying to run around the trolling or make too much noise. He's sitting perched up, waiting on them to swim by, lead them with that wacky worm, and hopefully catch him.
5-pounder.
5-pounder. Sounds like Brandon Perkins.
Rock.
You just know at any moment he's going to shoot one over the bow, I feel like. Because when he takes the time to make a cast, you know he's throwing that one.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
That's when I get nervous. Like, he's not just aimlessly throwing that thing. He casts. He's throwing specifically to a bass.
He knows what he wants. That's right.
Looking at it now. Oh, here it goes.
Head on the swivel like we've seen so many of our anglers do this week.
One fish right there. Look at that, a big gar right there.
It's a smorgasbord, right? Them flats are full of not just bass, but everything, trying to find something good to eat.
And he's out just like that. And he just saw a 5-pounder, but he knows, hey, it's not going to trigger, it's not going to bite. Head on to the next play. It takes a lot because we've seen this with the other sight fishing guys. It gets personal with these fish. You see it, you're like, well, why would I leave? I'm looking at the wind and bag. We saw it with Perkins. He went back and forth on a 200-300-yard stretch yesterday because he's seeing so many big ones. But they bite when they bite, and they don't when they don't. That sounds redundant and silly, but it is true. He knows that. Pulling up the trolling motor, going to head on to Greening Pastures. And we're going to take a look back right now at some of the awesome action that we've seen this morning so far. Showdown Saturday, showing out Lake Hartwell, Anderson, South Carolina. Going to take a look back at some of these fish catches that we've had so far. Drew 6, the man.
Yes.
Showdown Saturday.
He's had me on the edge of my seat. Every time I watch him catch a fish, it's
certainly been action-packed for Drew.
No doubt.
Picking them off.
6 pound test, baby. Bed fishing.
Little Z-Man streaks.
Doing work. Look, good call right there.
Last calls we saw him with there. Bryant Smith.
Kicking it up a notch.
Angler. Also doing some sight fishing, but he's also doing some offshore shoal fishing as well.
He's got it.
Watson out here calling his shots.
Got it.
Eating his snacks.
Yeah.
Jesse Millsaps jumping up that leaderboard today. And welcome back to the NPFL studios. I'm Luke Duncan. You got the big cat, Fat Cat Newton in the studio, and James Worldwide Watson out on the water. Couple hours of live left. Will the light bulb, will they turn it on? Will they turn the switch on for us? Get these herring fish going? Will Patrick Walters put on a show like he's promised?
Yeah, man, it looks that way. It's hard for me to keep a straight face with James Worldwide Watson out there. Just
kick back,
dude.
He's leaned back with his mind on his money and his
tripping.
money on his mind.
But yeah, man, no, yes. What the herring fishing, the guys that are fishing that herring pattern, what they've been wanting, it seems like in the forecast, it's coming. And we just heard Patrick Walters talking about it. It's that 4 o'clock is going to be a magical hour. And like you said, this guy's with the later flight. Don't have to check in until 5:30 Eastern time. So it sounds like they're going to get that feeding frenzy window.
3.5 hours after they turn us off, make us stop running our mouths here from the NPFL studios. These guys have a lot of fishing time left, so that weigh-in is going to be very important to watch all of this come together and become officially official with Big Al McCullough there at Green Pond Landing. But let's take a look at the unofficial leaderboard, the Way Live app. These guys are strongly, sometimes really strongly, encouraged to use the Way Live app presented by Beatdown Mounts. All weights are unofficial, of course, estimated until they get back to that weigh-in this afternoon starting at 3:30 p.m. Drew 6, the Ohio angler, on top right there. Bryant Smith in second. Jesse Millsaps making almost as much noise as Drew 6 today, making that jump up into the top 10 now, that top 5. Using his eyeballs. We're going to get to catch up with Jesse here in just a little bit, I believe. I think we're making a little camera switch to the Georgia angler. Patrick Walters still hanging in that top 5. Jesse Wise, a guy we saw picking them apart one at a time yesterday.
Another sight fisherman.
Another sight fisherman running those shoals, catching those wolfpack fish, starting to really come into effect here on Showdown Saturday. Timmy Reams, Robbie Frazier, Eddie Carper, a guy we spent a lot of time with yesterday up that river flipping.
One of the few we've seen flipping, though. Flipping that heavy dirty water. Yeah, and seems like, I don't know what he's doing today, but whatever he's doing, apparently it's working well.
Looked like Oklahoma to us all day yesterday. Didn't look like anything we were seeing from the rest of the guys out there on Lake Hartwell. Eddie making a move again today. Brandon Perkins and local favorite coming into the event, Justin Kimmel.
Not just a local favorite. I would say he's kind of your favorite. You're a Kimmel fanboy.
I'm a Kimmel fan. I am. Man crush.
Rightfully so.
Roommates with Patrick Walters and Trent Palmer. They're all catching it this week. But Kimmel, man, I like talking to him about this lake. He is super dialed. He's got a lot of experience here, a lot of success here in multiple tournaments, some co-angler victories, but some victories out of the front of the boat as well. And he was so excited about this tournament. So I'd like to see him be able to get in that top 10 before the day's out.
Absolutely.
Sure. Justin Kimmel, we appreciate everything he's done. This man, he's given us some juice. You and I on the phone.
Oh, absolutely,
each night.
man.
He's giving us some nuggets for the
life. Just in general, like for if you're a fisherman, Bass University, which he was a part of, just so much knowledge has come out of Justin Kimmel's mouth, and he's done a lot for just the fishing industry and knowledge and helping spread the word, the positivity just of fishing. So shout out to Justin Kimmel for being a good ambassador of fishing in general.
No doubt about it. Now we're going to get to catch up with Jesse Millsaps. We got a camera in the boat. We've been doing the boat-to-boat with Watson. We said the heck with that. We got a camera on Jesse. Let's go catch up with the third-place angler, unofficially, Georgia's Jesse Millsaps.
All right.
Okay, she knows the boat's here.
Jesse, want to catch us up on your morning?
Yeah, we've sight fished all morning. I found a pocket yesterday evening that had a lot of fish in it, a couple good ones, and we caught a limit out of there this morning, and I had one about 7-8 pound, and she She won't lock on the bed. I caught the buck because she'd stay way off the bed and wouldn't react. So I caught the buck on her this morning. I went back just a few seconds ago, and she's still there, but she still won't pull up. I don't know why she won't pull up, but you know, we've had, I think I've caught 6 or 7 fish this morning. We're kind of on the hunt now, looking for a big one. I got one about 2 1/4, 2 1/2 that I need to cull. I can get rid of her. I have a decent bag. But
are you worried about your son catching you?
Nah, I mean, you know, I wish him the best. We're kind of not, whichever one of us does the best. I mean, we're not kind of rivals or anything like that. I hope he catches them.
Nobody gets a drumstick at Thanksgiving or something like that?
Nah, he's just, you know, he's young, and he's first tournament. I mean, first professional tournament he fished, he cashed a check. So, and I know yesterday he was sitting in good shape I think he was 19th going into today, and he had a place I felt sure he could go catch a limit. I don't know how big they are. We kind of saved one place that we felt like, you know, it didn't have a lot of fish on it, but it had not a lot of quality fish on it, but it had a lot of quantity, and you know, he could go catch 7 to 10 pound pretty quick off of it. So I think he's hit that the last 2 mornings, and that settles him down so he can go look and sight fish the rest of the day. So I feel certain his trolling motor's just like mine is circling a pocket somewhere. You know, he can do it well. He understands everything about it. He told me yesterday he worked the fish for 1.5 hours before he had to catch her, but she was a 4, so it was worth him catching. So that kind of made his day yesterday. You know, being able to stay that long on a fish. But you know, he gets around them, he's going to catch them, and you know, he loves to fish. So.
One of 2 father-son duos we have out here on the league this year. Pug Clements and his dad are out here as well. But we called up earlier this year with Logan and Jesse. Logan currently in 13th place unofficially. Jesse,
we're trying to find us a big one. We're
going to check in with a piece we filmed with them earlier this year. Get to know the Millsaps
just
a little bit better.
They set up in the water column. We bet $1 on the first fish every time we fish together. First fish wins $1.
My name is Logan Millsaps. I'm from Jasper, Georgia. I grew up right here on Lake Lanier. My dad is Jesse Millsaps. When Brad told me I was able to fish, dude, it was everything to me, man. I get to travel with my dad, and man, he taught me everything I know. It's gonna be interesting. We do fish the same, so we'll probably end up trying to do the same thing over and over. You know, he's already tried to tell me, oh, you can't go here, yo, you can't go here. You know how that goes. So
Logan is my son. He's my youngest son. He's fished with me for a long time. Probably the most favorite memory is when he was in high school and we were fishing the high school nationals over Kentucky Lake, and I made them practice all week, idled all week looking at ledge fish, and they were catching them so good. It was a good memory. He's a good fisherman. He's gonna, I mean, as far as fishing wise, he gets around fish, he's gonna catch them.
Proud Papa, but he's gonna want to hold Logan down today. He wants that shield just as bad as the son. You
Absolutely. And solid stuff, right? It's kind of like, you know, couldn't imagine getting a guy out there and fish a professional trail with your son or your dad.
With both of you having a chance to win, to finish in the top 10 on Showdown Saturday, man, I mean, we couldn't ask for
And the dollar
anything
bet
better.
every tournament, who does better?
Jesse's right now, he's burning down those Pro Guide batteries, running down the lake, running down these banks, trying to find spawners. This is something, if you're a sight fisherman at home, there's more to it than just casting at the bass. You got to find them first, right? And a lot of times you won't even see a guy with a rod and reel. You pass people on boat docks. They look at you like you're crazy. Why, man, why aren't you fishing? You're in a professional fishing tournament. But he's fishing with his eyes right now, trying to find another kicker. so he can upgrade again. He's got a lot of good fish in the boat. Jesse Millsaps is as good as anybody in the country at this, and I'm sure before we end this live coverage today in a couple hours, he's going to post up on another big one. We're going to check back in right now, though, with Mike Corbishly. Second place coming in today. Frustrating morning so far for Mike.
But handled very well by Mike.
He's had a few mishaps, had some company in some of his starting areas. And by this time yesterday, we were seeing him work bedding fish. He already had a solid limit, had a 5-pounder in the boat, but today still kind of in scramble mode trying to piece it together. North Carolina's Mike Corbishly.
Here we go.
Got him.
And you're welcome, Mike, because we just brought you the light. Okay, buddy? We're just gonna let you work this out.
Mike's a pro. He knows how to do it. Oh, wait, I'm live on camera. Let me catch it. There it is.
All right.
The spots can be deceiving, right?
Yes, that's right.
Like, oh, that's a rat. Then you put it on the scale, it's 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds.
Back in the game. Not really, but it's a bass. Thank you, Lord.
Is that a largemouth?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I was assuming it was a spot.
Oh,
we've seen him with a lot of spots.
Why? So difficult. So happy to catch fish.
Oh, largemouth. And out there on a herring spot.
How big is that fish?
Probably 2. Tell you here in just a second.
Look at Watson back there on that
gigantic cruiser. Kneeboard, yeah.
Long, long overdue. Two-pounder.
There you go. Good. Oh boy, there come the rollers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, he had the hammer down back there in the background.
Yeah.
Those you don't want to run up on when you're running in your John boat down the lake, for sure.
Two-pounder.
Really like Mike's attitude, man. He has a
What's
good
that?
time out there.
Update to this point.
Well, haven't been able to catch anything, and just pulled up here. Haven't been able to get on this spot the whole tournament. Saw some herring chasing as soon as I sat down, or fish chasing herring, and then they came up schooling, threw the old swim bait in there, and old Clarence back there, if we're naming fish again today, said, I think I'd like to try that. So I'm happy to catch something. Oh my God, it's been long overdue. And I mean, this is it feels right. Like, I mean, got a little bit of wind. I got some boat traffic, like some waves, you know, some herring around. Man, yesterday, about this time of day, or you know, in the afternoon when they got on that herring bite again, I was able to catch them back to back to back. So I don't know if that's going to happen again because I've made 3 or 4 casts now, but I am excited to catch something.
Mike Corbishly getting fired up there. We switch over to him. Boom, he finally catches one. It's been a long morning for him so far. Excited to see how the afternoon pans out for all of our anglers. But first, got to check in with some sponsors. Take care of everything for us here at the NPFL. Make this all possible. We'll see you on the other side with more Lake Hartwell action. Anderson, South Carolina.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning, through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
Pro Guide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local Pro Guide dealer.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Back out on the water, Lake Hartwell. Shot of the beautiful day we've got there. Back over to Patrick Walters.
Ooh, music in the background. The Biloxi Blues. Yeah, we're seeing a whole lot more traffic on that lake today, aren't we?
You get an 80-degree day in South Carolina in April, it's going down.
That's where I want to be.
You and I are cooped up in the studio, and they're out there getting those sunburns and having a big time.
Sun's
Watson's
out.
having all those sandwiches.
Yeah. Sun's out, guts out.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the drop. You can see there's a fish right there. There's another fish right here. 2 fish right there, another fish. And they're not, maybe they're not all bass, but you never know, so you gotta try them. There's one right there. That's trying to want them to pick off a little bit, just see if they react to it or not. That one's going to look at it. See, there's my worm falling right there. See, there's 2 of them. They're sitting around right now. Here comes a 3rd one. One of them suckers ought to eat it. Dang, I wonder if he's gonna go to that point in the back. We need to get rolling anyways, get down the lake. He is going to it. Oh, he's going for it now. He's fired up. They don't look big, but
good stuff from a
might
live
be able to
scope
see the big
expert
ones
right
sometimes.
there. Look at him right there.
A lot of folks at home may not know how one works. I've never seen one before, been on a boat with one, so this is kind of
ooh, had him per split.
eye-opening to some of
You
the
can
folks.
see those boat wakes. It does affect them. A couple of those blobs we love to see. Forward facing right there. Hooked up. Patrick Walters. And he called you, said they weren't big?
Let's get down the lake. Well, I do want to make one cast.
He was just showing that one what was up. Now he's going to hit.
Yeah, he saw one that caught his eye, so I want to make one more cast. I mean, that truly is what a game changer is. It's not changing the color of a lure or coming out with a different size, anything. Forward-facing sonar in the fishing world truly is a game changer.
Ran away, so it's either a giant or not a bass.
And in the last 10 years,
typically how giants react.
It's certainly a game changer, along with
Spot lock, power poles. Power poles is probably one of the biggest.
Catch them up shallow. Let's go.
To me, power poles are probably bigger than spot lock.
Got it up on mine. Works for me.
As a game changer for us fishermen, without a doubt. But this forward-facing sonar,
water guys.
And then guys that really know what they're looking at too. It's one thing to see, oh, that's a fish, but be able to gauge the species, the size, and everything else. It's wild.
And you know who are experts? Forward-facing sonar.
Very much
Thanks
so.
to Patrick Walters for throwing us a perfect segue right to our sponsors, the Bass Tank. A lot of people are like, what's a Bass Tank? Is that an aquarium? No. They are forward-facing sonar specialists, electronics gurus, and John Hookup Soakup, one of our two-time winner out here, one of our anglers on the NPFL, is going to tell you a little bit more about it as he's a co-owner of the Bass Tank. Let's check in with Hookup.
Hey everyone, John Soakup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing, is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
And we are back here on beautiful Lake Hartwell. Back with our boy Drew Six, doing some more of that bed fishing that he's been doing all morning. Been having a wonderful morning. Saw him catch one over 5 pounds earlier. Finesse bed fishing, got that spinning rod out, 6-pound test. A little Z-Man Streets. I think it's a 3.5 or 3.75, something like that, Bobby. He's been putting on a show this morning. It's been fun watching Drew. She's pretty. He's sitting here now, working on one in the back of a cove. You can tell he's comfortable too. Got his legs crossed up, he's all perched. Feeling good, man. Got a good limit and a live well.
There you are.
All right, going to go to a split screen, see our boy Bryant Smith. They're both going head to head, a little action right now. Both of them sight fishing, trying to pluck a good one off a bed. Bryant started out a little slow this morning, but he got it to a good rhythm. Both these guys doing similar things, just using them eyeballs, trying to persuade them. Big belly Kellys on them beds to do a little nibble and get them in the boat. You're looking at first and second right now. Drew 6 been leading all day long for the most part, and Bryant Smith's made a move. He's sitting up there at number 2 right now.
This is like the one spot that's got a little bit of a mud line on it on this whole bank.
Stare down.
And of course, it's right where the bed is.
She's like, I want to go eat that. And I'm like, yeah, you should. That'd be appropriate. Well, I'm in your eggs. Oh, you didn't like that, did you?
Drew 6 having a conversation with the fish on the bed right now. I think that's how he's been catching most of them today, just talking them into it.
Talking them down.
She does not like me.
I know the feeling, bud. I know the feeling. And we're seeing another change in the weather. I mean, that sun has come back out. Clouds? What clouds? It's full pool now, man.
Not a lot of wind either.
No, where's that wind? But with that being said, who knows what Maine Lake looks like? That wind's coming out of the southeast, and it's so many different cuts and coves. We talked about it earlier. The lake it's a large lake. It's 50 miles top to bottom and almost 1,000 miles of shoreline. Lots of nooks and crannies for these anglers to get up in and marinate, trying to get out of that wind and do a little bit of sight fishing. Like our first and second place right here, Drew 6 and Bryant Smith.
It's funny the difference where these guys are boat traffic wise when they're tucked in just a little bit versus the guys out on the main drag.
Oh yeah, poor Corbishly. He was getting a piece of it earlier. We saw Perkins getting beat up earlier. But the guys doing well now that are moving up are the guys that are doing what Drew and Bryant are. We saw Jesse Millsaps doing the same thing.
Where's she lighted now?
I mean, we're going to see some action when Bryant Smith hooks one of these because he's not afraid. He's getting around those cables, around the docks. Maybe he heard me, so he's going to change it up now. Where is he going?
Bryant's going to change location here a little bit. We are too. We're going to check back in with third place angler, unofficially, Jesse Millsaps. Part of our sight fishing coalition here at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Absolutely.
Bed fishing coalition, I should say. We've got a lot of sight fishing going on.
True story.
Smart, though.
I mean, the entire tournament's based around sight fishing.
We'll see.
Literally.
Who's smarter, I guess.
Few topwater fish mixed in, but man, for the most part, they're laying eyes on what they're
But
catching.
the topwater fish, they're actually throwing where they're seeing them bust, right?
That's true.
Let the
Using
fun
their eyes a
begin.
lot. Uh-oh, here we go.
Maybe it'll be one of those quick and easy ones.
Oh, one flipper.
After that last one I had, I need a quick and easy one. Trying to see exactly where it's setting at before I make a pitch.
What's it looking like to you, Jesse?
Looks about like a 3-pounder, 2.5, 3-pounder. I got one in there about 2 pound. I'd like to cull. This one looks like a 3 if I can get her to bite. She's swimming around in circles up there. It's hard for me to tell how big they are here because the fish are just the water's clear, and like I caught one the other day. I thought it was 1.5 pounds, and the thing weighed 2 and almost 1/2 pounds. So it all depends on how deep they are and how shallow they are. So I mean, there's a lot of variables that go into it with these fish. Ooh, I got reaction first flip. That's a good sign. As long as it don't come to the boat. Yeah, it went right back.
What was he flipping? It wasn't white, was it?
Jesse's a speed crawl guy.
Head's at.
He likes that zoom speed
It's
crawl.
right where the green meets the brown, and
I'm not sure if that's what that was or not, but we saw him with that a couple times last year. That's a great sightfish bait, a zoom speed crawl. Available at
he
Fisherman
sees
Central.
my crawl, and it's like a beeline to it. That's a good sign. I need to see my poles hit.
Could also be a chigger crawl, maybe.
If they'll touch here or not.
He likes that max scent power bait as well.
Oh, yeah. I know all about that power bait, boy. Can't beat that.
Yeah, you made a cameo.
I certainly did.
Glove. You got famous on us.
Catfishing, you've got a noodle glove out now, power bait.
I mean, it's doing a handstand on my crawl. I don't know if you can see it through that camera or not, but this may not take long, so.
Here we go, baby.
Which would be great if it did.
Jesse says that. I'm listening.
Oh, I think she had it. Dang it. I don't want her to follow back to the boat. I think she actually grabbed it. I didn't know she had it. Or he, or whatever it is. She chases it out every time. We got to get something we can see.
There he goes, throwing a little. He likes that little white jig too.
He does.
We saw that at Eufaula last year.
He's all about it. Yes. That's what I was talking about earlier, watching him throw that white swim jig. It's how he could work it and where he could put it. He's a magician.
Likes to work that white jig. It's a bed fishing staple for a lot of folks. White jigs.
What the heck?
It was funny earlier. He was talking about his son Logan.
I see you looking at my jig. You should react better to that crawl.
He said Logan spent 1.5 hours on one yesterday, almost like he was disappointed. He's like, but it was 4 pounds, so it
I
was
like the
worth
white jig.
It's funny how these fish react different to different baits. When they're sitting up there locked on, you think they'd bite anything. That's why I get so frustrated when I do see people online. Man, this is easy. This is it. Bed fish, anybody can catch one on the bed. It's not the case, man. Like it's just like live scope. You have a lot of naysayers on that as well. Just because you see them don't mean that they bite.
And you even said it yourself, it's easy to be an armchair quarterback.
That's right.
So easy. Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
these fish in this clear water, they see a lot of boats.
Well, dude, it's Lake Hartwell. You know what I mean? Like, people go here and go fishing.
Fish was fixing to bite. Now it's like it disappeared.
These fish are smart.
And man, their temperament, their attitude can change by the minute. I mean, you can have them fired up on one bait and you make that decision. I've done it many times where you're like, oh, well, this might get it to react better. So you swap like he did to that jig, and now the fish is a little swirly. Like, you just never know, man. But it's all about trying your best to read that fish, how they react to everything. But he didn't stick with the white jig long.
He didn't get, like, why waste more casts if you're not getting the reaction you want? To go back to what you were getting the reaction out of.
There you go.
We covered Millsaps boat to boat for a long time this morning. Got in the boat with him and a guy we switched the camera to yesterday, Jesse Wise, I believe Worldwide has caught back up with Jesse boat to boat out on Lake Hartwell.
That'll be a good show.
It's like more of the same for Jesse.
But everybody says that.
That's right. I said the other day, last tournament I fished, at the end of the day, I was like, man, a couple 9-pounders would have went a long ways.
Yeah.
Good logic from Watson.
Watson can't count to 9 pounds. Come on.
For life.
Well, like I've always said, at the end of a tournament that I didn't do too well in, a couple 9-pounders, they'd go a long ways.
We heard you say that already,
Today,
James.
a 5-pounder would go a long ways. A single one.
Now, that's what he's been saying the whole tournament. The guy that does catch
Jesse
that
Wise
1.5.
caught all of his fish today on that weightless Cinco, fishing these flat points.
So, I believe we've got a little replay action from a fish catch from Jesse right when Worldwide first caught up with him. Take a look at that. More of the same from yesterday with Jesse, spinning rod action, sight fishing some of these cruising wolfpack fish on these flat points.
I think yesterday he was doing like a watermelon, a wacky rig. Wacky worm, whatever you want to call it, Bobby.
Gave a shout out to his granddad yesterday.
Absolutely,
Paul,
that was good
taught
stuff,
him how to
man.
fish.
That was good stuff.
Shout out Paul if you're watching again today. Jesse unofficially sitting just shy of 13 pounds by his estimate on the weigh live and in 5th place right now. Great event for Jesse. Had a great event at Cumberland.
Absolutely, man.
He's
Jesse was one of the ones coming into NPFL second year. It's his first year with us, but coming in here, like, it was a chatter. He's around North Carolina, man. Them Carolina boys know him.
A lot of success.
Because he takes the money from them.
Ain't no doubt about that. They're like, hey, can y'all get him on the National Professional Fish
Get him
League?
out of here.
Get him out of the Piedmont area.
I know Josh Woodford was happy to get him out of there.
Good stuff right there from Jesse Wise. Out on Hartwell. Definitely on the main lake.
Absolutely.
Rocking and rolling a little bit, seeing the boats in the background.
And you kind of see, I was looking early before we cut to this, watching the mud line up there on that clay shore. You kind of see where it's getting that chop a little bit.
That's what Bryant was saying.
Yep.
See it in
That's
some
what he
of these
wanted too,
areas.
right?
Yeah. Get cold for Jesse.
Good deal.
Back with Worldwide. The Wombat and Jesse here.
Okay. coming up on top.
We're going to have to jump over
got
to
some top
Worldwide
water
and have to
action
look at his
happening right
mug
there.
here.
Oh, I love
Get
it.
caught up with Watson on the water. Give us his take of what Jesse's doing out there on Lake Hartwell.
Nothing hot and heavy happening this afternoon. Caught up with Jesse Wise. Watched him catch his fish. He culled out. He said he gained 4 or 5 ounces. Throwing a wacky worm, wacky style, Cinco, looks like green pumpkin, up on these flat points. I asked him, I said, Jesse, how many points have you hit today? Thinking, he might tell me, 15, 20. No, he's hit 6. 6 points is all he's rotating through. Said the boat traffic's got every point around him plugged up. So a bunch of high schoolers out here, imagine that. And fishing's been good to him today. Been good to him all week. He's taking it slow and easy, but not getting crazy about how many places he hits.
Good stuff on Worldwide right there. Hey, 80 degrees, Lake Hartwell.
That's
Whether
8.
you're high school, 80 years old, no matter what, you're going to want to be out there on that water, Anderson
Absolutely.
County. Joining in with our MPFL pros. Don't blame anybody for being out there today.
Absolutely not. Jesse wants that AOI. Like, it seems like he's doing what he's been doing. He's doing what works for him. But some guys with the limit might think, hey, I got to go hunting right now. I got to go find them bigs. But it seems like he's just trying to do what's been working for him.
Tournament, a lot of fish caught. Not one single shark attack has happened, which is always a plus in a bass tournament.
The Seneca River known for its sharks.
I forgot what I was saying. Oh, Watson. Got to watch out for him.
We got us another competitor right back here.
Watson may need a bigger boat.
Progressive AOI. Jesse's fishing for points. Trying to know where he's at. He's good. He's great. But I want to ask you a question. While we're watching Jesse fishing this NPFL 6 events, what would be more important to you, winning one event or winning the AOI without winning an event?
I think they're both special, but I think in all of fishing, no matter what circuit it is, whether it's your Bass Club, BFLs, Bassmaster Elite Series, NPFL, you want consistency, and you want to be the guy that catches them the best every single tournament. That's what Angler of the Year shows. It shows you were the guy that figured it out no matter. Look, Cumberland was brutal. It was tough on a lot of guys. You should get rewarded for figuring it out on a tough day, right? So, boom, you got that. Hartwell, not everybody figured it out. Jesse's figured it out. So, we are going to see this trail starting at Cumberland in Kentucky, Highland Reservoir, flooded situations, crazy weather. Then you come to Hartwell, it's a sight fish deal, blueback herring lake. Now we're fixing to go to the Tennessee River next. Watts Bar up in May, could be a ledge fishing deal, could still be some shallow fish, could be some grass fishing. Watts Bar does have a little bit of grass still. Then we're going to go up north, Saginaw Bay. Then we're going to Sandusky Bay, smallmouth fisheries with a little bit of largemouth mixed in. Then end the year in Florida. So, man, when you hold that golden shield, you have truly shown up, showed out at 6 completely bipolar bodies of water.
Absolutely.
So the guy that earns that, man, that's a feather in your cap.
One word, versatility.
For sure. And we're seeing that here with Jesse this week. But after Watts Bar, things will start to take shape a little bit. But I'll be interested to see what the points look like after that first northern event. I'm going to be interested because those are, we're seeing a lot of our southern guys, these sight fishing, largemouth guys, spinner baiters, that type stuff. We've got a lot of northern anglers in this field. So it's going to be interesting to see if some of that, the Buck Mallards, the Ross Rhodes, some of our Ohio bunch that are great at Sandusky, see how they adapt and how things come out when we go up north and they're like, all right, boys, got some home turf advantage for 2 tournaments in a row.
With that window of time, are we going to be in there where some of the guys may get a taste of those 4-foot rollers and things of that nature?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, having 2 Great Lakes events in a row, we're guaranteed to have some bumpy weather, okay, man? Those fish are protected by Mother Nature more than they're not. So it's going to get a little interesting when we make our little turn up north here before too long. But right now, we've got to take a turn into some commercials. Check out our fine sponsors that make all this possible before we head into the last hour of NPFL Live here on Showdown Saturday. And fingers crossed, the fireworks start going off in the last hour before we leave you. We'll see you on the other side for more live action from Lake Hartwell.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use it. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to Lake Hartwell. Look at Jesse Millsaps there. Sight fishing his way into the unofficial top 3 here on Showdown Saturday. Jesse was an angler we covered quite a bit last year, Big Cat.
Absolutely.
Right out of the jump from Eufaula. Remember, he got one of our first cameras ever, and he's like, "Come on, man, don't do that to me." he didn't want
Dude,
one.
He put on a show, man. That's
Maybe
shallow.
still on the bite. It took me long enough, didn't it?
We had some good bed fishing from him at Eufaula.
Got some moving and shaking going on the
He's
way
still
live.
there. He ain't left.
Jesse's unofficially been bumped down to 4th place, and Eddie Carper
Making moves.
Angler we covered yesterday in that dirty water flipping bushes. Unofficially a little shy of 17
He's probably
pounds
full.
right
He's
now.
done eat all my crawl eggs.
Man, jumped up into second place. Still though, unofficially 4 pounds, 4 ounces behind Drew 6. Drew running away at the moment. Patrick Walters down there unofficially 5th place, 7 pounds behind Drew. Gotta get on the ball.
Don't you jump.
Millsaps.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh no.
How many times we gonna do this, fish?
He clearly said don't jump, and the
Well,
fish still jumped.
Wonder if Logan listens better.
You know what you do when you do that right there? You take that hook off.
That point could just be barely rolled or anything, couldn't it?
You lose a lot more bedfish than people realize. I think it's the anticipation. It's that short line situation. A lot of times they've got so much energy. They go from sitting there on the bed to a full burst of energy. When you hit them, you're all geeked up. Sometimes they don't have the bait that good because they're not actually eating it. You lose way more than people realize if you don't do this a lot. It's an unfortunate part of it. Here, Jesse's hooked you twice.
Aren't they? I don't know how that fish throwed that. I do, just because he ain't getting it very good.
Green pumpkin action.
See if it'll bite a third time.
If it does, it gets what it deserves.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's your fault at this point, fish. If you bite again
That's
from
right.
Jesse, he gave you every opportunity to not ride and see Big
Maybe
Al.
he's still back up there.
What you
Straight
saying?
shank flipping hook.
First time, shame on me. Second time, third strike, you're out. Is that how it goes?
I think that's it. Who's on second?
Yeah.
Man.
Jesse Millsaps, we're going to get a look at our leader coming in to Showdown Saturday, Patrick Walters. Small limit in the boat for Patrick so far. And
good luck.
You're welcome, Patrick.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's like, yeah, Fat Cat and Luke, get out of here and quit bringing me these little guys.
Yeah. He just saw something. He just saw something. What do you see?
Well, we're catching fish. I'm trying to weed through them right now, but we're catching spots. That's why I think we're gonna have to make a move here soon. We're gonna have to go find this largemouth. And I'm headed down lake, but I wanted to stop on this spot one more time real quick, just was nobody here, and check it. I mean, because gosh, you can get right so quick. We've already caught a couple fish. I just lost one that would have cold. It was a decent one, but we're just fishing. Oh my God. They're blowing up.
I like seeing him like this.
He knows what can happen. It takes 5 minutes all of a sudden.
He should have smoked that. He's right on the money. Oh, we just smoked it just then. I'm surprised I didn't hit him.
That walking bait he was just throwing. Oh my God. That walking bait he was just throwing, typically I would think it was a spook, but in this case, is it a spook or is it the pencil
popper style?
Popper style.
Super popular. Got several different variations of it. The old school cotton cordell pencil
regional,
popper
though,
with the
wouldn't you say,
shower
like-
blow, the I'm a little stick.
Are you specific about where you throw it or what region you throw that pencil popper in? Or you throw it?
It depends on the conditions for me, to be honest. Like they are really used predominantly on these blueback herring lakes for whatever reason, calls those fish up out of that deeper water. A lot of times clear water spotted bass fisheries. I fish Smith Lake a lot. They're really popular there. But I've caught big largemouth on them in the south on lakes like Gunnersville. I've caught them on Sam Rayburn on a pencil popper, like on a choppy day where a spook, it's a little more wind, but they still want a top water. Caught a lot of fish on that, but they certainly call up those spots and big largemouth. Lake Murray, we've seen that. Justin Atkins won the Forestwood Cup a few years ago on a big pencil popper over cane piles. I want to see Patrick Walters drink some of that bait fuel there.
Did you say you want to see him drink?
Yeah,
some
I want to
bait
see if
fuel?
it's good on a cracker.
It might be. Yeah.
Hearing about this bait fuel stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if American Bait Works would suggest eating the bait fuel, but I mean, hey man,
Well, that makes some
some
cat
people like
fuel.
to
What do you
party.
think? What do they have
Oh
cat
yeah,
fuel?
we could work that out.
You're up for that?
Wow. Oh yeah. All right, here we go.
There's one right there, there's one right there, there's one. I mean, they're everywhere in here. It's just getting them to bite, and then it's to get a right bite. That's actually the hard part. That's why I like seeing them with my eyes, because you know exactly what you're about to catch, typically.
Almost 1
Goodness,
o'clock
that's a big
there
one.
on Lake Hartwell. Patrick not feeling any pain, any pressure at all. He's like, I got 4.5 hours, man. Having a
There
good
he
day
comes.
out there.
Oh my gosh, this is a good one if he bites it.
Look at that.
Oh my God. He's everywhere over there.
Few of them swimming around on that little point.
Piques their interest. Just gotta get him to nibble it.
For the people watching, so he can change the direction of that forward-facing sonar. So he can, even though the bait's facing straight, he can angle that off to the right and left and control which direction it goes.
Yeah, wherever that trolling motor head is pointed, that's where he's looking. And that's where he's going to try to cast, right where he sees those fish. Good look at that screen right there. And he's up there in the dirt. Those are not deep fish on that live scope. Just a little bit deeper out in front of him, but not like you would think.
Typically, how far out can you see in these conditions, these shallower conditions, how he's fishing right now?
He's probably got that thing panned out 80, 100 feet. I couldn't see his setting there, but I mean, yeah, 75, 80 feet for a lot of people will run it. You get better detail the closer that you have it set. But you can see them. Can't see where he has his.
Yeah, I've seen some setups where you can get with the turret and you can actually have your transducer set to the side so your trolling motor can go one way and you can...
I think he seen the boat that time. He was chasing it. Or he was following it. I wouldn't say he was chasing it. He wasn't doing anything fast. I'm gonna fish this one little stretch right here in the middle, kind of where they've been schooling. I'm gonna fish both drops real quick and then we're gonna go. Be about 4 or 5 minutes.
Does he have company or is that one of our guys?
Sure.
See, the problem is they're not sitting where they're schooling. They're sitting on these drops, and then when the bait comes in, they just go bull rushing in.
Patrick certainly has a plan. Been here in 5 minutes here. We've seen him. He has covered a lot of water today, and he's still not down the lake. We keep talking, hearing him talk about he wants to be down the lake. That's where he did his damage yesterday. He's still up the lake a good piece. He's not down there where he did most of his damage late yesterday afternoon, but 5:30 check-in, got 4.5 hours. He's flying by the seat of his pants. He mentioned that earlier. The longer day helps him check more stuff, keep a lot of stuff honest, and wait on his goods to get right. So we're going to see something from him before we get off live here in an hour, I believe.
I agree with you. And the thing is, we're not going to see the real fireworks because that's probably going to happen.
That's why you got to tune into that weigh-in. But we're going to show you some fireworks that happen all throughout the day here at Lake Hartwell. If you're just joining us, we're going to take a look at some highlights from out there in Anderson, South Carolina. The guys have been doing work on Showdown Saturday. We've had a lot of flipping and flopping on that leaderboard unofficially today, and I would say we'll have a lot more of it between now and when that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough starts up at 3:30 p.m. But let's take a look back right now. Lake Hartwell action, Showdown Saturday. Bryant Smith.
That'll work. Ooh.
California angler. In our top 5. Seen him work that sight fishing program to perfection so far today. Mixed in a little bit of shoal action. Mike Corbishly started the day in second place, unfortunately. Tough
Struggle
day
bus
so far.
It's just been struggle bus for him, man. But I'm glad to see him get a good one. He's very good at that.
Drew 6.
Nope.
That's a look we've gotten to see from Drew a lot today with his 6-pound line.
It's been the Drew 6 show, no doubt about it.
It has been the Drew 6 show. Steady making calls since caught a limit in the first 20 minutes this morning with spotted bass, and he's called out. He had a big fish over 5 pounds this morning on the bed. That was a new one that he just found this morning. And if you're just joining us, didn't get to watch us yesterday, maybe we proclaimed sight fishing is dead. It's dead. It's going away as far as bed fishing is concerned. We've seen a lot of sight fishing for wolf packs and whatnot, but bed fishing has been the story of Showdown Saturday.
Yeah, so for dinner we're going to have a big old buffet of crow,
yes.
More than likely, because we don't know what we're talking about apparently. But, dude, it's crazy because this is what we thought was going to happen, and the majority of the anglers there at Hartwell thought that the spawn was drying up and that the herring spawn was picking up, but it seems to I don't even know.
You see flashes of herring spawns, flashes of schooling with some of these guys every now and then, but there's still just enough of those sight fish left that we've got guys like Drew 6, Jesse Millsaps, Bryant Smith. They're hanging with those bedding fish and really shaking up those unofficial standings on that Way Live app. Of course, everything will become official with Al McCullough this afternoon. Well, let's take a look at that unofficial leaderboard. See the moving and shaking that's going on Showdown Saturday. Of course, the unofficial leaderboard brought to you by Beat Down Mounts, and we appreciate the folks at Beat Down joining us this year, trying to keep these guys honest, Fat Cap, because we all know fishermen are liars and they like to embellish things or not tell us how many they've got in the box. So we're going to check them against their official weights versus their estimated weights. The winner every tournament gets a Beat Down mount, so we appreciate that. Drew 6 right up on top, and Eddie Carper fell out of the top 10 yesterday. Tougher day. Big bag today. He's got a big bass. He estimates over 6 pounds as well for that big bite challenge. Maybe a challenger on that this afternoon. Bryant Smith in third. Jesse Millsaps. Patrick Walters, the leader coming into today by 6 ounces. Still unofficially in the top 5. He's saying he's going to do work this afternoon, and we are not doubting him in the league.
Absolutely.
Slow day.
He was tickled to already have a limit. He wasn't expecting to have a limit this early, and it's 1 o'clock. You know what I mean? So he's expecting to catch his fish in the latter part of the day, and he says the conditions are lining up to be perfect for him. So We're going to find out.
We are going to see for sure. The last 50 minutes or so of live should be awesome if those things do start popping off for Patrick Walters. Jesse Wise, who we caught up with there earlier in the top 10. Kevin Rogers, the Crappie King, another one of our progressive AOY. I mean, could be in the top 10 after this event if he has another solid one like he did at Cumberland, pulling for the Crappie King. Timmy Reams, Mike Corbishly, and Robbie Frazier rounding out our unofficial top 10. Be sure to tune into that weigh-in, though, because everything is going to change immensely. Wouldn't you say? We
saw it yesterday.
Flight, yes.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday without a doubt. It is going to be explosive today at 3:30 at that weigh-in at Green Pond Landing.
And the later flights every single day, everything has changed.
Right.
Everything has changed.
One of the biggest things that Patrick was happy about today, it was the fishing conditions, blah, 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 but it was just the length of the day he could fish. They launched this morning. He gets a full day, doesn't have to check in until 5:30.
And with the league, if you're in that top 10, you get to go out first and you get to come back last. That's a really cool reward for catching them all week long and being in position to win. They give them the most amount of time on the final day. It's always really cool to see that. And obviously, Patrick, he's going to try to take advantage of it. And, you know, speaking of taking advantage, I feel like you may take advantage of your travel budget. Okay, because I'm hearing that we've got another piece from you. Guess what? Checking out another local establishment in Lake Hartwell. I wasn't invited. So tell us what we're going to see here in this last hour. Go ahead, Big Cat.
I'm not going to say too much. The video should explain everything. You're going to see a family tradition. You're going to see a community that has this place Skins. They opened up in 1946. They've been through a lot of stuff. There was one point where there was a tornado that came through here a couple of years ago. They were there helping out of town, helping the tornado victims. And as they were bringing food to help people, they got a call saying, hey, your store's on fire. So the day we went and filmed this was a 2-year anniversary of the day it burnt down. But it's a family tradition. 4 generations of families from the Anderson, South Carolina area. It's good stuff, man. Good stuff, good people. It's just about communities that we go to and we fish in.
We're proud to be a part of those.
Yeah,
they invite us in, and none have been more welcoming than Anderson, South Carolina this week. Let's take a look at Skins there in Anderson, South Carolina.
All right, folks, here we are. One of the staples here in Anderson County, South Carolina, Skins. You think a hot dog is just a hot dog? No, Bobby. It's way more than that. Here at Skins, it's a family All right, folks, now that we're inside, I want to introduce you to some of the family that has put Skins on the map. It's truly an incredible story. It started in 1946. They're up to 11 locations now.
Skins started in 1946 when my father came back from World War II. It started as a pool hall and he served a little bit of everything. The 60s probably, the hot dog would become very famous, and now it always sells hot dogs, chips, and drinks. The second generation come in 1986 or 87, and we have one store, and we sold so many hot dogs out of that one store, we decided to open up this store, which is the marketplace in Anderson.
4 generations now running Skins. It's a family tradition, and the food, you're about to find out why Skins is so popular and why it's been around there for 75 years.
Big Al here with the National Pro Fishing League. It is lunchtime.
This right here, my friends, I'm excited.
All right, man, here we go, dude.
You ready? Cheers.
Cheers.
On point, good hot dog. I definitely should have got 5 or 6 more.
Again, with these bird dogs, hot dogs, I'm over it. It's
They gotta feed me, man. They don't pay me, they just feed me.
And the caterer did not show up today. We don't have any food in here, and I'm just, frankly, I'm glad you had a good time in Anderson. I'm tired of seeing all the food.
I hear you, buddy.
Back out on the water to
Back
Drew
on
6.
the water, Drew 6, but such a cool spot, man. Skins, the people, just everyone in Anderson, everyone we dealt with, that we've been with, visit Anderson. The whole community has been nothing but great to us. That's why when we go into these communities, we want to showcase what makes these communities so special. You know, like I say, Skins been around since 1946. We dealt with JC's. They'd been there 20 years. Fruit punch sandwiches. Been in the Anderson area for almost 30 years. And just trying to showcase to people that want to go fish at Lake Hartwell, visit Anderson, South Carolina, where you need to go, who you need to support, and show you who actually supports the fishermen, because that's what it's all about.
That's right, and it's a big family out on the road. Man. Oh, hooked up, drew 6.
There he is, doing what he does.
Ooh.
Oh, baby.
Just having fun out there today, drew 6. Unofficial, that's a good one.
Yes.
Man.
It's like Drew's on another lake today.
Every fish,
Betters
every
everywhere.
time he lands a fish, I feel like I'm going to have a Cadillac arrest.
Is a Cadillac arrest, is that any different than a Ford arrest? Is it?
It's serious, Luke. All right. I don't know where to
You
go.
say your heart rate is escalating?
No.
I think you should apologize.
Another call.
He's calling up, man. Steadily upgrading. What a day. Look.
Another great call for
Yeah,
Drew
man.
6, steadily holding on to that top spot. From one sight fisherman over to the next, we're going to jump back in the boat with Jesse Millsaps.
I mean, he's hit it all the way through there. He hit it every time.
Probably knocking his eggs around.
Maybe I set the hook hard enough this time. Stay down, fish.
That's a little boom goes a dynamite action right there by Jesse Millsaps.
Come on. Don't you come off. Stop. What? That's what I'm talking about. We finally got him. Look, he's hooked inside the mouth too. Now I ain't got to show him to my, he's inside.
Good fish for Jesse.
To my GoPro.
The beauty of sight fishing, you pick out what you need.
I had to work for that one. I mean,
Believe this fish he lost
I had
twice.
to work for that one.
Yeah, that fish deserves
I
it.
ain't even gonna wait. We're just gonna call. We're gonna get a clip out. And we're gonna see what happens. Fish is fat. See how fat that fish is? Fish are way heavy. Now we gotta get. That was lovely. Stop.
You got one of them fully loaded live wells,
I
don't
know
you?
the spot's lighter than that one. But no contest. Yep. That's a pretty good color. What you think?
Pound upgrade or more for Jesse.
Nice little spotted bass I caught early this morning. He's glad to go back in the water.
Good stuff.
I guess the third time was a charm.
No doubt about that. Jesse
I caught the
Millsaps.
dumbest fish in Hartwell. He only jumped come off 3 times. That's it.
Some folks would call those
Had to
Watson
change
bass.
hooks. Had to get a little more meat in there. Change hooks, change color crawl. Got him. Pretty good coal. That's probably a pound, at least a pound coal with that fish. That fish was heavy. I don't know what he weighed, but he is a good one.
It's experience too, I think, man, right? Not giving up on it, changing the hooks, trying to adapt. And like we've talked about, you've brought it up a lot, he took it personal.
That's right. Yeah, he wasn't going to leave the dumbest bass in Hartwell. He's going to take him back and see Al McCullough.
Believe it or not, I caught it 10 feet down from where I first originally hooked it. I did that this morning too on one. When James Watson was over there.
Jess is going to put the rod down and go back to the grocery store. He's going to go do a little head hunting. And we are going to check in with our sponsors one last time in this final hour here, Showdown Saturday. Thank you all for sticking with us, and we will see you on the other side for more live action, Lake Hartwell.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
Pro Guide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local Pro Guide dealer.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Lake Hartwell. An old medieval term for lots of shoals, apparently. Mini shoals.
Many shoals, according to our boy,
James
the
Watson.
one and only, worldwide.
I'd say somebody needs to fact check that.
I believe him.
Not exactly a historian.
He takes everything very serious.
So serious. Back out with Bryant Smith, who's been taking these sight fish very serious all day. Unofficially, with a little under 12 pounds today.
He's been doing this song and dance all day, staying close to the docks, wires. Look at him.
Bryant was mixing in those shoals. He was fishing docks. He was fishing bedding fish. When we were talking last night, he said, man, I've kind of had 3 different patterns going, but today it's been mostly sight fishing, bedding fish from what we've seen with Bryant. He ditched that offshore pattern pretty quick this morning.
Yes, he did.
posted up on one right here. But you can guarantee it'll be an upgrade if you took the time to drop those power poles. You know, you look through the unofficial leaderboard, way live. It's a slow day for a lot of our anglers as far as what's being reported. Much different day than what we've seen.
Still throwing that bubblegum trick worm. Has he got a wacky rig? What are you looking at?
That wind blowing a little bit and the boat wakes. From Bryant Smith over to Patrick Walters, day 2 leader, biggest bag of the tournament. To jump up into the lead. Sitting on a small limit right now, unofficially in 5th place. Might have just a touch more.
Oh my God, there's a giant right there.
When you turn to grab that other rod, you're just going, please don't see me, please don't see me.
We're chasing the wind kind of right now. We're just gonna bounce some spots. We're actually gonna speed things up. There's a good one right there. That was not far enough. She turned the other way. Get off that rock. I got it back. Sweet.
I mean, just some inner tubing going on in the background, some good times. You're trying to win 50 grand right here. Just a 5-pounder swimming around on a shoal with the kids splashing in the background. Springtime in the South, baby.
That's right, man. Everybody enjoying it.
No, wait, he's at the swim beach. No, that's on Patrick. That's what we're hearing in the background.
Yeah, he sure is, isn't he?
Much feeling it. Rude.
Talking about these rude Lake Hartwell bass. A lot of our anglers get ignored by these kicker fish on some of these offshore places.
And where's the southern hospitality at?
This boat appears to be coming to get a closer look.
It looks.
I'll be honest. I've never tried to catch one sight fishing under a prop that's idling over it. But Patrick's a veteran, so. Hey, well, those guys got a camera. They just gonna stop.
Buddy, yeah, no doubt.
Love it.
You fishing the tournament?
Hey, you Bill Dance? Get that camera with you. I saw Bill Dance on TikTok.
I got 5. I need a big one. I know, that's what I'm looking for.
Guy said, hey, do you want me to idle around this shallow spot a few more times?
Probably 12 pounds, maybe not even that much.
Oh, wait a second.
I got all spotted bass though. That's why I need to find me some largemouth.
Did he just say?
Just called a media timeout right there.
Whoa, what did he say?
saying he thought he could have close to 12 pounds.
Good wolf pack.
What does that beat down mounts weigh live tracker say?
7 pounds, unofficial.
They're moving so quick.
Another
bass.
So let's say he's got 10 pounds. 3 more
He
pounds.
probably
That's
beat
going to
me.
have Patrick up there in second place. I think Patrick's
Y'all take
closer
care.
in this thing than he realizes, than we realize. But Drew 6 unofficially with 18 pounds. Patrick's got to catch him. He's got to catch him to chase down Drew. Because right now as it sits, now I'll give him 3 more pounds. Say he's got 10.5 pounds. He said closer to 12 there, but we'll split the difference between 7 and 12.
That's right.
That would put him still 6 pounds behind Drew 6 unofficially right now. He's got some catching to do, man. Drew, if Drew's fish weigh what he's estimated, and we've gotten a good look at him all day long, he's on that pace, man, to win this
thought
thing.
about something. And I heard him say it. That's why I'm bringing it up. I'm going to bring this up because I heard Drew say it earlier. Not only does Drew not use call tags,
doesn't use scales.
So that's going to make the weigh-in even more interesting.
Didn't like that maneuver.
At 3:30, Green Pond Landing with Big Al McCullough.
What's going to make it interesting is those last 3.5 hours after we go off live where we have no clue what's going on the water, and these guys maybe get some of these offshore fish to fire. Patrick still, even if he gets them to go on some of this offshore stuff, he's got to do some catching if Drew is correct on his estimate.
My line's good and strong. It's light line, 10 pound. I mean, 10 pounds not really that light, but it is when you're around rocks.
Patrick catches a 5 pounder.
Those dudes wanted a race. We should have took them up on that.
Things get interesting.
I mean, can you say roll tide?
No, but I can say go Vols, Patrick. Get you to roll tide. And he's a South Carolina Gamecock. It's a wonder that a lake that's connected to Clemson University even produces like this for him, being a South Carolina man such as himself. He has hurt their feelings on this pond multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
Much better.
Patrick's retying. We're going to check back in with Bryant Smith, unofficially up there in that top 3.
Fish care out, a little fish care management.
It's like we caught back up with Brian as he's making a call, taking care of some fish. I think we got a replay from Bryant while we're checking in with Patrick. We're going to look at that now. That led us to this moment. Him whispering to the bass there in the live well. Bryant Smith. Saw him working this one earlier. There we go. Nice upgrade for Bryant.
Chunk.
One of them, dummy.
Brian does not want us to watch him fish.
What sucks?
Saw Bryant with the G juice out right there. I wonder if he's got a fish that's not healthy, maybe, Back over to Drew 6. Of course, we have a fish care penalty of 1 pound. Certainly makes a difference.
Especially
Brandon Perkins had one yesterday.
And the
Saw
way
Dustin
they're
Williamson on day 1 have one.
Yes, sir.
There are times you can't do anything about it. Our anglers.
Well, you talked about a hook in the tongue. That can be a death sentence right there.
Our anglers do everything they can to make sure those fish show up to see Big Al lively.
That's right.
And Drew's just posted up on another one already.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, he's just out here calling his shots today.
Man,
Drew 6.
I don't even think it's going to help.
And new water on top of that.
All new fish. So he didn't even think this one was going to help. He's just having fun at this point. If he does have 18.
Oh my gosh, I have no.
His graph's just
You having trolling motor issues or graph issues?
Oh, my batteries. Everything's off again.
So Drew is the guy that works on everyone's
What
stuff.
a disaster.
Okay? He works on everyone's stuff. It's one of those deals where you work on everybody's stuff but your own.
Fish ain't gonna help us. Be fun to catch, but.
So what he's done there, he's turned on his big motor, his outboard engine to try to charge that, use that alternator to charge his battery. Depending on the tournament trail, there are different rules and different tournament trails about kill switches, your ignition shutoff device that's connected to your big motor. Some tournament trails out there that people fish, if you crank that big engine, you got to be wearing the life jacket with that kill switch attached. Our rule in the league is when the engine is in gear. So when that engine's on, he doesn't have to wear his life jacket, doesn't have to have that kill switch attached. Before you comment that on Facebook, I'm going to go ahead and let you know what our rule is.
You know what was coming.
I knew what's coming. I know what's going. Did you see this guy crank his big motor? But that is a rule with the league, and I like it for this situation. He's not using that big motor to propel him down the bank because his trolling motor batteries are dead. He's just trying to crank that big engine, keep it running so that battery charges so he can make it back to weigh-in. I always thought that was a silly rule.
Do you think it's a mechanical issue, or did the batteries just drain from how he's standing on that trolling motor?
I think no. I mean that's straight cranking battery. But I think when you sit in the same area without cranking that big motor, and I think he's been on the trolling motor a ton today. Pumps running, graph on. You don't get that alternator.
Fish everywhere.
Cranking battery back
like, where do
up.
you start?
And you can drain one quick, man. It doesn't take long. Those electronics, which he's bed fishing, he's got all four graphs on.
They're just everywhere.
Drains your battery.
They're just
He's been running pumps since right off the jump this morning. He had a limit
Should be
in
something
15
right
minutes. So the scary thing is, it's 1:30. He's got a 5:30 check. He's got 4 more hours. He's got to milk that thing, keep those fish alive, keep those pumps going, and make it back to Green Pond. So,
well, is there a situation where you're like, hey man, I don't know if I can upgrade anymore. I've got 18. Do I just check in an hour early, 2 hour, or do you?
Or go fish close when you catch a rod, you know. And I don't know where, how far Drew is away right now from Green Pond, but certainly the smart play though to crank that motor. That way, if you're hearing it running back there,
hold your bow.
You at least know it's on, right? You don't have to worry about getting it started to take off to the next spot. Now, I have had a cranking battery go so dead before that even when I tried this trick, it just eventually just turned itself off. I've been there, done that a couple times in my life. Before I switched to Pro Guide batteries, that is, Fat Cat. Official battery of the National Professional Fishing League.
That's right, my friend.
Somebody get Drew a new cranking battery over there to him, stat. From Drew 6, going to check in with Mike Corbishly. Started the day tied for second. Unofficially has slid down that leaderboard to 9th place right now.
Yeah, we've seen him, man. It's been kind of a struggle today, but his composure. He keeps his composure. He handles it well.
They're biting.
Bring me up to date, Mike.
I just had my first top butter bite in several hours, so we're still running. We're running points again. We fished a pocket or two. Man, I lost one earlier on a little swim bait. But outside of that, I mean, I'm still seeing fish, and I got a little wind now, and like I said, I just got a bite. So yesterday afternoon, my issue was, if I couldn't get them to hook up on top, I could fire in there with this swim bait, and they would eat it. This is what Caught them on yesterday afternoon more than anything. I think I caught one on top. I don't remember. But I just had one, you know, I had it on for a second there. Very encouraging, because if this is kicking back on, I'll keep doing it. I just still feel like I feel like I'm ledge fishing in the summertime, although I'm not. You know, like I'm gonna run across one of these points and everything's gonna be going right, and it's just gonna happen. I'm gonna hit them back to back to back to back. I could be completely wrong, could fall flat on my face, but if it does, then I can get right real quick. So I don't know. Like if I really wanted, if I was like, man, I just want to make sure I get a check, you know, I could go to the bank right now, probably, you know, go sling a Senko around in the back of some pockets or something like that. I mean, even one fish off the bed, 1 2-pounder, 3-pounder probably got me in check range, but that's not really what I'm shooting for. I mean, when you're in contention to win, I mean, you gotta swing, because it doesn't happen very often.
I like that mentality from Mike. He's going to make a move, and we're going to move back over to the California kid himself, Bryant Smith.
Got a bait caster now. Primarily been seeing him with the spinning rod.
Whoa!
Take that back, Texas rigger.
Oh, is that Big Al?
Those.
There goes the boom.
Getting ready for that 3:30 weigh-in. You want to pick Watson up.
Doing his research out there on these guys.
That's it.
Getting those notes ready. Bebopping and flip-flopping out there.
Get it.
She's loaded up too, boy.
Come on, be a big one. Be a big one. Yes, come on. Come on, baby. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh boy. Oh my gosh, look at the size of that thing. Come on. Get in this boat. You know you want to be in this boat.
I think the fish is saying, no, I don't.
Come here.
Not at all.
Come here.
Ooh, dude. Goes a dynamite.
I'll make up. I'll make up for it.
Healthy Lake Hartwell largemouth right there.
That's what I'm talking about. Really depressing not being able to throw that fish back, but there we go. Yes.
He's got, sounds like he's got a dead one.
Choked it.
So he can't, that he can't cull, or 1 pound penalty.
How big?
4.5.
Oh.
Almost 4.5. Number 3. Yes. Oh, that at least makes up for the untimely passing.
Dude, I'm gonna ask you something.
Yep. I'd say so.
That you might know.
Boomtown.
Heck yeah.
Say you catch a fish early, that fish dies early. You still have 6-7 hours left. Is there any way that dead fish can go toxic within those hours of fishing? How does that work? I don't. Is that a threat?
It comes up a lot.
I'm sorry.
I've always.
It looks like
He's,
just your bait a lot of times. Yeah, that looked different. It was her. A little bit of wind, we can make this happen.
Bryant's going to get re-rigged. We're going to jump back over to Patrick Walters.
So that's a no?
You know, I've worried about that in the past, you know. Because I'm sure they release some kind of chemical. I know even when they're alive, the ammonia they put out, just from using the bathroom in the library, you see that foam? That's what happens when they're in there all day long, and that can kill your fish. That's why using a live well additive is so crucial, because it can cut down on ammonia.
Well, that was a fake right there. It's like he went to cast and saw something on the graph.
Hope he fakes these fish out here. Patrick's been sneaky today, hopping around a lot of different areas. We think he certainly has more weight than what we've had on Weigh Live. But like we just saw with Bryant, 4.5 pounder on one of those herring deals. That's what Patrick's running. Maybe it's starting to fire. That guy said, "Hey, I'll show you what's going to fire. I'll just run right here, buddy." One guy running 70 miles an hour, one guy trying to fish on the point.
Walter said he sees them. He said there's a whole wad of them right there. He's just...
Oh! That fish was just coming up to get a better look at that boat that just went by.
You can tell he's in a
Was that
busy area.
seafoam green? I love a bayliner. These Lake Hartwell fish can certainly take their pick at what they're looking at today. We've got the watercraft out there,
buddy. And we knew that coming into this, right? We knew Showdown Saturday was going to be busy on Lake Hartwell.
Let's roll. Buddy's got one.
You know, Patrick has been Mr. Cool all day. He's got his plan, but I feel like that internal clock in him. I mean,
Head to where I've been catching wind.
time's ticking by a little bit. Patrick's going to move,
time
so
to go check it.
We're going to go back over split screen now to our leader, Drew 6. Man, that's unofficially up there in that top 3 as well, Bryant Smith. Yeah, the crazy thing is, even with those long days, time will start going by. The closer you get in those afternoons, oh, I've got time to hit this, and this, and you start looking up, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's 3:30, it's 4. Before you know it, you're starting to see some urgency with Patrick. He's moving around. He's got a lot of things in his mind that he wants to check, make sure he doesn't leave anything out there today. Shot to run down Drew 6, and Drew set up on another one.
Come on, baby.
I think Drew wins the award for most fun had. Even if he doesn't win the shield at the end of the day, which right now unofficially our leader, he has had a blast out there.
No doubt about it. Glad to see it too, man, because yesterday was a stressful day for him. You know, when you roll out of the launch with the camera in the boat and then halfway through the day, you see a boat coming and ask to get the camera off your boat, lets you know you're not doing that good. Somebody's doing better. So that's how he ended his day. You know, that's how it went midday for him. And then he said, okay, I'll show you. Went out there the rest of the day yesterday and cold straight cracked him. Come back in today. Took a camera back out and he said, today I'm keeping that camera.
said, you watch.
He's been dropping bombs since first thing this morning.
Said, Luke Fat Cat, you're going to learn today.
That's right. We've learned a lot.
We've learned you better get some Z-Man streaks. That's an interesting little technique, man, that he's got going on. A wobble head jig. If you're just joining in, a little free swinging jig head.
6 pound
light
test.
line. Unique setup.
Hey, I want to know what brand of 6 pound line he's using because he is manhandling that line, son. He'll get a 2 or 3 pounder to it, just grab it 12 inches up from the fish and just sling it in. My heart, like I said, it's the man is just having, hey, like we've always said, when it's meant to be, it's meant to be. That's and it just seems like, man, for Drew 6, it's his time to shine. But with that being said, a lot of other guys are having good days too. But
Bryant Smith having a great day. Look, Bryant pulls up. Another one of those herring fish. Look, hooked up.
I'm sorry.
Bryant sweet talking them.
Another coal for Bryant. Of course, Bryant has a fish that unfortunately passed away. It's a pound penalty, and he cannot coal that fish, so he's working basically with 4 fish now.
Tiny number 6 right there. That's all I had that fish from. Think about it. It would help if that guy would just come back to life.
Bryant had a couple deals last year, just unfortunate issues, boat issues and things that really cost him. I mean, we saw him at Winnebago come really close to the wind there as well.
Definitely has the skills to pay the bills, without a doubt about that. Just we've got other guys that, one of them, Matt Mollahan, had a great year last year and had those similar to Bryant Smith. I'm surprised we didn't hear more out of Mollahan this tournament, being it's not as
plagued by issues though last year for sure.
Absolutely. It was funny though, Mollahan was one of the ones that did tell me, for being a local, he said, herring spawn hasn't started yet. He's like, we might not even see it, like in full swing.
I'd say we definitely haven't seen it in full swing this week. Not like it gets wild.
Yeah.
Lots of fish catches going on those points and fish erupting everywhere. And we just haven't, just on the edge of going full bore, I believe, there.
Sorry, buddy.
Bryant Smith with yet another coal late in the day as we are winding down our coverage here on Lake Hartwell.
But we're a mess right now, so we're working.
A good look there at our unofficial leader, Drew 6. Bryant Smith from California, unofficially in our top 3 as well. Of course, Eddie Carper up there. We don't have Eddie on camera today. A good day here, Showdown Saturday on Lake Hartwell, Anderson, South Carolina. And I feel like we say this so much, but you got to watch the weigh-in. You got to watch the weigh-in. We've done our job. We are almost finished with our live coverage today, but so many things can change between now and 5:30 for our top 10.
Out of all the tournaments we've done so far, I say all, this is not a...
Year 2?
Year 2. This weigh-in right here will probably be the most... We don't know what's going to happen. Honestly, we really don't, because we have such a large window between when we go off and when weigh-in takes place. And even weigh-in starts at 3:30. Last flight doesn't come in until 5:30. Like Luke said, the top 10, they went out first, they come in last. So when weigh-in starts at 3:30, while those guys are weighing their sacks and it's all rainbows and butterflies, Walters, Corbishly,
gonna be out there,
full straight jacking them,
sneaking around,
exactly.
Sneaking around.
So
right.
And that's supposedly that's when the big bite has been coming. Is that latter part of the day? We've been hearing it from a lot of the guys, especially on that herring bite. So Herring bite is what got Patrick Walters partially to where he is, and he knows so much about it. It's what he's been talking about. It sounds like he's saved the best for last because he's making that run now.
No doubt about it. He's been banking on that all day long. He's been sampling other things with that long day, but he's waiting on that bite to kick on, and we're seeing it with Bryant Smith right now. It's starting to fire in places of the lake as we leave our live coverage here. The story of the day, though, Drew 6. As far as our live coverage is concerned.
There are stories within stories for Drew 6
That's
this
right.
tournament.
But Drew 6, Jesse Millsaps, Bryant Smith, they made us look like idiots because we said yesterday, hey, I think this bedfish, sight fish program is going away, but not today. Jesse's been able to vault up the leaderboard. Drew found a magical area where there were a ton of fresh fish, and he has done work since first thing this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, that has been the story, and you're right. We do a good job of making our own selves look stupid without anyone's help.
We need no help.
They definitely helped us look even dumber than we actually are, but that's fishing, right? Because we think we have it figured out. You go out there, set up one thing, and then when you want to zig, you should have zagged. And some of the guys zigged when the other boys zagged, and there they are. They stuck to that pattern, and it worked out. I'm still surprised with Drew 6, how he said he had 400 waypoints with fish on beds. And like we talked about, they dried up. He went in new water, found Big Belly Kelly this morning.
Program.
Yeah, man. And was catching him. It worked out for him. Jesse Millsaps was another guy. Thought he had something figured out later part yesterday. Went into some new water, caught 2 limits at the second part of the day in new water, and that's where he ended up today, and look how well he's doing.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see how it all plays out. This battle of these offshore wolfpack herringfish versus these bedfish, and who takes home the title, because Drew 6, that's all he's had. Sight fish, bedfish. That's all he's done. He hasn't thrown a topwater. He hasn't thrown a swim bait. He has stuck with that little Z-Man streaks all 3 days. Patrick Walters, he's mixed in bedfish. He's mixed in topwater fish, wolfpack fish. We've seen that with Brandon Perkins. We've seen that with Mike Corbishly. So I'm going to be interested to see if one Rod Todd, Drew 6, can pull this off. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard to show you kind of how things are shaping up as we are leaving you here in the NPFL live studios. We're going to take a final look at our unofficial leaderboard here, brought to you by Beat Down Mounts. And Drew 6, like we said, up there unofficially first place right now, 50 pounds. He's estimating he's got 18 pounds in the boat. One of his would be his biggest stringer of the week. And on the perfect day, Showdown Saturday. Eddie Carper, the Oklahoma angler, we covered Eddie yesterday. Completely different game plan, flipping bushes.
Shallow, dirty, heavy cover.
Big bag today, has one he estimates over 6 pounds as well. Can't wait to see what those weigh at the end of the day. And again, Eddie's got a long day. He's got a lot of time left to keep that flipping stick in his hand and do work. Patrick Walters unofficially in third place. He's making small culls as we go through the afternoon. We've seen that recently, and he's yet to get to his juice. So it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out for Patrick as well. Veteran guy, knows how to close. You don't want to be trying to run down that guy on Showdown Saturday.
That's what I've heard come out of your mouth the most about Patrick Walters. He's a closer. He knows how to close. So
he gets the opportunity. He knows what to do, put the game plan together, and he's closed on this lake many times. So he can definitely put it together between now and 5:30 without a doubt. Jesse Millsaps, Jesse Wise, Timmy Reams, Kevin Rogers, local Justin Kimmel, and Jordan Nettles rounding out that unofficial top 10. And one thing is for sure, Fat Cat, those Progressive Angler of the Year points are going to change after this event. You know why? Because it's not just tournament standings anymore. We've got 2 tournaments to throw at this Progressive AOY. And guys like Kevin Rogers, who you see right there in the top 10 from that first event, guys like Jesse Wise, they're going to be in the mix when you leave this. But right now, Taylor Watkins sitting on top because of that big win in that weather-shortened event there at Cumberland. Josh McDermott having a great tournament here as well.
Absolutely.
He's going to be in the mix. Jeff Dobson, Todd Goad, Jesse Wise, Dale Prinky, Ryan Davidson, Craig Burwell, Jeff Barth, and Taylor Umlin rounding out your top 10 from Lake Cumberland. Of course, everything you're going to want to check back in this afternoon on those Progressive Angler of the Year standings. Things are going to change. Of course, we mentioned earlier, this is a 6-event season. You're going to want to tune into every single event because we're fixing to head to Michigan. We're going to East Tennessee. We're going to Florida. We're going to Ohio. So many different fisheries, you're going to have to show up and show out to win that AOY.
The versatility. I asked you the question earlier, what would you rather do, win a tournament or win the AOY? You said to win the AOY because of the versatility. Whoever wins AOY at the end of the year, gets that Progressive AOY, They definitely earned it.
Listen, Florida down there in November, that's going to be an interesting event. We got a gigantic curveball thrown at us by Mother Nature there at Cumberland in a one-day weather-shortened event. Some of the guys were happy about how it went. Some of them weren't because, one day you don't have a chance to rebound. And we had a lot of our heavy hitters, our stars out here on the NPFL, had a rough event there.
Absolutely. And we
shocked a lot of us.
With NPFL, we pride ourselves on our format of fishing full field all 3 days.
That's right.
So when they went out to that one-day shootout for $50,000, it was mixed emotions. But some of the guys that didn't like it ended up really liking it because how they finished in that tournament.
Yeah, they're like, hey, call it. Right. I'm in the top 5. Let's go. I don't want to have to back this up for 2 more days because the conditions were changing so fast there. But the guys that had a rough one, of course, they wanted another chance to go back out there, try to put some points on the board. But going to be an interesting look at the Progressive AOY after this event. We appreciate all of you tuning in for the 2 days of coverage here. I'm Luke Duncan. This is Fat Cat Newton. We've had James Watson out on the water. We appreciate him so much. Everything that the crew has done this week here with Fix Productions, we absolutely have had a blast. Lake Hartwell, man, you can speak to the area down there, how great they were to us this week.
VisitAnderson.com. Go to Visit Anderson if you plan on going on a family trip, a fishing trip. Look into Visit Anderson, South Carolina, Lake Hartwell. It is built for fishing families.
No doubt. Plenty of places to stay, plenty of places to eat like we've seen. Plenty of bass to catch down there at Visit Anderson. Remember, you can tune into that weigh-in, TNPFL.com. You can watch it on Facebook. You can keep up with everything right there on that website. We've got 4 more events this year. We appreciate each and every one of you if you join us for them. We are going to get back out and check out some highlights as we close our day, and we will see y'all at Watts Bar Lake in East Tennessee in about a month.
Stop. Yeah!
Set the hook hard off. Stop.
Wow.